Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Accused, Imprisoned, Tortured, and Became Ronin the Vigilante Hero Part 3. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 19, The Truth of Izuku Midoriya. Shigaraki, we couldn't have come at a better time. The villains finally made an appearance: Shigaraki, Kurojiri, twice, Dabi, Spinner, Toga, and Mr. Compress. Izuku smiled amusedly. The scenario was favorable for everything. On the other hand, the people were terrified but unable to move. The heroes, a few seconds after reacting to the threat in front of them, as well as their students, were about to throw themselves, but Shigaraki, why the aggression? We just came to see the event up close and, of course, take our champion. Almight, they won't take anyone from here. They won't even be able to leave freely. Shigaraki, oh, but we didn't come to kidnap Nadir Almight. In fact, he's going to come of his own free will, or not, Izuku? Ronin, you came early, idiot. Shigaraki, did you think they would let you stay here after you killed your partner? Ronin, he asked for it, he talked too much. The crowd was silent. No one wanted to speak out of fear. Yaoyorozu was now in total doubt. What was true? Ronin, but before we go, could you open a portal, Kurojiri? I need some clothes. Shigaraki, don't even think we'll infiltrate UA. Ronin, no, in fact it's in the same place. Besides, you owe me, idiot. Dabi, I like him, do what he told you. Shigaraki, Kurojiri opens the portal where he tells you. The freckled man advanced and the fog made a purple portal where the boy disappeared. The angry faces were more than obvious and everyone present. All Might was fed up. Without thinking twice he stood up, but Shigaraki raised his hand. Shigaraki, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Grandpa Toshi. The blonde's face paled. Shigaraki smiled madly at this. Shigaraki, yes, that's right, I know, he told me, Nana Shimura. Who would have thought it right? Haha, look at your face. What did you think would happen when All Might found out? Did you think I would become good? Did you think that just because of my lineage I would put this aside? Ha, no. You see, in the life of every human being there are moments that define their life and path. Some may be for the better, but the best thing is that the vast majority are for the worse. Hitler could have been a great painter or engineer if he hadn't been expelled. I could have been a hero if it weren't for my curious family, and Midoriya, well, you know that case better than anyone, right? Some people saw this with fear, but mentioning the surname of a certain green-haired man caused them interest. Shigaraki, it's true, we didn't talk about that well, it'll be better now, but first for anyone who wants to heroically throw themselves into battle. The villain opened his hands and portals opened, revealing hundreds of nomas of all kinds, all standing and waiting for orders. Shigaraki, they're asleep obviously, but they only need one word and they'll have them against all the civilians. Do you think they can beat them all? All Might, wretch. Shigaraki, no, I'm just a man with a plan, an idea, a goal. But what do you think if we go back to the topic from a few minutes ago? Shigaraki's eloquence only made All Might's hair stand on end. There was too much of all for one in him, much more than he thought. The blonde was tense. Shigaraki, remember I told you there are moments that can change people's lives? Well, it's good that all these people are here. I have to say, a villain is made. He's not bad just because he needs a push. I repeat, I had a somewhat dysfunctional family, but with Midoriya, well, in fact, I have to thank you for that. Hero to everyone at UA. All Might, damn, what are you going to? Shigaraki, he was someone good, a born hero. Hell, he risked his own life for many of his students and even for All Might himself. He never asked for anything in return, but like I said, all it takes to be like me is a bad day. And he had more than one. At that moment, the screens, both inside and outside, began to show the video of Izuku and Uraraka's statement at UA. The video had the date. The brunette was surprised. How had they managed to do that? Shigaraki, for his part, just started laughing like a man. Shigaraki, how easy it is to get things when you know how and where to look, don't you think? The world is a digital book. You just have to know how to read it, or better yet, have a guide read it for you. Then videos continued to play. The static people watched them. They also saw how Ida and Uraraka started walking sometime later without saying anything to Izuku. There were also images and some videos of Izuku's mother and All Might together, either in their heroic form or as a civilian, but then. Shigaraki, did you manage to get anything? Toga, enough. The blonde took out a bottle that had a considerable amount of blood. She drank a little and then the blonde's body began to change. Soon in her place was Namuri Kayama. The rest were already beginning to see it, the symbol of peace, protector of people, of justice, of peace, and above all of truth, fell into the villain's trap. But even though it wasn't Toga in disguise, the blonde did the same with the +18 heroine as Uraraka and Ida. They began to show more videos, recorded from the streets or from UA. The cameras in Nisa's office were also seen when the first recording arrived, where Izuku was shown as the traitor, the way in which All Might was willing to finish off his pupil, all the videos, the reactions of his classmates, the treatment they had towards him, his teachers, the way they treated him. All this was made evident to all who were there with their eyes open. Then they saw the death of Inko, how she is even when the blonde never arrived she had hope in him. Finally they saw how the boy ended up in Tartaros, his trial, and the mistreatment he received daily. Shigaraki, a punishment worthy of a villain of his ilk, right? But what if he never was? What if that dangerous villain, or monster, as you call him, was nothing more than a child with a dream? Then the videos changed shots, now showing how the League recorded the supposed evidence, how twice created Izuku's clones, how Kurogiri let himself be caught to give his version of the story. Almost at the end they showed his arrival at UA as they revealed that Izuku was never guilty, and how Nisa ordered his departure despite All Might's denials. Shigaraki, God, just look at their faces, ha ha ha, they're the funniest thing in the whole damn world. The videos continued to play, now showing how the League tortured Izuku in prison. The footage showed how the boy was chained. Shigaraki, look who we have here, the Hero Deku, ladies and gentlemen, the one who swore to be the one who would protect the innocent at all costs. Ronin, what are you doing here? Shigaraki, I just came to say hello to a friend. Ronin, cell, wrong cell. Shigaraki, you mean Kurogiri? No, he can go out whenever he wants. Unlike you, ha ha ha. Ronin, you planned all this with fury. Shigaraki, bingo, ha ha ha, I knew that without you in the game everything would be easier, and it is, ha ha ha. My nomas kill everything that gets in front of them. Sometimes I wonder why I didn't think of it before. Ronin, you take me out of the way and all the chaos you come up with is reality. Shigaraki, exactly, we already speak the same language, ha ha ha, how curious, don't you think? The symbol of peace, tricked into a child, along with his other classmates. Shigaraki just laughed like crazy while everyone else, whether heroes or civilians, were terrified, somehow even disgusted. Both Class A and B felt guilty, upset with themselves and with the others, but the videos kept playing. Shigaraki, Dabi, help our new friend understand his place. Dabi, it will be a pleasure. The black-haired man approached Deku but deviated a few steps, finding the chains, and began to heat them using his quirk. They quickly turned red, the flesh began to sound, burning slowly. The sound was dry, as if it were being cooked with oil. Deku clenched his fists, trying to withstand the infernal punishment, but it didn't help much. A few seconds later Izuku began to scream loudly and terrified. Everyone heard and felt this like needles stabbing into their being. Bakugo felt furious but also regretful. And he's so stupid that he prefers to slaughter his childhood friend than listen to the truth. Uraraka, for her part, was horrified. The brunette didn't know what to think, but if there was one thing certain, it was that Izuku's screams wouldn't let her rest. Shigaraki, although I must admit something, he really congratulated UA, or I don't know if he is like that in nature, but wow, he was stubborn. I tried, but getting him to talk was impossible. Shigaraki, honestly, I don't understand why you don't want to talk. They turned their backs on you, took away your quirk, and yet you still protect them? You're weird. Ronin, her name is Bravery, maybe a little will do you good. The scene cut to another shot from a different day. Ronin, also, why do you think I'd say something to you in the first place? And then to you? Shigaraki, I guess you like living. Ronin, you ruined my life, what good would it do me? Shigaraki, I can't believe you gave up so quickly. Ronin, I challenged you to live what I lived also. Unlike you, I have principles, I have values I don't know about you. but my mom raised me well, ha. Everyone saw how the freckled man mocked despite his face completely bruised by the blows and with his hair covering his face. Momo, izuku despite everything you never. The brunette thought with clear admiration for the green-haired boy, but then she became serious, and at the same time angry when she saw how, following that comment, Shigaraki got enraged and hit Izuku with everything and then abandoned him. In the end, the boy was left hanging again. The villain continued playing the videos with complete tranquility. Shigaraki, you are unbearable and you make me angry. Deku, I have the facility. The brunette smiled, so that's where she got her sense of humor, and that characteristic way of making fun of others. Shigaraki, yes, I have to say it, we tried, believe me, we tortured him, but he never gave up, it was as if his spirit was unbreakable. The video continued to be shown in its entirety. Now you could see Deku tied up in his chains. To Yaoyorozu's horror, the boy had cuts on various parts of his body, some burns and marks from Shigaraki's disintegration, which indicated that his regeneration was not that advanced. You could also see that the entire league was with him, but what surprised her, and also caused her some curiosity, was that the freckled boy was laughing. Shigaraki, Midoriya, please tell me what's so funny. Deku, League of Villains, now that I think about it, it's a silly name. They seem pretty relaxed for being locked up like me. Shigaraki, do you think we're locked in? No, you're the only one. Kurojiri is here, but he's our exit and entry gate. Deku, they risked their partner just for this? Shigaraki, it's a very small price to pay, and with you here, we'll finally be able to overthrow the UA. Deku, they planted false evidence, turned everyone against me and killed my mother. It seems that their attack was more towards me. Shigaraki, small details, now tell me, Hero, the UA blueprints. Alarms, teacher schedules, everything you know. Deku, why do you want to know? Don't you already have everything planned? Shigaraki, we already have everything we want, but we were wondering if there was anything you might want to tell us. The freckled man remained sepulchral silent, while he thought about his words. Deku, there's something. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Rank, UA student and hero aspirant. Serial number, 549858870. And that's all you're going to hear from my lips. Shigaraki, but believe me, I am infinitely grateful that you took your time to release it. Otherwise, it would never have become what it is now. As you can see, it's thanks to you. You turned this into something. The images were of Izuku in his first year. When he still carried the name Deku with pride, he was seen working as a team, how he limited his strength and made a plan where there was a minimum number of injuries, and even when he came to attack and go too far, he apologized. Deku, sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. Shigaraki, you guys turned that into this. Now the images were totally different. A ruthless Izuku who, despite continuing to limit himself, was now less, even faster. The boy finished off all his rivals without giving them rest. He was seen brutally hitting Bakugo, Ida, Todoroki. It was seen how the boy dislocated Monoma's shoulder. Even with the girls, he did not limit himself, hitting Kendo, Pony, Uraraka, Tsuyu, etc. Finally, 2 photos were shown, one of the Izuku from before. With a shy smile, his eyes reflected that characteristic spark, his short hair like he had it, and on the other side the Ronin, a serious look. His opaque green eyes now reflected nothing. His long hair could even be seen behind his head as it fell. Ronin, you have recovery girl, right? Go cry with her. You wanted a monster, right? Then I'll show you what a bucking son of a hitch I can be. Shigaraki now entered a state of total madness. His laughter gave chills. It made everyone's hair stand on end, but above all it made them feel miserable. He won, there was no other way. Then Kurojiri's portal opened again, letting the freckled man out, now in his Ronin suit. Now he was different. Now he was scary. Not being able to see his face made it worse. Flashback. Moments earlier, in the locker room while Shigaraki was showing the videos. We can see the freckled man enter the gym, followed by Kurojiri, who was wearing his bartender outfit again. Ronin, so if you have a physical body. Kurojiri, I wouldn't call him that, but you sort of understand. Now go get your clothes. Ronin, believe me, it's much more than clothes, but tell me something. don't you distrust me? Kurojiri, what's the point of the question, boy? Ronin, well, I mean in general too, don't you distrust your allies? You know, Toga, Dabi, twice, honestly it seems like he's a little loose, spinner, Shigaraki. Kurojiri, being honest boy, you are new in this field, but you have to learn that in this business there are no companions or allies, only henchmen, simple cannon fodder, everyone distrusts everyone, in the end, we are villains, right? You are right about twice, but we know how to handle it, and as long as Toga can kill he is happy. They are not friends but we have them under control. Shigaraki is just learning, but if I have to admit something it is that only you and Dabi seem to be the only ones who understand everything. That is one less problem for me. Ronin, I see. Well, can you give me some privacy? I may be a villain, but I won't expose myself. Kurojiri, sure, take your time. The freckled boy entered the deepest part of the locker room and checked the suitcase that was there. The boy put on a smile when he saw that his suit was intact. Hatsum had repaired the damaged part. He took out his gun and the charger, making sure he had all his ammunition. His arrows and bow were also there, and most importantly, his sword. Once he finished checking it, he put it on, and once put it on, he meditated a bit. He would not let his anger take control of him. Finally, he left, meeting Kurojiri. Kurojiri, nice suit, boy, much better than the green pajamas. Ronin, thanks. By the way, it's about time, right? Shigaraki must be talking like a parrot by now. Kurojiri, the master influenced him a lot. Ronin, all for one? So the kid's all grown up. No wonder he looks like a professional speaker. The portal opened and Izuku entered just as Shigaraki stopped talking. Flashback end. Ronin looked everywhere but focused his attention on the screens that showed all the tests. Now everyone knew. The freckled man smiled under his mask. Ronin, too theatrical and spectacular for my taste. Tell me, Shigaraki, why did you do it? Why did you say I was innocent? Shigaraki, creating chaos is easy, kill a couple of children or blow up a hospital and that's it. But making people lose confidence in their heroes is much better. It's the brat's heart. We attack the heart first. Ronin, well, you're the boss, time to go, don't you think? Almight, you're not going anywhere, villains. Jumping into the arena. Shigaraki, and who's going to stop it? You. Grandpa Toshi, guess what videos Toga has of you too? The blonde opened her mouth excitedly and caressed her breasts and crotch, causing the peace blonde to break out in a cold sweat. Ronin, by the way, Shigaraki, let me put him out of his misery. Shigaraki, what? Ronin, you want them to lose hope? Let's destroy their symbol once and for all. Shigaraki just smiled maliciously. Shigaraki, go ahead then. The freckled man didn't hesitate. He turned around and started walking towards the combat arena. He stopped, took off his hood and then his mask, revealing his face, something that confused Shigaraki a little. Shigaraki, everyone already knows who you are, boy. With or without a mask, what's the point? Ronin, I want you to see the face of the one who is going to kill you. Yayorozu was scared. The freckled boy really wasn't there anymore. The girl was taken out of her thoughts when she saw an almost imperceptible movement in the sand. The girl created some binoculars, but while she was creating them, she noticed that they were coming from Ida's body. As soon as she had the object in her hand, she saw the president of her class better and realized something. He wasn't dead. There was a crater around him, but he was alive. Izuku attacked from the sides but didn't touch him. Yayorozu, that means Izuku doesn't, but the villains, they're villains. Yayorozu, for God's sake, are you really going to trust them? He has a plan. Izuku has a plan. With an open mind and her hope in the boy back at 100%, the brunette watched as Izuku slowly drew his sword. The blade began to heat up. All Might was nervous. All Might, please son, no, don't do it. Your mother wouldn't want it. Ronin, you don't know what she wants. You weren't even man enough to be honest with her, were you? The freckled boy finished drawing his sword and held it high. Bakugo was about to stop him, but as soon as he wanted to make explosions, he realized the detail: he couldn't generate them, or at least not powerful enough to be able to raise it. His body felt heavy and weaker. Then he realized. My power never belonged to you, and the few embers you have left are about to run out. The blonde knew it. That last explosion against Izuku was his end. Now Bakugo had lost one for all. The blonde was frustrated. He felt weak. He could no longer fight. On the other hand, Almight was in the same way. He was already close to his time limit. He doubted he could keep up with the freckled man. The people were nervous and terrified. What would they do if all that fury was unleashed? Shigaraki, do it, boy, take out your anger. They turn their backs on you. What will you do about it? The freckled man raised his sword without trembling. Shigaraki smiled. He managed to control the strongest boy of UA. No one would go against him now. Just one person. Insert the Pretender by Foo Fighters and enjoy. In an imperceptible movement, the boy's burning sword shot at full speed towards the Noma's brain, quickly embedding itself like a knife in butter. Shigaraki, what are you doing? Ronin, sorry, I think I slipped. The freckled man snapped his fingers and the Noma's head began to burn in flames. Shigaraki, what the hell do you think you're doing? The freckled man sketched a mocking smile. Yaoyorozu then realized it was a trap for Shigaraki. Ronin, did you really think I'd become a villain? Did you really think that for a second? Shigaraki, little son of a. Ronin, All Might, I would wholeheartedly prefer to see you die, but I'm not that sadistic. You and the other heroes get the people out of here. This is going to get ugly for everyone. The freckled boy turned to look at the blonde and he could see in the freckled boy's eyes the same spark as before, the spark of a true hero. All Might wanted to cry and apologize to the freckled boy, but he didn't say or do anything. This upset the freckled boy. Ronin, I said get the hell out, you'll die if you don't. All Might, forgive me, son. The freckled man threw his whip, wrapping it around the blonde's waist and throwing him against the stands. Endeavor, you need help, idiot. Ronin, be helpful and get everyone out, then you can help as much as you want. Shigaraki, you disappoint me, Midoriya. Ronin, well, you have to admit that you also looked very confident, don't you think, Tenko? The villain, unable to bear being called by his real name, began to scratch his neck. Shigaraki, Kurojairi, bring the Nomas. Kurojairi, yes, how pitiful, Midoriya, you would have been a good ally. Ronin, you know what's more pathetic? That you'll trust me so quickly, you big idiot. The freckled man pressed a button on his glove and explosions began to sound in Kurojairi. The villain inflated and deflated like a balloon. The necklace he had was also affected. Finally the villain fell to the ground. Kurojairi, what the buck? Ronin, to be the most polite you used a strong rudeness, ha ha ha, explosions. Almost all I could think of, in small capsules that I dropped on you when you brought me back, controlled by remote control. Kurojairi, damn brat. Ronin, what can I say? I'm a pain in the ass. Shigaraki, we'll kill you. The villain took out the device that generated the other portals, but before using it, Izuku unsheathed his weapon and shot with such precision that it went through the villain's hand and destroyed the device. He shot at the other hand, but as he was about to shoot at the chest, he had to dodge a knife from Toga. Toga, serious mistake, Greenie. Ronin, you just committed two and I'm willing to make you pay, mad. The green-haired man launched himself at the assassin, but Mr. Compress appeared in front of him. Mr. Compress, sorry, kid. Orders are orders. You'll come with the others either way. Ronin, let it be by force if you can. The freckled man launched himself. Compress was skillful. He managed to dodge the freckled man, who also had to dodge Dabi, Spinner and Toga at the same time and still fight against his own exhaustion, but he still managed to get close enough to land a blow that broke part of the mask. Ronin, the next one will be in your heart, you decide. The smiling magician launched himself again, starting a close battle. Making use of his quirk, he threw various hidden objects at him. Izuku didn't know how to dodge them because he didn't know what each one had until, fed up with his black whip and managing to camouflage him below the ground, the boy pulled Mr. Compress down and then kicked him in the face, destroying his mask but also his nose, breaking it and making him faint. Although not content with this, the boy grabbed him by the head and pulling him from the ground threw him against Twice, who was going to help his partner but was hit by him. Twice, Mr. Still alive? After checking that he is, I'm glad. Damn, I can't keep his deck of cards. The freckled man quickly went towards the Nomu and took the sword with both hands. Ronin! Dragon roar! At the freckled man's powerful cry, the flames consumed the Nomu. These were becoming more intense until they took on a light blue tone. When the sword was pulled out, the body fell heavily, and with it the freckled man who was covered from a blow from Spinner. Ronin, is this what you've degraded yourself to? From Stain's follower to Shigaraki's lapdog? You disappoint me. Spinner, shut up, you don't know anything about me. Ronin, be this, an amateur lizard who is not even the shadow of the hero killer, and who seeks his place in the world in a gang that I will personally bury. With a single cut, the freckled man ripped Spinner's scarf, and with that he made a large cut to the reptile. He kicked him in the stomach, picked him up and threw him, making him fall on his face. Ronin, only 3 left too. The freckled man directed his sword backwards, piercing twice through the stomach, who came running, trying to attack by surprise. Ronin, you know, for having such an amazing quirk taking out his sword you're a real idiot. Twice, ma damn kid. Ronin, calm down, you won't die, or at least if you stop moving, now I'll go for the 2 real headaches. Suddenly his predatory sense warned him. He quickly turned around and found Toga. Ronin, just the damn girl I wanted to see. Toga, don't say that, baby, you'll break my heart. Ronin, I'll break more than that. The blonde slapped herself in response, but an annoyed Ronin approached her with clear intentions, but the assassin threw knives at him at full speed. Most of them could be deflected, but many others hit their target, or managed to cut him. Ronin, thinking, damn, I'm tired, but if I use the Makiri I'll end up worse. I have no choice. If they come back it will be the end, but if I can leave them as bad as me it will be a good option. The freckled man put away his sword and covered his arms with the black whip. The blonde didn't stop attacking, but the freckled man dodged them. The last one deflected it with his arm, got close enough and managed to hit the blonde in the face, ran towards her, dragged her on the ground. Picked her up and hit her again, but then the girl started to laugh. Her face was covered in cuts and stained with blood, but she was smiling, totally excited. Toga, I didn't know you liked it so rough, baby. I'm sure you got hard as a rock. Izuku, you like that crazy? Toga, you should see me down there. Ronin, then you'll love this. The freckled man lifted her up with his black whip and drew his sword. He hit the tip with the blonde's belly and prepared to attack. The blonde could see the freckled man's gaze, and a light cold sweat ran down her back. That crazed gaze, full of anger and ready for anything. Toga, it's wait, baby, this isn't how you play this game. Ronin, the game is over. The freckled man was about to attack the girl when he felt a small warm breeze behind him. Dobby, about to attack him, you know, it really is a shame. I wouldn't have been the only one with this damn firepower. Ronin, it may be cursed, but you're good at using it, right? The villain ignited his fist and Izuku threw the villain away, who hit her head due to the fall and became unconscious. On the other hand, the villain launched his attack. The fire surrounded the freckled man. Dobby thought he had won. No one could survive that but. Ronin, cursed? If you truly knew your power, you would know that it is not cursed. With fire, we could create a perfect poetry of life. Besides, you would know that you cannot burn another possessor of a fire quirk. The fire began to spin like a whirlwind and everything disappeared, leaving the freckled man who had a serious face. Dobby then cursed himself for his wish. Izuku approached him at full speed and using his metallic arm hit him countless times in the face. Shigaraki, damn brat, we gave you. Ranmin, suffering and pain, but that ends today. The freckled one drew his sword. Ronin, are you ready to die, League of Idiots? Ryujin no Ken Wakuri. Making his movements, the boy activated his one for all, and then as he promised Yayorozu he released all his power. The fire took shape. The imposing dragon appeared, but this time different. The flames did not have a light green tone as before. The complete dragon was now that greenish color. Its legs were more visible and with sharp and threatening claws, and to impress even more, it had wings. The beast gave off some light but larger and more noticeable rays. With his sword, the freckled man made it surround the entire league, who saw this impressed. The freckled man used one of Todoroki's pillars as a base, and the huge reptile climbed, tangled up, and then spread its wings and opened its snout. Ronin, it's time for your death, hero's comet. Ayu no suisei, ayu no suisei. The huge dragon took flight and plummeted down on Ronin, who extended his open hand. The dragon disappeared and for a few seconds nothing happened. Shigaraki, and what are you going to do now, kid? Kill us with air? The villain could barely finish saying this when a huge ball of fire appeared before his eyes and those of everyone outside who could see it. It looked like a small sun, but its heat was suffocating. Even to the terror of the League, green rays also came out. The freckled man held it with his open left hand, but without the villain's noticing, or perhaps too scared to realize he was trembling. Ronin, whispering, "Damn, this is too much power. I thought if I used Dabi's flames it would be easier to control, but it only lightened it by a little. I have to make them go away." Everyone outside saw what the cameras were recording. The place was empty. The heroes were about to go help him when they felt the heat surge. Endeavor, he used that. He really dared. Is he stupid? Nizu, I trust that it is part of his plan. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, thinking, if he uses that he won't be able to use his pyrokinesis anymore. Shigaraki, crazy son of a hitch, if you throw that we'll all die. Ronin, if I take you to hell it will be worth the price. Shigaraki, Kurojairi, bring all the nomas now. Ronin, are you really going to do that? If I drop this, goodbye plan, goodbye nomas, I'd finish you off in one move. Kurojairi, he's right Tamura. The freckled boy could bear less and less the weight of that enormous attack. Without thinking of anything else but his salvation and a certain jet black hair, the boy used 100% of One for All and mixed it with his Makiri. Finally, with his black whips he completely covered his left arm, making it bigger. This made him able to better withstand the enormous power he had. Ronin, you see, Tenko? I can take the hit without any problem, but what about you? Can you heal before you get charred? The villain was in doubt. He couldn't believe that the freckled man would really throw that huge amount of energy, but his companions were also badly injured. He couldn't fight at 100% and the other heroes would soon be there, and he couldn't take on so many. Shigaraki then just nodded reluctantly. Shigaraki, damn you. The freckled man raised his arm higher and made the sign that he was going to throw it. Ronin, I'll see you in hell. Shigaraki, Kurojairi. Kurojairi, yes Tamura. Shigaraki. The fog made a portal that swallowed his companions. Shigaraki, see you hero. Ronin, send my regards to All for One, tell him I'll come and kill him. The portal closed. Finally the threat had passed, but now there was another. Izuku couldn't release his enormous fireball. He no longer had strength. The freckled man was in trouble now. Ronin, damn, I knew it was a bad idea. This is a technique I can only use once. Endeavor, boy, undo the attack, you won. Ronin, I know, but I can't. I don't have enough strength to do it. Nizu, damn, not everything could go so well. The weight was gaining on the freckled man. His body was burning. He begged for rest. Even his healing factor had been deactivated. Now he felt all his wounds. Ronin, no more. I can do it anymore. Endeavor could disperse fire by making it explode. Nizu, the heat is too much even for you. Just watch it. The green-haired man had stopped using his whips, but now the paint was flying up like strips of flesh. The arm was turning black. Soon it would be of no use. Ronin, I have an idea. I don't know how it will work. Nizu, what do you think, son? Ronin, you'll see. Cover yourselves, and if I split in half, don't cry for me. Endeavor, what? It's going to split in half? Ronin began to exert force with everything he had. It was his last resort, but the cost was high because if it worked he would lose the use of all his power, and that would be the least of his problems. Ronin, it's all I have. I'm the boss, I'm the boss, I'm the boss, and I'm not weak. The freckled man lowered his hand and then raised it again at full speed, hitting the sphere and slowly raising it. His concentration was inhuman, his gaze fixed on his objective. The sphere left the enclosure. Yaoyorozu saw it with a certain touch of fear. Yaoyorozu, I use it but Izuku doesn't. The brunette flew back and at full speed. The sphere had already reached a good height in the arena. Ronin saw it and knew that either he would die of a stroke or he would manage to save everyone. Ronin, I hope I don't die. Momo would kill me. He joined his two hands and separated them with force. What happened? The sphere burst. The result? Even being too high, the heat wave was felt. The shock wave was also disastrous, uprooting trees, raising dust. Even some people were moved by it. Endeavor covered Nizu until everything stopped being felt. When they looked up, they could see the freckled man standing. His robotic arm had been destroyed, remaining only up to the elbow. In some parts, the flesh had been lifted to reveal the muscle. The blood did not stop coming out. The two men were going to see him, but before they arrived, he fell to the ground, and a few seconds later, Yaoyorozu at full speed picked him up. Insert just another hero. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, please talk to me. Ronin Milglnad. Yaoyorozu, what? Izuku, I didn't understand you. Ronin, MW Wustras Apladerndo, Quagaru. Yaoyorozu, what? Don't play with me, Izuku. Ronin, managing to move and breathe a little better, get off me, you're crushing me, Momo. The brunette saw that her knees were on the boy's stomach, but because of the running and worry she didn't notice. Yaoyorozu, I'm really sorry. Ronin, hey look, no, I didn't die. Yaoyorozu, you're an idiot. Look at me worrying like this, are you suicidal? Ron, from the way he endured you yelling at me, I'm beginning to think so. Yaoyorozu, this isn't the time for stupid games. Izuku, you could have died. Ronin, but I didn't do it, did I? Relax, princess. You won't get rid of me that easily. The girl wanted to hit the freckled man, make him apologize, but the only thing she could do was give him a hug, which surprised the freckled man a little. Ronin, wow, seeing me near death makes you soft. I was hoping you'd finish me off with blows. Yaoyorozu, I'm thinking about it, believe me, but for now, shut up and leave me alone, okay? Izuku, you did it. You saved them all and proved you're innocent. Ronin, I wasn't really interested, I just wanted to get out of trouble and away from that idiot. Yaoyorozu, you do remember that by using that technique you won't be able to use your pyrokinesis until tomorrow, right? Ronin, it was worth it, I just need to rest well and eat a lot to be 100% again. Yaoyorozu, your wounds aren't healing. Ronin, seriously? Shit, I knew something like this could happen. Yaoyorozu, what happened? Ronin, I combined Makiri with my quirk to sustain and then to explode the attack. Now I won't be able to access any of my power, my wounds won't regenerate. Yaoyorozu, you also lost an arm. Ronin, we mustn't forget that, damn, I knew the risk was great but… Yaoyorozu, but you couldn't just sit back and do nothing, right? Ronin, sometimes I would like to but no, besides I was tired, I come from fighting against many people, the comet was my only option. Everyone would run if they saw a tiny sun so close, or at least it would be the most logical thing to do, except if you were a marshmallow villain, would that count as cannibalism? Yaoyorozu, you're a fool but also a hero. Ronin, thank you. Yaoyorozu, although a big fool most of the time, Ronin, admit it, I'm adorable. Yaoyorozu, do I have to do it? The freckled man smiled slightly, but then a pain forced him to remove his smile. Endeavor and Nizu arrived with them both. It had already been too much of a goodbye, the rodent thought. Nizu, Miss Yaoyorozu? Excuse me for interrupting, but we need to take your classmate to get medical attention. Yaoyorozu, yes. Sorry, please take care of this fool. The freckled man looked up, ready to mock Yaoyorozu, but… Yaoyorozu, pretending to care keeps the team together. Ronin, good one. When the other heroes entered and reached where the freckled man was, they saw the disaster. Cementos created a stretcher for Izuku and took him away. Endeavor, a little exaggerated, but you did it, boy, damn, you really did it. Nizu, why did he pretend to kill young Ida? Ronin, I want to think they were waiting for a sign, they were taking too long and I thought if they saw me killing someone they would come, I was right. Snipe, for someone in your condition, your wounds don't seem to hurt. Ronin, it's not that they don't hurt, I'm used to it. Nizu, rest easy, kid. You did well. You'll recover. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu just watched him walk away, but that's when the girl finally understood. She cupped her chest and breathed. Her heart was pounding, but she finally understood. Yaoyorozu, okay, I admit it, I think I fell in love with a superhero, smiling embarrassed. On the other hand, outside people were watching screens in different places playing breaking news. In fact, all media were announcing it. Social networks, internet, television, radio, newspapers were already preparing a small newspaper with the news. Ida had finally woken up. He tried to hug Uraraka, but the brunette moved away from him. The blue-haired man was confused until he looked up and then he saw the news. He saw how the reporters publicly apologized to the green-haired man. He saw the recordings. How Shigaraki confessed that Izuku was never the traitor. How he broadcast the videos showing how the blue-haired man and the brunette cheated on him. Finally, how the freckled man stood up to the group of villains. Ida felt his eyes moisten when he read the title that almost everyone had. From Traitor to Savior. From Villain to Hero, Izuku Midoriya. Innocent. Chapter 20. The Exoneration of Izuku Midoriya. It's been a few days since the sports festival. Izuku was still hospitalized since he had apparently fallen into a small coma, but now he was in the medical wing of UA. Meanwhile, his teachers decide his future now that he is innocent. Nizu, the academy will close its doors. We will send the students discreetly to their homes, understand? Endeavor, no problem with that. Well, actually yes, he doesn't have a home. Almight, what about his house in Mizudafu? Endeavor, I bought it so no one would get in, but people know who he is. With what happened, do you think there aren't people around? Everyone will want an interview with him. Almight, I can take it home. Endeavor, what's with this? What came out of Tartarus is not my son. Almight, you didn't see what I saw. When he turned to look at me, I could see it in his eyes. All the time off at that moment they showed the spark of a hero, that flame of will my son was there. Endeavor, are you listening? I know redemption exists, but it's one thing to be a son of a hitch to my children, and quite another to let their mother die and lock them up without believing in them. Almight, what are you implying? Endeavor, you'd be lucky if the guy trusted you again. Almight, are you forgetting who trained him? Who gave him a quirk and the chance to be a hero? Endeavor, he was already a hero before. One for All only gave him that boost, and as for training, was that really training? All he achieved was having broken bones. Almight, as if you could do better. Endeavor, who do you think trained him during his time in Tartarus? Who do you think encouraged him to never give up? Almight, no wonder he turned into an aggressive bastard. Endeavor, I trusted him unlike you, and it wasn't just me. Other teachers also helped him because he is someone who always showed that he didn't care about anything other than people's safety, something that unfortunately you never understood, or if you did, you forgot when you arrested him. Almight, how dare you? Endeavor, how dare I? Who was the one who chased him down, beat him up, and imprisoned him? Who hunted him down like a dog while he cheated on his mother without caring, and then was showered with praise? Tell me, can you really sleep knowing what you did? Almight, and what do you know about that? Endeavor, I think that between the two of us I know best, because I've made mistakes, because I know what it's like for society to judge you, to fear you, and I don't want that for the boy. Both adults were getting dangerously close. Almight was not going to allow the redhead to talk to him like that. Endeavor for his part wanted the blonde to admit it. He screwed up. Nizu finally got between them. Nizu, I recognize that a fight between you would be fun, but we are not here to fight, gentlemen. The boy has already been released from all charges, both legal and social. We cannot fix everything in his life, but at least he will have a life now. There will be no need to worry that every time he goes out there will be news on the front page with his face, and accusing him of being a kidnapper or who knows how much more nonsense, and that should make us happy. Almight lowered his head. He was glad to know that everyone knew the truth but also knew what he had done. The blonde was sorry, but Endeavor's words were completely right. He wanted to make amends, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. Endeavor, he'll take it home, to my home. Nizu was surprised, but not as much as Almight. Almight, what? Endeavor, what you heard. Maybe I'm nothing to the boy, but he trusts me and Shoto, so it will be a safe environment for him. Almight, you're stupid if you really think I'll let my son go with you. Endeavor, gain his trust and affection and he's yours. Izuku isn't a dog or an object, but I want him to be safe, to live with more people. In my house there will be Rei, Fuyumi and Natsuo besides Shoto and me. In yours there's only you and who else? Oh right, you live with Midnight now. That doesn't sound very good, let's say. The blonde looked at Endeavor with clear annoyance. His words were true, but he had no reason. Nizu, By the way, little Eri will also go with him. Since Izuku is free, there's no reason to keep her with us any longer, and she was under preventive guardianship by Inko Midoriya, so when she died, Almight, she would move in with me since Inko was my partner. Nizu, but not your wife, since there is no link beyond words, which apparently doesn't matter much to you. Eri would live with the family closest to Inko, which is Izuku, so you decide, NG. Endeavor, there's nothing to think about, the family shouldn't break up, the two of you are coming with me. Ray would like to have the girl in the house. All Might, of course he would like it, he couldn't enjoy Fuyumi's childhood. Endeavor, if it's that much of a problem for you, then you should have thought about it before messing with Midnight when you had a partner. All Might, you talk to me like that? Who abused his wife and family in the past? Endeavor, you said it in the past. I know it's not easy to forgive, but I tried. I never stopped trying to get her forgiveness and I succeeded, and also unlike you I never cheated on my wife because I don't know your case with Inko, but at least I do love and respect Ray. The redhead was forceful in his words. He turned around and signed the sheet that Niza had taken out. He turned around and prepared to leave, but All Might, stop him if you do anything to Izuku. Endeavor, you better than anyone should know that I'm not the same as before. All Might, I don't want to fight you, NG, but you're forcing me. Endeavor, I wouldn't be afraid. Would it be a 5-minute fight or not? The redhead released the grip and continued walking until he entered the infirmary, where he saw a recovery girl put a wet cloth on his forehead. Endeavor, trying to atone for your sins? Recovery girl, I help where I can. Endeavor, leave me alone with him. The old woman left and the redhead stood for a few minutes. Endeavor, I know you're awake, brat. The redhead tapped Izuku, and he opened his eyes slightly. Ronin, I was sleeping so comfortably. Endeavor, time to wake up, can you move? Ronin, yes, a little limited, but yes, what does Endeavor-sensei need? Endeavor, take off your sensei. I stopped being that a long time ago. Now pack your clothes and your blanket, we're leaving. Ronin, us? But where? Don't you think you're being a little vague with your words? Endeavor, they're closing UA for a few days while they check security and everything. Everyone will be sent home, and I think you know what your situation is. Ronin, vultures. Endeavor, we all have to live off something. They're just doing their job, but if you don't want them to eat you. Ronin, I get the point. When are we leaving? Endeavor, early tomorrow morning. For now, if you can move, arrange your things, or rest a little. Can you use some of your quirk? Ronin, negative. You know that using the Suisei makes me lose the ability to use my pyrokinesis. Endeavor, what about one for all? Ronin, I just learned that if I mix my quirks and abilities I lose the ability to use them. I don't have all of one for all. I guess I have to recover first. Endeavor, and I assume your healing factor stopped as well. Ronin, yes, I think so. Endeavor, what will we do? Ronin, I just have to eat, you know how it works. Endeavor, yes, it's like filling up a car with gas. Ronin, good allegory, I can move but I have my limits, showing the broken arm. Endeavor, we don't know when David can come for now. Ronin, at least he'll come. It will be difficult to be like this. Endeavor, if you look at it on the bright side, you won't have to worry about breaking bones in at least one arm. Ronin, good joke. The redhead just smiled. He could never share something like that with any of his children. He regretted that, and although he did not expect to redeem his mistakes, he did like to share moments like these with Izuku, since with Shoto they were only limited to some serious talks. Endeavor, come on, making a sling with bandages that will serve to hide it. You will have to get used to the long sleeves so that no one notices, at least until they come and repair it. Ronin, more of a pity. Perfect, well, I guess there is no other option. Endeavor, only my wife knows. I told her so she could help us, and I don't want to lie to her anymore. Ronin, that's nice of you. Endeavor, shut up, brat, you should be happier. You don't have to shut yourself away in solitude anymore. You can go out, you're a free man. Ronin, it feels so weird, now no one will see me scared. Well, a hero always saves everyone, so it wouldn't change much, and by the way, how is everyone doing? Endeavor, somewhat scared and shocked, or at least that's what I could see that day. You slept a lot, Izuku. but far from that you saved everyone. Ronin, they'll start bucking around again. Endeavor, that's why you'll come with me, you know. Come with me if you want to live. Ronin, as funny as it may seem, if it fits you, ha ha ha, it hurts even to laugh. Endeavor, I'll tell Shoto to help you with your things. By the way, he doesn't know about the prosthesis. Ronin, that's good. Only one person knows and I feel good about that. Endeavor, it's your decision to say it or not after all. For now, come, I'll take you to your room. Ronin, don't even think about charging me. Endeavor, first of all, you're not a baby, and secondly, I didn't even do that with my children. Here's a crutch. The freckled man stood up as best he could and began to walk with Endeavor's help. When they left, they found Todoroki, who was about to enter. Todoroki, the director called me. You already told him, right? Endeavor, yes, your mother already knows too. Todoroki, Mom left the hospital, me too, you too, and Midoriya, he almost lived there. At this rate we'll have a curse. Ronin, don't make me leave you any longer, Shoto. Todoroki, understood, let's move on. By the way, how are your wounds? I thought you were all healed. Ronin, I do. Todoroki, and that broken arm? Is it an ornament of some kind? Ronin, I challenge you to run out of strength. This is the logical result. By the way, how are Bakugo and Ida? Todoroki, Ida is fine and I'm afraid Bakugo is too. Ronin, well, not everything could go as well as one wants. Todoroki, by the way, Mummy, I'll go help you with your things. I hope you don't have anything perverted. Ronin, mind your words, so beloved. Endeavor, without the two of us fighting, the house wouldn't hold up. By the way, Eri's coming with us too. Ronin, really? That's great, I won't feel so alone. Todoroki, Mom and Fuyumi will go crazy. Ronin, as long as they don't comb her hair strange, there's no problem. Isn't there another girl in your house? Todoroki, I don't have a younger brother and Fuyumi doesn't have any children and I hope it stays that way. Ronin, understood, let's go get my things, well, the little I have. Todoroki, I don't think it's too little. Endeavor, I'll see you guys tomorrow then. I'll send Mirio a message to tell him I'll stop by Eri. Ronin, she was in Mirio's care? Endeavor, it was her decision, she is in the care of the big three, she moved away from Aizawa after what happened. Ronin, yes, he told me that he moved away from Aizawa but I didn't know about the big three, so send him a message, I'll take care of my room. Endeavor, I don't know how you'll sleep with all those wounds. Ronin, well, it's okay that I don't have a bed, but believe me, I'll sleep comfortably. Todoroki, good excuse to say you're poor. Endeavor, okay, here you go, stop fighting, I'll leave you guys. Todoroki, watching his father leave, he finally left. Ronin, wretch, ha ha ha, you should consider talking to him, he's a good person, sorry at heart. Todoroki, I know, but he won it, although you're right, maybe I'll talk to him more, he really tried hard to improve. Ronin, but anyway, help me get to my room. Todoroki, you will face his fury. Ronin, who's? Todoroki, don't play dumb. Ronin, I know, I don't think he'll get angry, I'm still alive, that's what matters. Todoroki, what about the others? Everyone already knows you're innocent, what will you do now? Ronin, what do you want me to do? Todoroki, I don't know, I want to know your own answer. Ronin, could I beat them up for not believing in me? Todoroki, option B? Ronin, seriously, I won't do anything, if they finally see it, it's not my problem, I was always innocent. Todoroki, I bet everyone will ask you when you plan to return to the suit, right? Ronin, what a great disappointment they will have. Todoroki, personally, the new suit looks better, it's a little more intimidating, the green one looked more like a cartoon rabbit. Ronin, what a great friend you are. Todoroki, well, at least you're better now, will you stop being so brutal when fighting? Ronin, only if they don't ask for it. Todoroki, sounds like a very difficult job for them, especially Bakugo. Ronin, no fool, my quirk is gone. Todoroki, what do you mean he finished it? Ronin, a quirk can't just be removed and passed on like nothing, they're not candy, there are inhibitor bullets but nothing more. What Almight did was synthesize my quirk and give it to Bakugo, but the stupid guy finished it at the festival. Todoroki, a weaker version. Ronin, exactly. Todoroki, I thought about it. If you could finish off your enemies with one hit but you would break your bones and he couldn't. He was strong but he was missing something. Ronin, now you know. The boys arrived at Deku's room. As soon as they opened it, they could see that the freckled boy didn't have much of a problem. Even Todoroki looked a bit surprised. Ronin, I told you so. Todoroki, are all your clothes there? Pointing at the furniture. Ronin, do you have a problem? First drawer is t-shirts, second drawer is shirts, third drawer is t-shirts, fourth drawer is pants, fifth drawer has my boxers, and the last drawer is my socks. Todoroki, and he looks small. Ronin, are you going to stay there the whole time? Todoroki, does your computer have a case? Ronin, they ransacked my room and Bakugo had it. Do you think it has a case? Todoroki, I'll wrap it in cardboard and tape. Ronin, I'm in charge of making my bed. Todoroki, if you can call that a bed. Ronin, I'm considering living alone at this rate. Todoroki, what about your hero suit? Ronin, 2 days passed in which I was in a coma, right? Todoroki, actually just one. Ronin, well anyway, my suit should be here. The freckled man lifted the blanket, revealing a trapdoor, but before Todoroki could ask any questions, Izuku hit it, causing it to open suddenly. Todoroki, like. Ronin, I didn't make it, I just planned it. Niza personally made the mechanism. It only opens in 2 ways, with the key that the director has, which is unique, or with a blow from me. Todoroki, 1 hit? It doesn't seem too hard to open. Ronin, you don't understand. 1 blow from me. I mean only someone who can match my strength exactly can open it. Todoroki, I see. No wonder the director made it personally. What are you keeping there? Ronin, my computer and my hero suit. The freckled man took out the briefcase. When he opened it, he could see that everything was in its place. Nothing was missing except the bullets he used. Ronin, everything is in order. Todoroki, can I see your suit? Ronin, of course. The precise one gave him the jacket, and Todoroki opened it, revealing the lining. He had been curious about it for days. When he opened it, he could see that on the outside it was black with green lines, but on the inside it was green with some black lines that he knew perfectly well. Todoroki, you don't use it as is. Ronin, my mother made the suit. I respect her memory in this way. Todoroki, I see. Ronin, by the way, Shoto. The freckled man took an envelope containing many tickets from the compartment. The two-tone man put his jacket back in with the rest of his suit, and as soon as he closed the briefcase, the envelope fell out. The boy saw it, picked it up, and saw its contents. He seemed somewhat thoughtful and looked up to see his companion. Ronin, I just want to say thank you. Todoroki, it was nothing, Izuku. The green-haired boy extended his hand and Todoroki took it, shaking it. The freckled boy took the envelope and put it back in its place. In the envelope were tickets that showed how the Todoroki family bought Izuku's house to keep it safe and never let Inko's tombstone be neglected or worse, looted. In the envelope was a photo of Izuku with his mother and Todoroki. Ronin, that shows me that you don't get along as badly with your father as you make out mockingly. Todoroki, screw you and hurry up. Izuku just smiled amusedly and got to work. The boys finished soon. The few things the freckled boy had were stored in 2 backpacks, one with straps and a crossbody one. Ronin, ready. Todoroki, we agreed that we can't take that TV. Ronin, I hope when we get back it's still there. Todoroki, you know what would happen to you if you touched them. Ronin, yes, I think so. Todoroki, well, I'm leaving you. I have to go see Tsuyu. She's not hurt, but... Ronin, I know, better go with her. I'll see you early tomorrow morning. Todoroki, yes, by the way, please try to behave in my house, don't try to kill anyone. Ronin, you know I'm not a walking teapot killer. Todoroki, I had to be sure. The two-colored one left, and the freckled one stayed looking at his room. The only thing he would leave would be his blankets/bed because he didn't see the point in taking them with him. Ronin, living with a family it will be weird, at least Eri will be with me. At that moment someone knocked on the door. The freckled man opened it only to receive a blow to the head from Yaoyorozu. Ronin, you're taking advantage of the fact that I can't move much, right? Thinking, damn, even my predatory sense is off. Yaoyorozu, you earned it for being an idiot and reckless. Ronin, it's been a day, stop complaining. Yaoyorozu, you know I stayed up all night guarding you, right? Because your stupidity exhausted your strength. Ronin, really? Hey, thanks even though I didn't ask for it. Yaoyorozu, you're supposed to be my idiot friend, someone has to take care of you. Ronin, ah how cute and cheesy. Yaoyorozu, at least I didn't lose an arm. Ronin, you had to get it out. Yaoyorozu, nobody knows, I think not even Almight and Shigaraki didn't show or mention it, will you continue to hide it? Ronin, yes, I don't want any more pity than they will show when we return. Yaoyorozu, I thought you had killed Ida. Ronin, you're not the first one to tell me that, don't worry, I don't kill, I already told you, I'm not. Yaoyorozu, you're not the bad guy here. Ronin, exactly. Yaoyorozu, hey, by the way, I don't know if you've heard, but we. Ronin, they'll send us home, I know that. Yaoyorozu, I see. Well, I wanted to tell you that now that you've been cleared of all charges, and you no longer have anything to fear, would you like to go out to eat? Nothing fancy, I promise. Raising her hand. Ronin, no need to do that, Momo, but thanks, maybe I'll accept your offer. Yaoyorozu, hee, a normal outing, without getting drugged and creating weapons of destruction. Ronin, on a small and large scale, don't forget. Yaoyorozu, hee, but I wouldn't use it with you. Ronin, that's great, that makes me a little happy, hee. Yaoyorozu, yes, hey Izuku, many have not arrived yet or are arranging their things, the kitchen is empty, do you want to go and prepare something? The freckled man just raised his eyebrow, the brunette realized how stupid he had sounded so he smiled. Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry, you know it wasn't my intention, I'll prepare. Ronin, let it be something quick, Momo, I don't want any surprises right now. Yaoyorozu, you're right, but let's also see what there is to prepare. The two boys left the room. Izuku only put on a jacket to cover what remained of the prosthesis while Yaoyorozu created a padded sling so that his broken arm could be seen. Ronin, this is a bit awkward to use. Yaoyorozu, there's no other way, you're the one who doesn't want them to notice. Ronin, right, well let's go. The jet black girl found some ingredients and managed to make a seafood ramen. Izuku for his part managed to make some cream cheese or beef onigiri. The boys went back to the freckled boy's room with the food. The jet black girl created a light stool although it looked too elegant for the Ronin's taste. Ronin, you take her to your room after eating. Yaoyorozu, it would give your room a touch of distinction. Ronin, only you and Todoroki have entered here when I am here, believe me when I tell you that I would not care about the style of distinction or refinement. Yaoyorozu, that's true, but at least leave it while we're out. Once we get back to UA I'll bring it to you, deal? Ronin, okay, deal, now eat or it will get cold. Yaoyorozu, you want to put something on TV? Ronin, we're stuck with the Halloween saga, shall we see the last one? Yaoyorozu, you read my mind. The boys watched the movie and talked a little. When they left the brunette went to her room. She had a classic serene and calm air about her, but the reality is that inside she was extremely nervous. She never thought that falling in love or having an attraction towards someone would leave her in that state. Yaoyorozu, control yourself, don't let because I had to admit it. It's so hard, okay. I hope he didn't notice. Now think about where. The girl was interrupted when she saw a girl with violet hair coming towards her. Momo quickly changed her face to a serious one. Flashback. Yaoyorozu, hey, what's wrong? The brunette had noticed that for some time now her best friend Kyukujiro had distanced himself from her. At first it started mildly, but now it even seemed that he was avoiding her at all costs. This attitude was not only limited to the violet-haired girl, almost all of her classmates avoided contact with the younger Yaoyorozu. Jiro, excuse me, what? Yaoyorozu, that attitude, what's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong to you or something? Jiro, no, how do you think, if you are such a good friend, sarcastic? Yaoyorozu, really, Kyuka? Jiro, well, what do you want me to say? It's weird seeing you not with that villain. Yaoyorozu now realized that everyone's attitude was because she was hanging out with Izuku. Yaoyorozu, I'm not with him all the time. Jiro, but more than with us. Yaoyorozu, you're being ridiculous. Jiro, ridiculous me. Who joins that traitor when they used to condemn him? Yaoyorozu, if you let him explain it you would understand. Jiro, what? Are you serious? Do you think he'd tell the truth? They recorded him, girl. There's proof he sold us out to the League. He tricked Uraraka. Yaoyorozu, that's perfectly debatable and you know it. Jiro, anyway, I'm just saying that this is your fault. Yaoyorozu, my fault? Are you saying that just because I talked to Izuku, no one will talk to me now? Jiro, take it as you wish, girl. Yaoyorozu, and what about the others? What about Shoji, Ojiro, Tokoemi, Shinso and Todoroki? They talked to him. Jiro, and have you seen them talk to you? Yaoyorozu, seriously? You were my best friend, and now you're going to ostracize me just because I talked to her? Because I believe in redemption? Jiro, you're very innocent, Yaoyorozu. Flashback end. Yaoyorozu walked past the rocker who no longer looked hurt but couldn't look up when she saw who she would cross paths with. Yaoyorozu, and I'm the innocent one? The girl continued walking calmly until she reached her room where she put her things away. The girl didn't want to take anything because at home her room was waiting for her just as she had left it, maybe a little dusty, but she was sure that her mother would send her to clean it as always. Night had come sooner than she thought. The girl smiled a little because she knew she had spent a large part of the day with the freckled boy, but after that Uraraka's words came to her mind. Get away from me, Izuku. The girl closed her eyes annoyed. Who did she think she was, saying that to him? Especially after what he did to her? Yaoyorozu was a little upset, although this changed to surprise when she clearly heard sounds outside her window. When she looked out she could see that it was Izuku, who was trying to train, although his tiredness and injuries weren't helping him much. The girl saw him amused. He looked somewhat tender trying to train, and she found it admirable that he trained despite his injuries and the lack of an arm, although after a few seconds the girl got upset. Yaoyorozu, wait, is he training in that state? Idiot. The girl began to think at full speed, although the discomfort made it a little difficult. Yaoyorozu, rubber center with 2 layers of rubber, usually they have nylon or wool felt. No, that's leather. Now think, rubber is an elastic polymer. Okay, I just have it perfectly contemplated. It has cis-1 for polysoprene, isoprene polymer or 2-methylbutadiene. C5H8, which is also known as latex. This is harder than I thought. Okay, leather is, well, from the start it has to be synthetic, and that's a polymeric. It's made of a plastic coating, a light layer of polyurethane. It also has a layer of some polyester. The girl racked her brains. It was easier to do everything when you have a notebook with all the materials and their configuration, but at least it worked. The girl took out a small brown ball. When she looked out she saw that Izuku was still there, so she quietly opened the window and prepared to immediately throw the ball, hitting the boy's head, who rubbed himself in quite a bit of pain because it had hit a wound that had not yet healed properly. Ronin, damn, that hurt. Who the ball? Looking up, Momo? Damn, hey genius, don't throw things like this because it really hurts. Yaoyorozu, believe me, after what it cost me to create it, having hit you makes me feel better. What are you doing out here? Ronin, I'm trying to cook for sure, isn't it obvious? Yaoyorozu, with those wounds you will only hurt yourself more. Ronin, yes, I think you're right. Yaoyorozu, go back to your room. Ronin, I can't sleep. Yaoyorozu, listen to me before we wake someone up. Come on, you better get up quickly. The girl created a rope and threw it to him. The freckled man, seeing that he had no choice, agreed to climb. Ronin, doing it with one hand is difficult. Yaoyorozu, is that better than leaving you out there? How did you get out? Ronin, jumping, it wasn't the best idea. I hurt myself a little with the fall. Yaoyorozu, you're hopeless. Come on, let's see. Why does your back feel wet? The brunette lifted her back to see cross lines on her back from which blood was coming out. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, what the hell happened to your back? Ronin, are they still there? I got them in the fight with Bakugo's explosion. I thought they were already closed. Yaoyorozu, they're open and bleeding a lot. I'm going to have to sew them up. Ronin, don't even think about poking me with the ouch. Damn, that hurt. The girl had created a needle and bit with it the freckled man. Yaoyorozu, late, believe me, after that ball, anything is easy. Ronin, you better disinfect it, or it will be worse for me. The jet quickly went for a glass of water and put it in a metal kettle and then took out an electric grill from one of her pieces of furniture. Ronin, should I ask? Yaoyorozu, this is how I make my tea when I'm here. Now shut up, I'll clean the wound. The girl took alcohol and cotton from a piece of furniture, poured a little and began to clean. The freckled man didn't say anything or do anything to complain, but every time he felt the alcohol he just clenched his teeth and fists. After a while the girl passed him the needle. Yaoyorozu, disinfect it. Izuku tried to use his pyrokinesis in vain because not a single flame came out of there. Yaoyorozu, in boiling water, leave the cup there, Izuku. Ronin, thank you. The freckled man cleaned the needle and passed it to Yaoyorozu, who didn't take long and began to stitch the wounds, although now the green-haired man showed signs of pain. Ronin, can you do it more carefully? It really hurts, Momo. Yaoyorozu, stop being a reckless fool. Ronin, at this rate you'll be cleaning up new wounds that you caused. Yaoyorozu, it's almost done, ready, as good as new. It turned out pretty good for the first time I've done it. Ronin, I'll never let you come near me with a needle again. Yaoyorozu, you better go to your room, you won't sleep here. Ronin, why not? You slept in mine, it's a fair trade. Yaoyorozu, because I do have a bed and you wouldn't sleep comfortably outside now. See you tomorrow. The brunette pushed the freckled boy out of the room and closed the door. Izuku had no choice but to walk towards the elevator, but when he was a little far from the girl's room she came out. Yaoyorozu, hey Izuku. Ronin, what's up? Yaoyorozu, sorry to chase you away, but tomorrow we have to go to our houses. Ronin, ha, true, nothing happens, Yaoyorozu. Thanks for reminding me. Yaoyorozu, rest, Izuku. Ronin, smiling, you too, Momo. The freckled man bowed his head slightly to bow and went to the elevator, where he pressed the corresponding button. Yaoyorozu, I think I can handle this better. Thus ended the day for the pair of heroes who in their respective rooms thought things over. Ronin, I think I can finally sleep soundly. Nana, appearing, I asked why it will be. Ronin, don't bother me, okay? Nana, hee now I can, boy, she made you a little soft, that's good. Ronin, he didn't make me soft, I'm just grateful. Nana, when are you going to tell him? Ronin, never, I've been through that, it's just bullshit. Nana, if you say so, I say this might be a good thing for you. With those words the spirit of the seventh wielder returned to One for All, while Izuku felt that after so much time he could sleep comfortably. Chapter 21. A New Beginning in a Blazing Home. The sun's rays filtered through the windows of Izuku's room as he covered himself lightly. Ronin, come on, damn it, this is the first time I've slept comfortably and this happens. Should I close the curtain? The freckled boy got up heavily and went to change. He put on a shirt and the sling that Yaoyorozu had made for him, and then a denim jacket, his pants and a pair of tennis shoes. He took his things and looked at his watch, seeing that he was on time. When he left he saw that all the doors were closed, so he suspected that either they were asleep or everyone had left before him. Without giving it importance he went to the elevator, and when he got off he met the redhead and little Eri, who when she saw the freckled boy threw herself into his arm. Izuku was able to catch her without difficulty. Eri, why don't you heal? Mirio and Principal Niza said you could heal wounds in minutes or seconds. Ronin, it's because I'm exhausted, Eri, that fight drained my strength. I just need a rest and a good amount of food and you'll see that I'll be hitting all kinds of things again. Eri, yes. Raising her fist. The freckled man smiled at how tender the white-haired girl looked, stroked her hair and went with Endeavor. Ronin, good morning. Endeavor, did you see Shoto when you left? Ronin, no, He should be coming down now. Indeed, the low bicolor, unlike Izuku, the boy was not wearing clothes because he would go to his house. Ronin, afternoon. Todoroki, it wasn't my fault. The elevator took a long time to go up. Are we leaving now? Endeavor, yes. Ronin, walking, how long will the academy be closed? Endeavor, a week, maybe more, depending on how well everything went. Todoroki, well, maybe they'll give us a few days off after the festival. What would be the difference? Endeavor, this time there will be more days. Everyone got into the fire hero's car, who decided on this means of transportation so that no one would bother Izuku. Eri, are we going home, Dad? Ronin, yes and no, Eri, the thing is that. Todoroki, wait, did Dad tell you? Ronin, yes, she sees me as a father figure and I see her as a daughter. She's adorable, and does that bother you? Todoroki, no, I was just surprised. Ronin, well, as I was saying, little one, we'll go home but not to ours. Endeavor will give us asylum for a few days, until I get back to UA, is that okay? Eri, Mr. Endeavor's house? And what's it like? Ronin, I don't know either. I think it would be a home with one half on fire and the other half ice, or I don't know. Todoroki, you have a bad opinion of my family. Ronin, I'm basing this on what you've told me, so you can't argue with that. Endeavor, it's nothing like that, Izuku, you'll see. The hero continued driving until they entered a place where the presence of traditional homes was almost a rule. Finally, they saw what appeared to be a small door. The Ronin was surprised. Ronin, yeah, it's smaller than I thought. Todoroki, don't make any assumptions yet. As they got closer, they saw that the small gate was nothing more than an archway leading to something bigger. Ronin, damn. The small house of the Todoroki family was by far the largest house that the freckled boy had ever seen. It exceeded the size of his own house by too much. The freckled boy just gulped discreetly. Eri, pulling his clothes, this is bigger than our house in Muzurifu. Ronin, I know, let's just hope we don't break anything. I'm not a pro hero yet, and I don't know how I would pay for it. Endeavor, working for me from today, so you better not break anything. The freckled man fixed his gaze on the road until they reached the large property, where they were greeted by a beautiful woman, tall, with snow-white hair, eyes that reflected light, and a jovial appearance. When he parked the car, Endeavor got out first in the direction of the female figure. Izuku knew almost nothing about the family of his partner and best friend. He was intrigued by that woman until he saw how the imposing Endeavor hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. During the hug, Izuku noticed some tension in the woman, but after the kiss, she returned to normal. Todoroki, still not used to it. Ronin, what? Todoroki, I guess I wouldn't do it either. Ronin, but what do you? Todoroki, come on, let's go down. Izuku, Eri. Eri, yes. Ronin, how strange you are. The freckled one came down next to the two-colored one, the latter, being close to the woman, bowed and then hugged the woman who maternally caressed her son's hair. That was when Izuku understood. She was his mother, Rei Todoroki. Rei, I'm so glad you're here. Genji, Shoto, it's good to see you again, son. Todoroki, sorry for not coming very often, mother. Rei, calm down, son, noticing Izuku and Eri, so you must be Izuku Midoriya. Ronin, yes, that's my name. Rei, Shoto, please put your things away. I think Fuyumi needed help with something and Natsuo still hasn't come back from work. Shoto, yes, mother. The two-colored man took his things and, listening to the white-haired woman, went inside his house. The woman examined the freckled man carefully. Rei, you've been very famous, you know that, boy? Ronin, everyone knows about me. Rei, I saw your performance at the sports festival and the news, you hit my son. Ronin, honestly, it was nothing personal. Shoto is a great person whom I have a lot of respect for. I hope he doesn't get upset with me. The woman relaxed her face, and before the freckled boy realized it, the bicolor boy's mother had taken him to hug him tightly. The difference in size was noticeable. Ronin was only a little taller than her, but the way she did it, that way of hugging him, Izuku had forgotten what it felt like to be hugged like that. The freckled boy let himself go and hugged the woman who, just like with her son, stroked his long hair. Rei, you suffered a lot, Izuku, no one deserves to go through that. I understand you better than anyone. I'm very sorry about your mother. Izuku, thank you. Rei, you and Eri can stay as long as you need. The white-haired woman released the freckled man, who looked up seeing the calm face the woman gave, that face full of peace. Izuku shed a tear that he quickly wiped away and recovered his posture. Rei, and you must be Eri, but you are such an adorable little girl. Eri, I'm not that little anymore. Rei, well, come in. We were waiting for you for lunch. Sorry if we had breakfast early, but because of my son's work we had to get up early. Ronin, it's okay, thank you very much for having us. The freckled boy and the little white-haired girl bowed to both adults. Rei, moving his hands, he calmed down. I understand that you can't move much in your state, Izuku, so take it easy. By the way, I also know about your arm. Ronin, yes, no problem. Rei, we will help you as much as we can or until it is repaired, so you don't have to worry too much. Ronin, thank you, but I would also like to help if possible. I don't want to be a hindrance, and with all due respect, I would prefer that you not feel sorry for me. I am a warrior, things like this will happen and I am aware of that. Rei, well, it's appreciated, but we also have to see that you heal. My son Natsuo is a doctor, he can help you. Ronin, I appreciate it very much. Eri, I want to help too. Rei, thanks Eri, but... Eri, I don't want to be a hindrance, I want to help in any way I can like my dad. The girl clung to Izuku's arm, causing the white-haired girl to look surprised. Endeavor, you'll get used to it. Rei, well, but we've been out here for a long time, it's better to go inside. Everyone nodded and headed to the entrance of the house. If from the outside it looked like a fortress, inside it was normal, the internal architecture was traditional. Izuku now understood where Todoroki had gotten his taste, he felt in a peaceful air. Izuku obviously enjoyed this, so he had no problem with anything. The freckled man was introduced to Shoto's sister, Fuyumi, with whom he felt a little nervous because although the girl looked calm, the truth is that she had an air of authority that he didn't know where it came from. He didn't know if he was a hero or if he got his father's humor. A few minutes later Shoto would tell him that his sister is a teacher from what he now understood. She was used to dealing with problem children, that aura was natural in her. Ronin, nice to meet you, Miss Todoroki. I'm Izuku Midoriya, raising his hand. Fuyumi, I guess you can call me Fuyumi. After all, you are good friends with Shoto, and you will be living here. Izuku noticed an air of annoyance or discomfort. He knew it was because he was not comfortable with his presence. The boy just decided to try another technique. Ronin, well, for the moment I would feel more comfortable calling you Miss Todoroki. If it's not a bother, I would prefer to earn the honor of calling you by your name on my own and not just because of my relationship with your brother. Fuyumi, you are somewhat different from what I thought, Izuku Midoriya. Ronin, I get told that a lot. Just as the bicolor's mother mentioned, they went to eat a light lunch. Izuku was able to get to know his best friend's family a little better. Although the older white-haired girl kept looking at the freckled boy on occasion, she had some questions and wanted to resolve them as soon as possible if necessary. After lunch, Izuku volunteered and washed the dishes even though the two Todoroki women told him it wasn't necessary. After that, the freckled boy was led along with Eri to their assigned room at the end of the house, a large room with two beds separated from each other. Ronin, will I share a room with Shoto? Rei, no, you and Eri will sleep here. Genji told me you didn't use a bed, but I thought you could start over now that you're free. What you went through in Tartaros doesn't have to affect you anymore. Ronin, thank you very much. Endeavor, the bed closest to the door is Eri's in case she needs to get something. You're closest to the window. Eri, thank you very much. Ronin, I can't repay you for this. Thank you both, really? Bowing. Rei, calm down, like I told you, I understand you very well, this is the least I could do. Endeavor, he's right, by the way Eri, when Izuku returns to the academy you will stay here. I talked to Mirio and he agrees since he is a professional hero there is no one who stays at his house so he doesn't want to leave you alone. Don't worry, he will come see you when he can, I will never deny him entry. Eri, thanks. But can Izuku come too? Ronin, I would break down the door if necessary, daughter. Endeavor, You know you can come too, don't be dramatic. Ray, also, I don't know if Genji mentioned it, but if you need to stay or something, you can come here, Izuku. Endeavor, well, get your things ready. Natsuo will be here soon, and if possible, it would be good if he could check your wounds. Ronin, yes, Endeavor-sensei. The freckled boy just smiled as Endeavor shook his head. The two adults left, and both began to arrange the little they had in a piece of furniture for each one that was given to them, although saying little was wrong and airy because the little girl was wearing too many clothes. How she could fit in a backpack without looking too bulky was a great mystery for the freckled boy, who just arranged everything and went to bed. As the hours passed, Shoto's brother, Natsuo, arrived, who also knew worked at the hospital. The boy was more relaxed than his brothers, although that did not prevent him from obviously being impressed to see Izuku in his house. But once his parents, and more specifically his mother, explained the situation to him, he understood. It also did not take long and checked Izuku's wounds, although also by decision of the freckled boy he saw the missing limb. He was impressed to see the robotic piece that was left, but under the Hippocratic oath the white-haired man swore not to tell anyone. He would keep the boy's secret even from his other two brothers. Natsuo, okay, I already changed your bandages. By the way, who stitched the cuts on your back? Ronin, someone at the academy before coming. Natsuo, well, it turned out very well. I can tell that you are a first-timer by the way some of the stitches look, but it turned out very well. Just don't break them and they'll heal soon. Endeavor, it may be that in less sun. Natsuo, I know, it can regenerate wounds, I saw it at the festival, it's impressive, but maybe since you ran out of strength it takes time to close. They need all your energy, so let's hope you recharge soon. Ronin, in 2 days I'll be as good as new, putting on his shirt. Natsuo, are you sure? Ronin, I just have to eat and sleep well. I'll train a little to speed up the process. The more I demand, my body evolves. Endeavor, but don't abuse it or the opposite will happen, boy. Ronin, I have it in mind. Natsuo, well, for now that's all I can do. I'll also bring you some painkillers and some medicine tomorrow. Ronin, thank you. Ray, well, what do you think if we go out for dinner? Izuku, Eri, are you hungry? Eri, yes. Ronin, thanks, I'm coming. Eri, go ahead. Eri, yes, with a military salute. Ray, come on, princess. Will you help me and Fuyumi carry the dishes? Eri, it would be a pleasure. Everyone went down, leaving the freckled boy alone, who, seeing that there was no one there, took out a photo of his mother with him and put it next to him. Under the pillow next to him, the freckled boy said a prayer and went to wash his hands. When he entered the kitchen to help, he saw the 3 women. Fuyumi's air of authority had diminished, but it was still noticeable. Ronin, do you need help with something? Ray, no, thanks Izuku, we have everything under control. Eri, do you think you can handle the dishes? Eri, yes, ma'am. The girl took the plates, but when she took them and walked, Fuyumi accidentally spilled some water. The little girl slipped, but before anything could break or the girl get hurt, the freckled man threw the black whips from his right arm, catching Eri and the plates. Both Ray and Fuyumi were surprised. The freckled man's reaction time was instantaneous, and not only that, but in addition to catching Eri, he didn't let any of the plates break. Fuyumi felt bad for misjudging the boy and for the spilled water, but this increased when she saw how drops of blood began to drip from the whips. The freckled man quickly hid his whips, but his hand was stained by the shiny liquid. Izuku had trouble closing his fists because of this, and to finish it his hand was shaking. Fuyumi, are you okay? Ronin, for this? Don't worry, it's collateral damage. I'm not 100% fit to use my quirk yet. It was my fault. Fuyumi, how do you want me to be calm? Your hand is bleeding, no visible wounds are seen, patientizing her hand and forearm. Ronin, they are internal injuries, so to speak, they will be fine. The freckled man tried to smile, but the truth is that he couldn't because of the pain. The girl, not happy with the answer, went to get a first aid kit and applied first aid to the freckled man's hand. Ronin, it wasn't necessary. Ray, what if it got infected? Ronin, but they are internal. Okay, I'd better not contradict, thank you very much, but could you stop apologizing, Miss Todoroki? Fuyumi thought he would blame her, hate her or something like that, but seeing the boy's reaction made her feel a little strange. She had heard in some media that the boy was always kind, but she thought that this was behind her. How different was this Izuku from the previous one? Ray, well, let's go to dinner. Ronin, I'll help you, Eri. The freckled boy grabbed half of the girl's plates and walked forward with her. They put the plates down and watched as Shoto appeared. Ronin, of course we help and you disappear. Todoroki, I was talking to Tsuyu. By the way, Izuku, could we talk later? Ronin, we have to? Todoroki, it would be very helpful. Ronin, so there's no problem. What about your father? Todoroki, he's in his office, taking care of some paperwork and I don't know what else. Ronin, I see, I'd better go ask if I can help with anything else. Todoroki, aren't you supposed to rest? Ronin, I help where I can, my mobility is limited but I'm not useless, you know, old, not obsolete. Todoroki, you're not that old. The freckled man smiled and took his friend's shoulder, who also smiled. At that moment Endeavor also arrived and sat in his place. The women arrived and after them Natsuo. Endeavor, sorry I couldn't help you. Since the festival the League went into hiding and since the fight between Almight and All for One they changed their base, it's obvious to everyone that we're walking blindly. Ronin, I see, I should have gone with them and then betrayed them. Damn it, because I didn't think of that. Todoroki, it's not your fault. Well, not entirely, you didn't know this. Ronin, but I should have caught them. I let them go, damn it. The freckled boy was upset. He felt that everything was his fault. Eri, for her part, took the boy by the hand in an attempt to calm him down. The boy was upset with himself. Fuyumi, hey, try to calm down. It's not your fault, you know. Natsuo, it's true, you didn't know all this would happen. I think the best thing you can do is think about what to do when they attack again. Ray, Izuku, sometimes things are not our fault, right? Maybe you could catch them, but maybe not, and then they could kill you. Do you think that would be good? Fun? Of course not, you have to be better than them, better and faster. By winning now you showed not only that you are innocent but that no one controls you. Keep that in mind. Make a plan so that the other not only do you leave them hurt, but that you don't let them go. The freckled boy still felt a bit frustrated, but knowing that people supported him without knowing him surprised him. The boy decided to calm down and continue eating. Dinner continued normally. Natsuo made some jokes that made everyone laugh a little. Now more confident Eri said one. Everyone smiled too, even Endeavor enjoyed the atmosphere. He still wasn't sure, but for the moment bringing Izuku to his house had been a good option. Maybe the boy remembers what a family is and even managed to unite a little more with him. So dinner ended. The freckled boy washed the dishes even when the women said it was Natsuo or Shoto's turn, but the freckled boy stood firm and did it himself. Endeavor set the table. Natsuo arranged his work materials and the bicolor agreed to a date with Tsuyu. The Todoroki and Midoriya family after dinner went to their rooms. Eri for her part put on pajamas that had kittens, courtesy of Mirio. Ronin only had pants and a black t-shirt. The freckled man was about to go to bed when someone knocked on his door. Cursing his luck a little, he let the stranger in. It was none other than the two-colored man who with his same serious face found the green-haired man sitting on the bed. Eri curled up in hers. Izuku took off his black military-style boots. Ronin, what can I help you with? Todoroki, I told you we had something to talk about. Ronin, right, and I guess we can't put it off until tomorrow, right? Todoroki, no. Ronin, there goes my hope of going to sleep early. Well, what do you need? Todoroki, I want to talk to you about Tsuyu. Ronin, I don't like her, besides she's your girlfriend. Todoroki, 'tis is serious. Ronin, I know, but I don't even know what you want me to talk to her about. Todoroki, okay, I'll tell you. We agree that the whole class hates you except for a few, right? Ronin, yes, we agree on that. But what does all this have to do with Tsuyu? Todoroki, well, I know it's hard to believe, but she doubted your betrayal. Ronin, of course. It's not like he called me a traitor when he got back. Todoroki, well, you must understand that the anger is not with you but with the fact that she trusted you. Well, you know, she doubted everything. We talked, we argued. Sometimes we were close to breaking up. She is used to always telling the truth, but when one of her friends in whom she trusted the most did that, it hurt her. Izuku, she disagreed with Uraraka when she found out what she did to you. You are no longer friends. That's why she hangs out with me more. Ronin, Shoto, listen, it's nice that you want to fix things, that you act as a middleman, but understand, it's not as easy as just walking up and saying, "Hey Ajiri, how are you?" Todoroki, I already explained it to you. Ronin, and I already told you. Todoroki, you forgave Yaoyorozu. Ronin, she didn't attack me. What she shot from her cannon was a net, but since Bakugo pushed it with his stupid explosion, the cannon didn't open. It hit me full on. Plus she had doubts, and in case you forget, she was the first one who, far from judging me, asked me if I had done it or not. Todoroki, I'm not saying forgive her just because, Izuku, please at least give her the chance. Ronin, what? Camouflage so he can hit me again. Thanks but no thanks. I prefer the peaceful version. Todoroki, Izuku. Ronin, Shoto, listen, I appreciate all this, I really do, but I can't just forgive you. You had doubts? So why didn't you tell me? Todoroki, how do you expect me to do it if you've been a real jerk since you arrived? You hit her hard, you used your tongue to slam her against the ground. Ronin, and I hit Momo several times and she still asked me. The bicolor knew that nothing good would come of it. Shoto just breathed frustrated. Todoroki, okay, I thought I would get something good out of you, but I see there is nothing good in you anymore. Ronin, good morning teapot, Deku died in Tartaros, by Almight, Class A and Nemuri, Midnight, Kayama. Todoroki, okay, I'm leaving then, thanks for nothing Izuku. Ronin, you're welcome. Todoroki, I just wanted my little frog to smile like before again, I'd do anything for her. But of course, maybe you don't understand, you were locked up like an animal. The two-colored boy left the room at a slow pace, adding the freckled boy in the darkness. The boy stared at the door, his eyes lit up and he became serious. Ronin, between you and me, maybe I'm the one who knows more about that side, damn, I guess I'll be cautious this time. The freckled boy lay down and covered himself, but as the hours passed, he realized he couldn't sleep. He had a lot to think about. The boy got up and decided to go get something to eat, but then he saw a small lump moving in Eri's bed. Ronin, sitting on the bed, get out of there, Eri. I saw that you are awake. The little girl started to move and finally got out of the covers and sat on the bed. Eri, good morning. Ronin, there are still a few hours left until that happens, Eri. You can't sleep, right? Eri, no. Ronin, it's pretty hot, isn't it? That's what happens when you live in the house of the fire hero. Eri, no, the weather is fine, it's just that. Ronin, what's up? Eri, Dad, have you thought about what would happen if they distrusted you again? Ronin, what do you say? Eri, you've already proven your innocence once. But haven't you thought that maybe you could be fooled again? Ronin, I've thought about it, daughter, but I don't think they're that stupid. I mean, they've already been through this once. I highly doubt they'll do it a second time. Besides, now they'll learn that if they want to confirm it, they have to ask before hitting. They're so used to hitting now and asking later that they've forgotten how to really do this job, so now you know. Eri, do you trust them? Ronin, I trust they won't be as stupid as last time. I trust in that, not in them. Eri, Dad, why does life hate us both? Ronin, he doesn't hate us, daughter. Sometimes the best things are for those who suffer the most. You, for example, look at you. From living with a cat lover, you now live in the house of the hero number one, and you are also my daughter. Maybe not by blood, but you are, and I will never abandon you. Eri, you promise? Ronin, I promise, little one. The girl just smiled happily. The freckled boy smiled back but put on some flip-flops that he had near his bed. Eri, where are you going? Ronin, I'm hungry. I'll see if I can have some cookies and a glass of milk. They say it helps you sleep. Eri, can I get a glass for myself? Ronin, sure, but stay here. I won't be long. The freckled boy slowly opened his door and walked to the kitchen. There was no light, so walking with his quirk and his eyes hurt a little, but he finally arrived. The boy noticed that the light was on but thought they left it that way, so he didn't give it much importance, and went to the refrigerator where he found the carton of milk. The boy took 2 glasses and poured for both of them. He put the carton away and took a piece of bread. He went to the dining room and put everything on a plate. He took the bread firmly and broke it in 2. There was one piece bigger than the other. Izuku grabbed the small one for himself. He was hungry, but he preferred that Eri could eat. The boy looked up and found Rei Todoroki. The freckled boy instinctively put the bread back together and left them on the table. Ronin, I'm sorry, I was a little hungry and Eri can't sleep. I thought that if I brought some milk with bread it would help her. Rei, it's okay Izuku, sorry if I couldn't do more things, I didn't know how much you ingested. Ronin, no, forgive me, if you want I can eat at a restaurant tomorrow. At the comment the woman started to laugh a little. Rei, after all you're still there, you know you're someone interesting and to be honest I wanted to ask you some questions. Ronin, does Endeavor know about this? Rei, no, and I'd rather keep it that way for now if you don't mind. Ronin, of course. Rei, Izuku, do you know what my situation was? Ronin, Shoto told me a little, that was why he didn't want to use his fire side. Rei, exactly, and you know, to be honest I was very scared of him, of the world and above all of myself. My actions marked my son's life and that is something that still eats away at me. Izuku, are you scared of yourself? Ronin, always. I have the power to hurt, to kill. I am afraid of the day that I lose control and seriously injure some of my companions. Rei, Class A. Ronin, no, his son, 6 other people and the Yayorose's daughter. Rei, Momo Yayorose? Ronin, yes, but the thing is that yes, I'm afraid of that they can't control me, that I can't control myself. Rei, I understand you know, Genji used to send flowers to my room. I don't remember exactly when he started doing it, the doctors wouldn't let him see me or me see him. I was still scared and they didn't know what my reaction would be, but those flowers they're my favorites. I remember that I once mentioned it to him, but I didn't think he would remember our marriage was arranged. I never had the chance to meet him and fall in love with him, but I think I do now. Ronin, now you love him? Excuse me if it's not my problem, but when I got here, I saw you hugging me, and you. Rei, yes, that's why I said I think so, because love is something more difficult to feel. You can feel love for art, painting, music, but for a person it is more difficult, it takes more time. It's obvious that I like it, now I can say it. When he was ready and the doctors were too, that's when he came into my room with the flowers. Every time he could he came, he told me what was happening in the world and I saw him. That fire monster had disappeared. What I saw was Genji Todoroki, a repentant man who tried to correct his mistakes. Maybe his intention was to get me to stop being afraid and achieve a friendship, or who knows, but the truth is that we couldn't be friends. The first time I left the hospital it was by his side. I felt loved, respected. At that moment it wasn't an outing of friends, it was an outing of a marriage. The freckled man was thinking about why he was saying that. He was thinking about the reason, the background of the words. Rei, obviously sometimes I'm scared. Memories aren't so easy to forget, the blows and all that leave emotional scars, but then I see his eyes and I know he's not the same as before. That calms me and allows me to go on living. Ronin, I see, but if you don't mind asking, why don't you tell me? Rei, because he told me about you. The first time they saw you as a traitor, or I want to believe the first time, he came to the house, he looked tired, confused. He told me he didn't know what to believe. When I asked him what was wrong he told me everything. Obviously I already knew you. Fuyumi put on the rerun of the sports festival. The way you risked yourself fighting my son was worthy of a suicide, but when I heard that last scream I knew you were helping him. In some strange way, but you were helping him. Then came Almight's fight against that guy in the suit. I saw on the news how you flew out of somewhere and took the boy who had been kidnapped. I knew somehow that you would never give up. It was unacceptable for you to give up. You were a hero after all. That's why when Genji said that you were the supposed traitor I didn't believe him, and I advised him that he wouldn't either. That if he wanted to know the truth then he should act like what he is, a hero, and look for the truth, the true. Not a lie that the villains gave them. The freckled man was surprised. The speech had been long but far from it, the words, the way he expressed himself. Rei, I know what it feels like for everyone to turn their backs on you. I know what it feels like to lose your family, maybe to a lesser extent, but I know. I didn't want someone so young and especially an aspiring hero to suffer the same. Boy, now you have a second chance. You have Eri with you, and although maybe I didn't say it, you have us. The freckled man just nodded seriously, but inside him something told him that he should cry, but Izuku ignored this. Rei, keep being a good man, Izuku. Do things your way, yes. But also always do the right thing, that's what a hero does. Ronin, yes. Ray, well, I took a long time with that. You even finished your glass of milk and the bread, hee. Well, you better go with Eri. Ronin, she must be asleep by now. I'll take it anyway. I have nothing to lose. Ray, sure, go ahead. If you want, leave your glass, it will be washed tomorrow. Ronin, thank you very much, Mrs. Todoroki. The freckled man put down his glass and came back, picked up the plate and headed to his room. Ray, by the way, Izuku? Ronin, yes? Ray, you can call me Ray if you like. Ronin, well, thank you very much, Ray. Well, I say goodbye, see you tomorrow. The freckled man left while the white-haired girl watched him leave, went to the sink and washed the glass, turned off the lights and went to her room. Ray, he's a good boy. When the freckled man arrived, he could see that the girl was still awake. Ronin, and what are you doing awake, young lady? Eri, it took you a long time. Ronin, I thought you were already asleep, but hey, here, eat and then go to sleep, understand? Eri, yes, Dad. The girl ate and then snuggled up a little. Izuku kissed her on the forehead. Ronin restfully. The freckled boy went to his bed and lay down again. The boy knew that beside him was still the photo of his mother. He only shed a tear, but he was calm so much that he began to yawn. Ronin, it's a record. I can finally sleep peacefully. The boy settled into his bed and went to sleep, unaware that in another part of the city, in a large mansion, there was a certain brunette wandering around in his room. Yayorozu, think, why didn't I ask for his number before we left? Damn, okay, Yayorozu thinks, you want to ask him out but you don't have his number, and you don't know where he lives. Besides, his house must be full of reporters. There has to be something that can help me, but I know. Todoroki is his best friend, he'll surely know where he lives. Tomorrow I'll call his house. I just hope he's not going out with Tsuyu. Should I ask him? I think I'll send him a message, but isn't it too late already? Okay, tomorrow I'm going to take a chance. What's the worst that can happen? Now, with the necessary confidence, the girl went to bed calmly. Apparently, having a sentimental attraction towards someone was difficult, but once you started to see him as an ally instead of an enemy, things became easier, because if before the brunette was already creative, now with this new stage she felt that her imagination knew no limits. After this resolution, both aspiring heroes could sleep peacefully without knowing the other's plan, thinking that their life could be more normal now. Chapter 22: The Surprise of a Jet. The morning arrived. The houses were illuminated by these first rays of the sun. Everyone got up and got ready for their normal day, a day where the news of the ex-traitor Izuku Midoriya still gave something to talk about. In the residence of the hero number 1 Endeavor, Izuku was just waking up. The freckled man rubbed his head, moving his long hair. He put on his fake sling and a long-sleeved shirt over his shirt. The boy looked at himself in the mirror for a few seconds, then walked towards the white-haired girl's bed. Ronin, hey, it's time to wake up, little one. Eri, 5 more minutes. Ronin, I remind you that you have school? Eri, I don't want to go, Dad. Endeavor, knocking on the door. Izuku, is Eri awake? It'll be late for school. I'll take her on the way to the agency. Ronin, you heard Eri, time to get up. Eri, why don't you take me? Ronin, because I still can't. Well, I'm not healed yet and I don't know how. The little girl wasn't stupid. Her father wasn't afraid. He felt the insecurity of reintegrating into society. The fresh air could finally be breathed without the smell of death. But he was unsure if he had really achieved his freedom. Eri understood, decided to listen, hugged Izuku's neck and stood up. Eri, okay, but you'll take me later, okay? Pouting. Ronin, of course, little one, I just have to not have classes to be able to do it, okay? Eri, okay. Ronin, now get changed while I go prepare some breakfast for you, understand? Eri, yes. The freckled boy ruffled the girl's hair and put on his boots, then left and headed to the kitchen. Upon entering, he found the family almost reunited. Only Natsuo and Fuyumi were missing. Ray, Izuku, it's good that you're awake. Your and the girls' breakfast is ready. Ronin, thanks, but I'll prepare Eri's lunch quickly. Ray, I already took care of that. Ronin, that was fast. Ray, well, you learn tricks when you have children. Izuku, hee hee. Ronin, I see, thank you very much. Eri, I'm ready! The girl sat down and started eating. Izuku for his part also sat down and started eating at an impressive speed. Endeavor, some of your wounds are already healing, that's good. Rei, you can eat whatever you want. Izuku. Ronin, haha, thanks. Todoroki, when will the broken arm be? Endeavor, I assume your energies are going to the superficial or lighter wounds so that you have energy to recover the more serious ones. Todoroki, okay. Eri, I'm done. Rei, and here is your lunch, Genji? Endeavor, I'll take care of it, let's go. Eri. Eri, okay, I'll see you later. Ronin, come here, don't fight, be a good girl, I'll wait for you later, okay? Eri, yes. The girl went with the fire hero and they left in the big truck. Rei, I hope it's a good idea. Ronin, I hope so too. Todoroki, well, I'll go see some things. By the way, Mom, remember that I'll go out with see you later. Rei, I don't forget son, will you come home? Todoroki, yes. Rei, okay, then hurry up, do you have money? Todoroki, yeah, don't worry about that. Rei, okay, then hurry up. The bicolor went into his room while Rei watched Izuku calmly eat his third plate. Rei, and you Izuku? Ronin, I who? Rei, don't play dumb, I can distinguish my children's looks and last night I saw a particular one in you. Ronin, excuse me, but I don't understand you. Rei, I'm not stupid. Izuku, you mentioned the only daughter of the Yayorozu, Momo Yayorozu. I know she's in your class, you mentioned 6 people and her separately, may I know why? Ronin, he is the only person I consider a friend, Todoroki is my best friend. Rei, is that the truth? I feel like you're making a big deal out of it. Ronin, no, besides I respect her a lot, we trained and I was able to see her progress in the sports festival, she won first place with her own effort, that is admirable. Rei, yes, I guess you're right, but you can't fool me. Izuku. The freckled one only choked a little but drank some tea. Ronin, the food came out well, Miss Rei. Rei, you can call me Rei with complete confidence. Izuku, and don't worry, your secret is safe with me. The freckled boy only let out a slight blush but quickly hid it with his food. Rei on the other hand smiled knowing she was right. Having just finished eating, the freckled boy helped the woman with the cleaning. He had recovered some of his mobility so he was fast. He could also use his black whip a little better. He didn't feel confident using the ones on his left elbow so he used the ones on his right. He stopped using them when he felt a slight pain. He put them away and used his hands. For part of the morning they didn't see Todoroki until around 12 the doorbell rang. The freckled boy took off the bandana that Todoroki's mother had put on him and approached the door. The boy knew there was an hour left until Eri left school. Rei mentioned that Fuyumi arrived at approximately 2 correcting things at school and Natsuo was the last to arrive after Endeavor so he was surprised. Thinking about everything he decided to cover his hand lightly with his whips and put on a rubber glove to cover it. If it was a villain, he would take him out with one hit, and if it was a civilian, there would be no problem. The freckled man was ready to fight, but he got a big surprise when he saw a green-haired woman with long hair and frog-like features in front of him. Tsuyu Mido Midoriya? Kero. No doubt the little frog was bewildered. What was the freckled man doing at her boyfriend's house? The girl was wearing a very normal outfit, a denim jumper and a green blouse. She had her hair tied in her typical bun. Her tennis shoes were black, which although normal showed class, unlike the freckled man who only had pants. His military-style boots, a black t-shirt and a wine-colored jacket. He also wore his sling. Ronin Adri? What are you doing here? Tsuyu, well, today I was going out with Shoto and I came to his house. Is he there? Kero. The freckled boy remembered that the bicolor had mentioned it. Izuku mentally hit himself for forgetting, picked up his broom and opened the door completely. Ronin, come in, I'll go tell him to come out. Tsuyu, thank you Aizawa Midoriya. Kero. Ronin, wait here, I won't be long, if you like you can have some tea, it's there on the table. Rei Izuku? Who came? Ronin, Ajri Miss Rei, I'll go tell Shoto. Rei Ajri? Tsuyu, have you already told him to come? Ronin, yeah. Tsuyu, good afternoon Mrs. Todoroki, sorry if I didn't announce my visit. Rei, it's not that, dear, I ran out of time, at least now I can do it faster, Izuku talked to Shoto. Ronin, right away. The freckled man adjusted his hair and went towards the hallway of the rooms. See you, thank you very much. Ronin, I'll be back, Ezuri. The little frog saw the freckled boy walk away. She wanted to stop him, hug him tightly and beg for his forgiveness. She doubted that he would betray them, but it took her a long time to accept it along with the rest of her class. Now she was paying the price for that delay because her best friend was no longer her best friend. The boy saw her as if nothing mattered. For Tsuyu, someone who had no trouble saying what she thought, these moments were completely blank. Ronin, hey teapot, they've come for you outside the room. Todoroki, for me? Who? Ronin, well, who's more stupid, Azuri? Todoroki, Tsuyu? Is she here yet? What time, damn? Ronin, were you asleep? Todoroki, no, it's just that time flies when you're studying. I already got ready and now opening the door I left. Ronin, do you wear glasses? Todoroki, when I do a lot of homework or study it helps me focus. Ronin, okay, but this is not the time to be boastful. Go, he's waiting for you. Todoroki, yes, thank you. The bicolor walked next to the green-haired man and they arrived with Tsuyu, who was sitting. Todoroki, sorry for taking so long, Tsu. Tsuyu, it's okay, Shoto. The boy picked up his girlfriend and gave her a kiss on the forehead, then they shared a very tender one on the lips. Ronin, sorry to ruin the happy moment, but I have to keep sweeping, so if you don't mind. Todoroki, isn't this supposed to be my house? Tsuyu, never mind, where do you want to go? Todoroki, no idea, any place you have in mind? Tsuyu, there's an exhibit at the zoo, do you think we can? Todoroki, to the zoo then, I'm going now, Mom. Rei, leaving the kitchen, yes son, sorry I couldn't receive you, Tsuyu. I don't know how I could do everything before, thanks for helping me, Izuku. Ronin, it's nothing. Tsuyu, thinking, even Shoto's mother can call him by his name. Rei, I already have the food for when Fuyumi and Eri arrive, I'll go out for the girl in half an hour. Ronin, if you like, I can prepare food for everyone. Rei, really? Izuku, thanks, that would help a lot, but wouldn't it be a bit complicated? Ronin, not at all, a broken arm is no impediment, I'll figure it out. Todoroki, well, we're leaving now, bye Izuku. Ronin, Shoto nodding his head slightly. Tsuyu, see you later Mrs. Todoroki, Midoriya Kero. Rei, goodbye guys, take care of yourselves. Ronin, goodbye. The freckled man stood there watching the couple walk out calmly. Rei, she's an adorable girl, I already told her she can call me by my name but she doesn't want to. Ronin, yes, that's her. Rei, well then let's continue Izuku. Ronin, ye? The two of them got to work and soon finished. The freckled one took off his headscarf again and sat down in one of the armchairs. Rei, tired? Ronin, hee a little. Rei, thanks for the help, I'll go get ready to go get Eri. Do you want to come? Ronin, thank you very much, but I'd rather stay home if it's not a bother. The woman understood the boy's feelings perfectly, so she accepted. She wouldn't force him, she simply ruffled his hair and went to his room. After a few minutes the woman came out dressed casually. Rei, well Izuku left you, I have to go get the little one. Ronin, yes ma'am, I'll do some exercise and check how many of my wounds are healing. Rei, okay, don't forget that today Natsuo will give you the pain medicine. Ronin, I don't forget. Rei, in that case I can. The sound of the phone caught both of their attention. The freckled man got up, but the woman was faster. Rei, Todoroki residence, who is speaking? Ronin, who? Rei, Genji, is it you? Am I almost going for the girl who is offering herself to you? Izuku? Yes, she's here with me. Ronin, me? Rei, yes, I'll go get her. I'll pass it to you in the meantime. Yes, me too, take care. Izuku is talking to you. The woman handed the phone to the freckled man who wondered why she was calling him. Ronin, Endeavor? Endeavor, that same boy, here's good news. Ronin, really? What's it about? Endeavor, I just got a call from the director and David Shield. They're coming to repair your prosthesis. Ronin, really? That's great. Endeavor, yes, they don't have a set date yet, but they assume it will be before you return to classes, although Melissa sounded a bit upset. Ronin, damn. Izuku, bad fire. But I don't know if they told you my quirk is fire. Melissa, then pray you can't use it on that arm. Ronin, great, he's going to kill me. Endeavor, at least it held up. I think even they thought it would last less, but well, that's all I wanted to tell you, Izuku. Ronin, thank you. Endeavor, how are your wounds? Ronin, already healing. The problem is how long I can have the broken arm. Endeavor, hopefully not too much, kid, but anyway, I'll leave you, I have to keep working. Ronin, yes, thanks again, Endeavor. The fire hero hung up the phone and Izuku felt a little happier. He told everything to the woman, who also felt happy for the freckled man. The white-haired woman was about to leave. Ray, if you want, take off the sling. There's no one else but you, so you can rest your arm a little. Ronin, yes. The freckled man got rid of the fake sling, exposing the metal part, took off his jacket, and stayed in his pure t-shirt. Ray, if you want to train, use the gym behind the house. The key is in the kitchen. Ronin, Lady Todoroki. Ray, why do you trust me so much? I don't think anyone would after meeting me. Ray, you're a hero, Izuku, a bit strange but a hero. Besides, we crazy people understand each other, right? The freckled man smiled. He had understood the message. Ronin, yes, you're right. Ray, well, in that case I'll leave you. I have to go get your daughter. The freckled man nodded and the woman left calmly. Ronin smiled and took the keys that they had told him to enter the gym and open the huge door. Ronin, I wasn't lying that it was a gym. What shall I start with? The freckled one decided to warm up first, and so the minutes passed, which soon became half an hour and then a full hour. On the other hand, the brunette, already awake and having had breakfast, was undecided whether to mark or more after a while. Yayorozu, make up your mind, Yayorozu. I can't stay like this all the time. Is it too early? Or maybe I'm training. Back in his training, the freckled boy was interrupted by Todoroki's mother. Ray, Izuku, how was the training? Ronin, breathing, it's going well. My body is reacting well to the training. Ray, how nice. Well, I'm calling you because we're already on our way. I detoured a bit because Eri wanted a caramel apple, but we're already on our way. Ronin, yes, thank you very much, Ray. Will I prepare something for Eri to eat for lunch, or should I give her what I already prepared? Ray, I left something for Natsuo and for Yumi. You can have something from there, just heat it up a little. Ronin, thank you very much. I'll take a bath and heat it up. Ray, yes, Izuku, see you. The woman hung up and the freckled man got ready to do his job. He quickly left, and using 10% of the one for all, he arrived at full speed to the kitchen. He checked the dishes and took a little of what was already prepared. He put it to heat since it was a miso soup, and he went to take a bath. When he appeared, the stove had a mode that programmed the corresponding time for the food, so when the miso was hot the burner would turn off, thus avoiding accidents and excessive gas consumption. Ronin, I call this technology. After this, the freckled boy decided to take a bath. It didn't take long. He came out still in a bathrobe and served the little girl. Then he went to his room to get dressed properly. In that time, the older Todoroki and Eri arrived at the property. Upon entering, it was impossible not to smell the food. Eri saw the plate and her mouth watered. She washed her hands and sat down ready to eat. Ray just smiled at how cute the girl was. Ray, Izuku, we're here. Ronin, yes, I'll just finish getting ready and go with you. The freckled man quickly dried his hair, but while this was happening in the living room, the phone started to ring again. Ray was surprised because usually when it was for Yumi or Natsuo who spoke, they did it to their phone. The woman thought about her youngest son but soon discarded the idea because he would also call home. The woman took the phone and answered. Ray, Todoroki residence, who is speaking? Yayorozu, good afternoon, Mrs. Todoroki. I am Yayorozu Momo. I am Shoto's classmate at the academy. Ray, calm down, I know who you are. Congratulations on winning the festival. Yayorozu, thank you very much. Ray, And what can I offer you? Yayorozu, right, I was looking for Todoroki. I wanted to know if he was home. Rei Shoto? Well, no, he went out with Tsuyu just over an hour ago. Yayorozu, really? How bad, thinking, damn, they knew I had to ask her first. Well, I won't take up your time, I appreciate the information. Rei, although if it's not a bother to ask, what did you want to ask my son? Yayorozu, I wanted to know if he knew where Izuku Midoriya was living. Rei Izuku? So you're looking for him. The brunette's intentions were clear to the woman who saw Izuku quite removed from the embarrassment of playing with Eri. Shoto's mother smiled maliciously and amusedly. Yayorozu, what? But well, he and I am. Rei, so you like him? I mean, you're actually looking for him. Yayorozu, I don't you know. Rei, let me tell you. Yayorozu, but wait, what? Rei Izuku? Ronin, what's going on? Rei, they're talking to you, boy. The freckled boy made a confused face but approached and took the phone. He saw how the bicolor's mother walked away smiling and sat down next to Eri. Ronin, who is speaking? Rei, what kind of greeting is that? Yayorozu, Izuku, is that you? Ronin, obviously it's me, Momo. Wait, Momo, is that you? The woman smiled a little. Yayorozu/Ronin, what are you doing? Their voices fused together. Yayorozu, so, dialing on the phone, what are you doing there? Ronin, how did you know I was here in the first place? Yayorozu, I didn't know, I called Todoroki, this is his home number. Ronin, but why? Yayorozu, well, you didn't give me your phone number and I didn't know where you live, so. Ronin, okay, that's weird. Yayorozu, what exactly are you doing there? Ronin, long story. Yayorozu, I have time. Ronin, I won't tell you this over the phone, genius. Yayorozu, so you want me to go? Ronin, do you have time? Yayorozu, I don't have much to do. Ronin, if you had the time to mark, I guess you're right. Yayorozu, okay, I'm going there. This better not be a joke. Ronin, I have nowhere else to go, I'll wait for you, wait. Yayorozu, what? Ronin, Miss Todoroki, say Rei, can Momo come? Rei, of course, why do you ask? Ronin, because I don't want to abuse your trust. Rei, calm down, Izuku, let him come. Ronin, thanks. Do you want to come then? Yayorozu, sure, it's fine if I ask for your phone number. Ronin, you could do that now. Yayorozu, I know, but you already said to go now, don't complain. Ronin, it's okay, I'll wait for you here, it's not like I have anywhere else to go. The brunette smiled and said goodbye to the freckled man, and then hung up. Izuku also hung up. It seemed strange to him that he wanted to come. Rei, shouldn't you put on the sling? Ronin, no, she knows about the prosthesis, thank you for your concern and permission. Rei, it's nothing, Izuku, although I think you should wear it, my daughter will be here soon. By the way, what are you going to cook? Ronin, right, thanks for reminding me. Well, I'll go see what I can prepare, thanks again. Eri, Dad, I need help with my homework. Rei, I'll help you, light one, your father will make the food and you already heard that we will have a star at home. The freckled man ruffled the girl's hair. Ronin, I'll help you with the other Eri, I promise. Eri, okay, smiling. Ronin, okay, let's cook. The freckled boy took out an apron to store knives and various kitchen items and put it next to the sling. With a determined look, he began to cook with what he had at hand. With only one earphone and to the rhythm of Highway Star in its version of Made in Japan, Izuku moved at full speed. The minutes passed quickly, which then became an hour and then an hour and a half. Fuyumi would not take long to arrive, but meanwhile the two women, Rei and Eri, approached the kitchen, watching the freckled boy move quickly. The boy cut the vegetables with precision, had the burners hot, and threw the ingredients cleanly. Rei, I've never seen someone move so fast. Eri, it's amazing. Izuku, it's Katsudon, in case you were wondering. Rei, wait, how did you know? Izuku, I used my quirk on my ears, that's how I found Yayorozu when they tried to kidnap her. I wanted to see if it still worked. Rei, And it works, hee. Ronin, I'm already recovering, that's the good thing. Ray, my sense of smell is perfect, that smells pretty good. Eri, that's right, is it going to be ready? Ronin, yes, well, it will take me a little while for other things, but I can do them later. Ray, wouldn't it be better to do them now? Ronin, they deserve to be eaten right away, hee. Ray, that's right, well then you've finished the main thing? Ronin, yes. Ray, then go and get ready, Yaoyorozu will be here soon. Ronin, don't run away either. Fuyumi, I'm home entering. Ray, I'm glad, daughter, how did it go? Fuyumi, honestly, it went better than other days, thank you, but what smells so good? Eri, my father made katsudon. Fuyumi, really? Ronin, but it's not ready yet, the sauce is well made but it's missing some things and such. I'll prepare the meat later along with some things I want to try. Fuyumi, good afternoon, Midoriya. Ronin, slightly bowing his head, Miss Todoroki. Ray, okay, but it will be later, now hurry up, it shouldn't take long. Fuyumi, who? Ronin, Momo Yaoyorozu is coming. Fuyumi, Yaoyorozu? The surname, what is the youngest daughter doing here? Ronin, did I invite her or did she invite herself? Well, she's coming. She's a good friend. Fuyumi, yes, I see. Ronin, well then I retire. The freckled man went to his room where, searching in his drawer, he found a t-shirt. He put it on, and on top of that the jacket he had found at the UA made the sling a little uncomfortable, but he knew it was necessary for the moment. The brunette was not long in arriving. Unlike the freckled man, she was not impressed by the size of the house. Her own residence was almost the size, maybe even bigger by a few centimeters. Yaoyorozu, although it looks like a traditional style, it suited Izuku like a glove. The girl announced her entrance at the huge gate, and the doors quickly opened for her. The girl entered without fear or any negative feelings towards the enormous house. She had heard that the hero was terrifying, but in recent days this became a totally different story. Now the fire hero was recognized for his actions. People trusted him more. Yaoyorozu. She walked to the entrance and knocked on the wooden door. She expected Shoto's mother or any of his brothers to open it, but as soon as they opened the door, the image of a green-haired man made her feel somewhat strange. The height difference was noticeable, Izuku being a little taller than the brunette. Yaoyorozu wondered if, just as she saw the freckled man now slightly raising his head, he saw her before. Ronin, are you going to stay there all day? Yaoyorozu, no, I'm just trying to find out why you're at Todoroki's house. Is it pretrial detention? Ronin, very funny, come in, Momo. The brunette smiled and entered the house. Just like Izuku, Yaoyorozu felt the house was peaceful. Maybe the architecture or the fact of the place where it was located, but she didn't give it much importance. Upon entering, she could see that in the living room were Fuyumi and Eri. Thanks to the fact that Shoto's older sister was a teacher now, Eri understood things better, and Fuyumi enjoyed that the girl was not that old yet because it was easier to explain to her. Besides, the girl was very smart. But as soon as Eri looked up and saw Yaoyorozu, she couldn't help but say hello. Eri, Miss Momo. Yaoyorozu, hello Eri, can you just call me Momo, quiet little one? Fuyumi, it's a pleasure to have you in our house, bowing her head. Yaoyorozu, no, you don't have to do that. Ray, miss, it's a pleasure that you could come approaching to say hello. Yaoyorozu, no, thank you very much for being able to receive me. Ray, it's nothing, you'll always be welcome. After all, I understand that you're a colleague and friend of my son Shoto and Izuku, right? Yaoyorozu, yeah, those two are great, they'd help me a lot. Ray, it's a mutual support. Daughter, you don't have to be so modest, but well, I suppose you two have to catch up, right? Izuku, maybe you want to talk to her in private, have a look. The woman threw the gym keys to the freckled man, who took them without much difficulty. Ronin, are you sure, Ray? Ray, calm down, I trust you. Yaoyorozu, where are we going, Izuku? Ronin, I'll go train a little, I don't know about you. The freckled man left, and with him the brunette, who understood the message. Upon arriving at the gym, Yaoyorozu was impressed. It was incredible what she saw, the number of machines and how big he was. Ronin, I had the same expression too. Yaoyorozu, tell me the truth, Izuku, what are you doing here? Ronin, the truth? Yaoyorozu, the truth. Ronin, the truth is I can't go home, hee hee. Yaoyorozu, why? Ronin, because it's full of reporters, I couldn't be comfortable there. Yaoyorozu, I understand, you're right. Ronin, Endeavor offered me to live here while we return to UA and my wounds heal. Yaoyorozu, that's right, how are you doing? Ronin, healing, the stitches turned out very well. Yaoyorozu, thanks, I couldn't leave them like that, but how is your arm? Ronin, broken bones, you know, the usual. Yaoyorozu, when will they come to repair it? Ronin, no idea, but I know it will be before we enter the UA. Yaoyorozu, I see, so you're Izuku Todoroki now? Ronin, ha ha ha, no, I'm still a Midoriya with honor. Yaoyorozu, proud. Ronin, and what about you, Miss Popularity? How did they treat you at home after you won? Yaoyorozu, they congratulated me, what can I say, although my mother reproached me a little, she said that the key was unnecessary. Ronin, don't look at me, I didn't teach you how to finish a fight like that. Yaoyorozu, let's just say I went. Ronin, I'll never understand women. Yaoyorozu, and how about you? When will you celebrate your victory? Ronin, which one? The one I had against the League of Villains? Yaoyorozu, also, but I was talking about the festival. Ronin, I don't think he won, I even think it should have been given to Bakugo or Shoto. Yaoyorozu, you defeated both of them and Ida too, you scared us but you defeated him. Ronin, hee hee, I guess, but I don't know. At that moment a communicator started to ring in the gym. Ray, Izuku Natsuo has already come, he wants to check your wounds. Ronin, I'm on my way. Yaoyorozu, maybe it's time for me to go. Ronin, you just arrived, well, not exactly like that, but yes, you understand, do you want to stay for dinner? Yaoyorozu, I don't abuse it much? Ronin, I didn't create it, come on, I prepared it, well I'm missing a little bit but they are simple things, besides you were the one who made these stitches for me. Yaoyorozu, you're right, if they scold me I'll be there. Both boys left and went to the house where they were received by the white-haired man who was also surprised by the presence of the brunette, but after she said why she was there he calmed down, in addition to congratulating the girl for the way she sewed Izuku's wounds. Ronin, come on, I thought you were going to scold her. Natsuo, he did a good job, it's good that you healed all your wounds but these were somewhat serious. Yaoyorozu, also, the fool left his shirt covered in blood, it was impossible not to see it. Ronin, okay, they've already gone after me, do you have anything else, Natsuo? Natsuo, medicine, it's an anti-inflammatory and something against pain, they are not strong and do not cause reactions or addiction so you will be fine. I do not know how long you will be like this but follow the instructions on the box so we are safe. Ronin, of course. And so the day passed for both of them, they talked and trained a little. For both of them it was normal although in the eyes of others it wasn't. The brunette asked permission to stay for dinner and both her parents and the older Todoroki allowed it. Endeavor arrived a while later, and he wasn't surprised to see the brunette, although he was surprised to see the freckled boy's food. Ronin, it's not much, but if you like it, I would like to be able to cook more. Endeavor, no problem with me, it doesn't taste that bad. For Yumi, it tastes delicious. Izuku, what other dishes can you make? Ronin, not many, ramen, some onigiri, okonomiyakis. Ray, I can teach you, the advantage of being a mother, I can prepare as much as I want and learn more things. Ronin, yes, that would help me a lot. Yaoyorozu, it's really good, you should prepare more things like this at UA. Ronin, katsudon is for several people, it wouldn't be much use if only you and I ate. Yaoyorozu, true. Todoroki, entering, I'm here. Endeavor, where? Tsuyu, entering behind Shoto, goodnight Karo. Endeavor, for what you ask. Ray, come in guys, Izuku prepared katsudon. Todoroki, he made it? I have to try it. I might die, but… Ronin, I'm hurt but not deaf, if you want to eat there are dishes there. Todoroki, thanks Izuku. Tsu, do you want some? Tsu, no thanks Shoto. I don't want to bother Kero. Ray, it's no bother to you, you're part of the family and if you're hungry have some. Tsuyu, okay, thanks Kero. The green-haired girl slowly approached the dining room when she could see a jet-black hair tied in a ponytail that she perfectly recognized. Tsuyu Yayorozu? Yayorozu, hello Ajiri. For the brunette it was no surprise, she knew that Shoto and Tsuyu were a couple, but since no one in the class spoke to her because of her friendship with Izuku, she thought she would never meet the amphibian girl again. Ronin, well this is awkward. Yayorozu, a little yes, but your katsudon was delicious. Ronin, family recipe. Tsuyu, it's your favorite food, right Izuku, I mean Midoriya? Ochako told me. A silence fell in the dining room. The little frog knew that he had ruined it there. Endeavor sighed annoyed. Ray was just waiting for the right moment to calm the freckled boy. Eri was also getting ready to calm her father. Fuyumi and Natsuo didn't know what to do, but they were nervous too. Todoroki hoped he wouldn't have to freeze his best friend. Yayorozu simply didn't give it any importance. She had a hunch that nothing bad would happen, and Izuku. He just kept eating. Tsuyu, Ronin, never mind, serve with confidence. Todoroki just looked at him strangely. He was sure that he hated the green-haired girl, and the fact that he mentioned the brunette was a sensitive subject for the boy, but nothing. Tsuyu on the other hand lowered her head but followed her boyfriend to the kitchen. Yayorozu, for a second there I thought. Ronin, calm down, I won't make a scene here, besides I told the truth, I don't care. Yayorozu, too bad I can't hear you, Uraraka. Ronin, I have a feeling something is going to really screw me up with her, I hope it's just my imagination. Yayorozu, you're paranoid. Ronin, after what happened, it's the least that could have happened to me. Besides, I feel like something else happened when you were fighting her. The way you stared at each other during the fight was… Yayorozu, it was nothing, I just wanted to distract her, that's all. Ronin, well, it even affected you then because… Yayorozu, do you want to eat? Katsudon doesn't taste the same cold. Ronin, you're right about that. Dinner went normally for the Todoroki family. After a while Tsuyu had to leave. A little uncomfortable, Yayorozu offered to take her in the family vehicle, but the frog rejected the offer and left, taking a taxi. Her house was not far away. Todoroki paid the trip. After a while Yayorozu also had to go. The vehicle had already arrived. The black-haired girl said goodbye to everyone and left accompanied by the freckled one. Ronin, here, giving him a paper. Yayorozu, what is this? Taking it. Ronin, you already forgot, right? Yayorozu, seriously, what is it? Ronin, you came all the way here to ask for my number and you haven't done it all day. I'm starting to think you have amnesia. Yayorozu, that's true, ha ha ha, God I forgot, thanks Izuku. Ronin, go home Yayorozu, now you have another way to annoy me. Yayorozu, I don't bother you that much. Ronin, I don't even want to get to you. Yayorozu, we have to do it, now you can enjoy it. Ronin, I haven't enjoyed it since I came back. Yayorozu, now you can. By the way, how's it been going for you in the world? I'm sure everyone's dying for an interview with the hero who came back from hell. I feel like President Mike went a bit overboard there, but… Ronin, I haven't gone out into the world. Yayorozu, why not? The brunette was confused. She knew the boy didn't like being the center of attention, but she didn't understand. Izuku just looked at the sky. Ronin, it's not that I'm afraid, but I've just spent so much time locked up that I don't know how to take the freedom now, the fresh air without the smell of death, to live my days without people trying to kill me. The girl thought about it for a while, but then without warning she grabbed the freckled boy and hugged him. Yayorozu, live your life as you normally would, be yourself. Gain confidence in this small and fragile world. Start with simple things. Go to the store, do the shopping, take Eri to school. Little things make the difference between a hermit and a hero. Ronin, why do you motivate me so much? Yayorozu, you did the same for me. Ronin, thank you. Yayorozu, well, I have to go. I'll see you later, Izuku. Ronin, yes, be careful, princess. Yayorozu, I thought you were going to stop calling me that. Ronin, What can I say? Good habits take root. The brunette smiled and got into the family car. During the whole trip to her house, she kept a happy smile. Her parents noticed this, but trusting that their daughter had a good day, they didn't ask anything. Izuku, for his part, went in to have coffee with the family. He talked a little with Shoto's mother and went into his room. The freckled boy went to bed, but his phone rang a notification. When he picked it up, the boy could see that it was a message from Yaoyorozu. Momo. You're right, I can tease you a little this way. The freckled boy just smiled and shook his head, saved the contact under Momo's name, and decided to answer following the thread of the conversation. Izuku. You know there is an option to block contact, right? In her enormous bed, the brunette read the message and smiled. The boys started a little chat. For obvious reasons, Izuku fell asleep a little late, but this time, for the first time, he enjoyed it because he did it talking to the brunette, who slowly got into his heart. Chapter 23. Adaptation, an improvement, and a return. After that day, things went by peacefully for the freckled boy. His days were peaceful. His wounds were already healing. After a couple of days, the stitches were no longer necessary. His cuts healed. There was no scar or anything like that. There wasn't much to report either. Finally, after a few days, he dared to go out. The boy took Eri to school. Ray and Endeavor offered to accompany him, but the freckled boy was firm. He had to do this alone. How else could he dare to be a hero? Ronin, Eri, time to get up. Eri, it's very early, sleepy. Ronin, I know. I'll take you to school today, so we'll have to walk. Eri, really? Ronin, I'm a terrible liar. Come on, get ready. I'll go see if breakfast is ready for both of us. Eri, okay. The little girl jumped out of bed and the green-haired boy went out to give her privacy. As always, Ray had both of their breakfasts ready. Izuku was still surprised by this. Ray, ready? Ronin, I'm actually nervous. Ray, I know, but you deciding to move forward is a big step. Small. Ronin, thank you. The freckled boy and the girl had breakfast. After a while, Eri put away her lunch and they both went out. The path was normal for the freckled boy, who was wearing his aviator jacket, black jeans, his military boots, a red t-shirt. He hid his hair with a dark blue cap. The ponytail he made was covered by the collar of the jacket. He was grateful that his height had changed because this made him different from his previous self. Ronin, at least no one recognizes me. Eri, that's good. Will you walk around a bit after dropping me off at school? Ronin, no, or well, I don't know. Ray gave me a shopping list. I think I'll just go for this and then go home. Eri, at least you're out, Dad. Ronin, are you making fun of my flea? Eri, I have to go and now, hee I love you, bye. Ronin, hee cheater, take care of yourself. The girls soon got lost among the crowd of children. The freckled boy, seeing that there was not a single child outside, decided it was time to go shopping. He walked a bit but found a newspaper stand. Usually he avoided this because of his situation. He hated the sensationalist and gossip magazines. Obvious reason for not reading the reports in Empty Lady magazine, which in Izuku's eyes did not say anything important and much less contributed anything, but this time he stopped. Somehow this time they caught his attention. The freckled boy approached and looked closely at the headlines. True hero or hidden traitor? The Hero Deku, when will he return? Believe it or ignore it, what is the truth behind the attack? Weeks after the attack at the UA festival, where is Izuku Midoriya? The UA. Silent, covering up its shame or protecting a hero? Monster or hero? This last one was from the Empty Lady magazine. Izuku read the headline and knew that it wasn't even worth reading. But what did catch his attention was a graph in one of the many newspapers. It took up the entire page. The freckled boy bought that newspaper out of instinct and curiosity. It didn't cost much, fortunately. A few weeks ago, the truth about the student Izuku Midoriya, known by his hero name Deku, was revealed. Opinions have been divided. Below we show some of them based on surveys we have done to people. We remind you that these surveys are private, so no names or other contact information will be mentioned. The freckled man was curious. He opened the pages and began to look closely. There were few, but they had good data. From how UA was considered as an educational institution, obviously it was a division between safe and unsafe. The survey was positioned in unsafe. They had also attached some opinions, obviously also anonymous. I consider it highly unsafe. I mean, they were carried away by videos that the villains gave them. They didn't even examine them to see if they were authentic. Because of their insecurity, they sent an innocent boy to Tartarus. That shouldn't even be fair or even legal. I consider it unsafe because they let a villain return. I didn't believe the story that he's innocent. Even if he is, how long was he locked up? That must have made a change, and at the festival it was seen. Or Izuku sighed in annoyance, but after thinking about it for a bit he came to the logical conclusion that it was a bit obvious that this would happen. The boy changed the page to another graph of the survey. This time it was different. It showed Almight's popularity. The boy thought it would remain as always positive, but was a little surprised to see it in a 50-50th range. Surprised, the boy read the comments. How can I trust someone who broke their promise? If I let the woman I love die, I can't imagine what she'll do to us. Almight went from being a hero and a symbol to a judge and even an executioner. He is not above the law, no superhero is, and yet he sent an innocent student to Tartaro's prison. That is not very fair or even legal, let's say. We are being very harsh. He is the symbol of peace, but that does not mean that he will be from one side to the other. He is not a god. He is a man, and like every man he also has his needs. Personally, I could not agree more with him, therefore I continue to trust him. He locked up a kid and everyone hates him already? Aren't we being cruel? He's saved us from countless disasters, and just because he locked up a student he's the bad guy. That kid isn't a gem. You saw what he did at the festival, and on top of that he hasn't given a statement. Either he's guilty or hiding something. No one spends that much time locked up without changing. I personally trust Almight, and if he has to lock him up again, then let him do it. He won't have a mother to defend him this time. Ronin, my mother is dead, you filthy animal. The freckled man saw the last survey. It was about him. The freckled man was curious. Do you trust Izuku Midoriya? The simple question made Izuku smile. It made him laugh that they asked a question like this. The poll was tied with all mites. Izuku simply didn't pay attention but still read some of the comments. Trust him? And how could I not? He saved me during the bank robbery. If he hadn't been there, maybe I wouldn't have made it out alive. Maybe he's a little tougher, but tell me which hero isn't. Endeavor is number one now, and he's more aggressive. The guy is a hero. No one denies that. And if he turns pro, I'll be safer. He's an idiot kid who thinks he can put on a suit and do whatever he wants. He's not above anything or anyone. Now they say he's the bad guy. He saved his teammates and faced the league alone, and they say it's his fault? They sent him to hell under false evidence. He didn't even have a trial. Do they think because they're heroes they can do that? They're not anyone's judges. And yes, he may be a little more aggressive now, but he hasn't killed anyone. He doesn't mess with civilians or done anything illegal. As the graph said, opinions were divided. He could have spent more time reading it, but he decided to continue shopping. It was no longer worth it to continue holding on to the copy. The boy was about to throw the newspaper away when a strange hand grabbed it. Ronin, but what? Oh, sorry, I saw you were about to throw it away and I don't have the money to buy one myself. Ronin, oh sorry, it's all yours. Thanks, boy. Hey, what do you think? Ronin, what do I think of what? About that guy, do you think he did it? Ronin, I don't think so. Honestly, I feel like he was someone so weird that the simple idea of betraying his ideals was crazy. He always fought for what was right, for what he believed was fair. I can't see him simply as a villain. The man just smiled. Izuku watched him carefully. He was tall. 1.80 maybe more. He had the impression that he was a little hunched. His hair was completely black, although some strands looked dark brown in the sun. His hair was not as long as his to need tying it up, but it reached his shoulders easily. He did not give the impression of being very strong, although he was not fat either. His face looked somewhat tired, with a light beard and glasses. I didn't create it either, kid, you know. He saved me on more than one occasion. Ronin, really? The freckled man had doubts. He didn't remember anyone like him before. Yes, sometimes directly or indirectly. Like the time I stopped myself from being assaulted. I kicked the villain, waved, and he jumped out of a silo. That was incredible. Ronin, I see. Well, although I think the most important lesson he gave me was to never give up. Ronin, when did you teach him that? Indirectly. I was finishing high school and I felt like I couldn't take it anymore. that things would be too difficult. Then he appeared. First I saw him at the sports festival, and honestly I didn't take much importance to it, but as more days passed he appeared more. There I learned that it is not necessary to be the strongest of all but to never give up, because even if he hurt himself he never let his guard down. That was incredible for someone like me. Over time I graduated, and look at me. I am already in college, and although it is certainly quite difficult, I know I can endure it in honor of the hero who taught me to resist one more second. The freckled man was surprised. Had he really been someone's inspiration? The man just smiled more calmly, as if remembering something. Well, it was a pleasure talking to you, boy. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. Ronin, it's not his fault. Well, I'm going now. I have things to do, and I bet you don't too. Ronin, yes, he indeed, yes. Well then, see you later. The man walked past Izuku with the newspaper in his hand. Izuku Midoriya Ronin. Izuku was alarmed. Had they discovered him so easily? He quickly turned around, but there was no one there, just a piece of paper lying around. The boy picked it up and read it. It's true I didn't say goodbye properly. My name is Yehoshua. Thank you for everything, Izuku, and remember, it's not about being the perfect hero but a good man, because a good person always makes the difference. The freckled boy smiled curiously. Who was that strange guy? The boy wanted to think a little more until his phone started ringing. With some nervousness, he took it out and answered. It was Shoto's mother. Rei, Izuku? Hey, you've been a while. Are you coming back now? Ronin, hey? Damn, I'm late. Sorry, Rei. I stopped for a bit to read the newspaper and had a strange encounter with an even stranger fan. Rei, should I worry or call Genji? Ronin, no, I won't be long. Sorry for the delay. Rei, it's nothing. I just wanted to see if you were okay. Although I like that you live with the world, it's a good step. Ronin, thanks. I won't be long anyway. Rei, well, be very careful, Izuku. Ronin, always seeing the note. The freckled boy hurried and bought what he needed. Then he went at full speed to the house, where he told everything to the older Todoroki, who trusted the boy's word. Between the two of them they did again what they called the toilet route. They could even finish sooner. The woman saw the freckled boy a little more animated, and that made her feel good, because she knew that although he was no longer Deku, he could be the best hero of all. Rei, and how are your wounds? Ronin, they're all healed now. Rei, all of them, really? Ronin, yes, I just need to get my strength back to 100%, but that's easier. I just have to continue with my usual diet and exercise routine to fully recover. Rei, that's good news. No wonder I see you use your quirk more easily. Those black whips are useful in the kitchen. Ronin, thank you. I tried to help where I could, and also for allowing me to live here. At that moment the woman hit him with the kitchen cloth. Rei, how many times do I have to tell you that you don't have to be thankful? Ronin, I know, but it's just that, well, a part of me says that maybe this is too much for me. I don't have how to repay all this. Rei, no, at least I don't see it that way. Izuku, you support us a lot even if you don't believe it. I appreciate the fact that you stayed. I know it can't be easy, and that's why I thank you. Besides, I'm not stupid. I know you use part of the money that Nisa gave you to buy some things. Don't think I haven't noticed. Ronin, how do you? Rei, mothers aren't stupid, kid. Let's say you're paying your rent. Now just clean up there, and you can go train. Ronin, thank you. The freckled boy got to work, and giving his all he started to do what the woman told him. It didn't take long, and as Rei agreed, she let him go train. The freckled boy had the gym's communication line with the house always on in case he needed something last minute, but that day he was going to be surprised. Half an hour after Izuku left, the white-haired girl stayed arranging some things until some noises at the door caught her attention. Rei, Shoto is in his room studying. Who could it be? The noises were repeated once more. The woman approached. Rei, I'm coming. Izuku, is that you? Don't tell me you forgot your keys. God, I told you not to take them out of the... The woman opened it, and the figure of a black-haired woman appeared. The +18 heroine Midnight was there. Rei, backpack. Midnight, good afternoon. You must be Rei Todoroki, right? Rei, yes, this good afternoon. What can I help you with? Midnight, Well, as you know, my heroine name is Midnight, but the fact is that today I come as a civilian. My name is Namuri Kiyama. The freckled man could hear this clearly. What was she doing there? Ray, yes, I think that's logical. Midnight, well, the reason for my visit is that I came to see Izuku Midoriya. The woman spoke clearly, showing her authority. Even Ray was a little surprised. Izuku was about to go out and tell her that he had nothing to talk about, but Ray, sorry, he's not home. Midnight, I understand he lives here. Ray, yes, but he's not here, he left. He knows now that he's a free person. He leaves. I recommended it to him as a therapy so that he would have more confidence. Midnight, I see, doubtful, and she's alone? Ray, no, my son Shoto is in his room, but he doesn't want to come in. He must have walked a long way to get here. Can I offer him some tea or coffee? Midnight, I'm not interrupting you? Ray, not at all. I was finishing lunch for my older children. Midnight, and Eri? She lives here too. Ray, yes, but he's at school. In fact, he'll be out soon. Midnight, excuse me if I interrupt you. Ray, don't worry, I'll go for her as usual. Todoroki, leaving the room, Mom. It's time to go get seeing Midnight Eri. Ray, I know, Shoto, that's exactly what I was mentioning to the lady. Midnight, interrupting. Good afternoon, Shoto. Calm down, ma'am. You can call me Namuri. After all, you are Shoto's mother, and I have to say that he is an outstanding student. Ray, thank you. Midnight, but taking advantage of the fact that you're here, Shoto, do you happen to know where Izuku is? Todoroki, Izuku? No, not really. He was supposed to drop Eri off. Has he arrived yet? Ray, no, he called and said he would be late, but he didn't say where he was going. He should be there by now, but I have to go get Eri. Todoroki, true, I'm sorry, Midnight Sensei. Midnight, oh, I see. Well, then I retire drinking tea. It was delicious. Thanks for your attention. I'll see you in class, Shoto. Todoroki, don't you want to wait for him? Midnight, I would love to, but I have things to do, work. Both members of the Todoroki family watched as the black-haired girl left her house. Todoroki, where is it? Ray, training. Todoroki, I see, I'm going to my room. Ray, thank you, son. The bicolor just went into his room. There was something that missed him. Izuku had already healed all his wounds, but his arm was still broken. He couldn't explain it. There was no way. Shoto thought about it a lot. Todoroki, unless the damage was so great that Izuku no longer has his arm. The two-colored man opened his eyes in surprise. Could something like this happen? Then the image of the freckled man holding the enormous fireball came to his mind. Of course it could happen. Izuku was a risky person. He could have died, but it was worth it. Todoroki, I have to find out. Unfortunately, the bicolor things would get complicated. Tsuyu went out with him. Izuku managed to have a little more confidence in him, so he was the one who went and brought Eri. His disguise worked, and the fact of the sling made him pass discreetly. It also increased the fact that a certain brunette with large attributes visited the boy. Almost a month had passed. In the newspapers it was said that UA would return to its normal functions. Izuku was somewhat worried because Professor Shield had not arrived yet, and he had no news of him. One night the freckled man was sitting outside the house with Yayorozu by his side. Ronin demons. Yayorozu, are you still thinking about that? Ronin, and what else can I think about? If he doesn't come, I'll have to return to UA like this. It's somewhat uncomfortable. Yayorozu, I know, but at least you'll have less homework, hee. Ronin, I can't see the funny side of this. Yayorozu, calm down, everything will be solved. Izuku, it may be next week or returning to the UA, but it will be solved. Don't be so negative. Ronin, I guess you're right, but it's difficult. I even feel that Shoto is already suspicious. Yayorozu, he suspects everything, so it's not a big surprise. You'll fix your arm and everything will be normal. Ronin, normal? Momo, nothing in my life is normal, or at least not lately. Yayorozu, at least Midnight Sensei hasn't come back, has he? Ronin, don't even remind me, it was pretty weird. The freckled one just breathed tiredly. Yayorozu, well, I have to go now, Izuku. Ronin, yes, your carriage has already arrived, right? Yayorozu, you're taking advantage of your lack of arm too much, don't you think? Ronin, do you consider this a weakness? Princess, you still can't beat me in a one-on-one. If you let me win, then I suggest we fight for real. Yaoyorozu, then tomorrow you won't even know that I hit you. Ronin, deal. The freckled boy got up and accompanied Yaoyorozu to the exit. The driver, although he could see the boy, thought it was some friend of hers. The disguise worked, and even more so at night. Ronin, rest Momo. Yaoyorozu, you too Izuku. The brunette walked away, and after a while the boy lost sight of the car. Izuku went back into the house, and after drinking coffee and talking with Ray and Endeavor, he went to bed. The next day everything went normally for the freckled boy. Even Yaoyorozu, keeping her word, came home, and they had a fight where, although the brunette kept her promise and didn't hold back, she lost again. But when Endeavor arrived, everything got strange. Endeavor, Izuku, come with me. Ronin, wait, what? Endeavor, come here. Ronin, I can't, Momo is here, where will we go? Endeavor, well, let him come, there's room in the truck. Ronin, boo, but. Yaoyorozu, but Mr. Todoroki, I don't think it's. Endeavor, Ray and Natsuo are already waiting for us inside, so let's go now. Todoroki, hey, can I go? Endeavor, this time I'll say no, son, you and your sister stayed to take care of the fort and Eri. Todoroki, but. Eri, Uncle Shoto, I need help with my homework. A small fact that everyone missed was that little Eri had started calling the Todoroki brothers as uncles, or in the case of Fuyumi as aunt. Ray and Endeavor earned the title of grandparents. Todoroki, but what about Fuyumi? Ray, entering the house, he will come later. Today he will have a parent-teacher meeting. Todoroki, demons. Ray, hey, cheer up, son. Sorry we can't take you. Besides, wouldn't Tsuyu also come to spend the day with you? Todoroki, that's true, but if Izuku's girlfriend comes, mine shouldn't come. Yaoyorozu, I'm not your idiot girlfriend. Sorry, Miss Ray. Ray, well, that was unexpected coming from you, but don't worry. Endeavor, we have to go. Next time, Shoto, tell your girlfriend I'm sorry. Ray, say hello to her from us, son. Ronin wanted revenge for the comment and approached his friend. Ronin, calm down, big guy. It'll be for next time, maybe when you're older, okay? You can even ride up front like a big kid. I can also teach you how to drive. Todoroki, idiot. The family part left quickly. Ronin and Yaoyorozu were the only ones who did not know exactly the purpose of the trip. The freckled one looked out the window slightly nervous. The brunette noticed this and took his hand. Yaoyorozu, don't worry, whatever it is, whatever happens, I'll be here. Ronin, if you say things like that, no wonder Todoroki thinks you're my girlfriend. Yaoyorozu, don't be silly, that's what friends do, right? Ronin, ha ha ha, I know. I just wanted to calm my nerves a little. Yaoyorozu, noticing Izuku's hair, you forgot to tie it up, right? Ronin, really? Noticing, damn, it's true, I've been forgetting lately these days. Yaoyorozu, how careless can you be? Ronin, don't even think about scolding me, okay? The brunette quickly used her quirk, creating a hair tie, and quickly tied her friend's hair into her now typical ponytail. Ronin, wait, what? Yaoyorozu, my mother gave me mine, so this one is unique, so you better not lose it, understood? Ronin, taking her hair, thank you. Yaoyorozu, do you have any idea where we are? Ronin, to be honest, I don't even recognize the landscape. The green-haired boy continued to think about this for a few minutes until after a while everything began to make sense. The streets looked familiar. The freckled boy began to recognize the direction they were taking, but while this was happening, a feeling of joy passed through his body, but also one of nervousness. Fear it wasn't. But why did he feel his head hurt a little? Yaoyorozu, hey, are you okay, Izuku? Ronin, I know where we're going. Yaoyorozu, so? What's wrong with you? Ronin, I'm not very happy about what's coming. The brunette now had more doubts with that answer. Endeavor for his part said nothing. Finally they arrived at a place that was on the outskirts of the city. It did not look abandoned. On the contrary, it looked quite stable. The truck went inside and everyone got out. Yaoyorozu saw again someone who she thought would be difficult or almost impossible to see again. A long blonde hair appeared. A girl that she recognized perfectly. Melissa's shield. Melissa, good afternoon. How nice that Hero Endeavor is here. Endeavor, don't be so formal, Miss Shield. Ray, nice to meet you, Miss Shield. I am Enji's wife. My name is Ray Todoroki, and this is my son Natsuo. Melissa, it's a pleasure too. Natsuo, did you make Izuku's prosthesis? Approaching Melissa. Melissa, well, yes and no. It was a joint project with my father. Without him, maybe I wouldn't have been able to. Natsuo, it's incredible. As a doctor, I must admit that your skills would be very useful in today's medicine. The way they managed to replicate a limb and cover it so that it looks and feels natural is amazing. The white-haired man was excited. Not only was he in front of someone like Melissa's shield, but he could also talk about the green-haired man's prosthesis. On the other hand, Melissa was nervous. Besides Izuku, she had not interacted with someone who had that way of communicating. Ray, Natsuo, calm down a little. You're making her uncomfortable. Natsuo, that's true. I'm sorry. EA is just exciting. My part as a doctor and admirer of your work. Melissa, no, don't worry. I already have experience, but anyway, let's go inside. My father will want to see them. The redhead nodded and everyone followed the young inventor. Yayorozu, aren't you going to say hi, Izuku? I understood you two were great friends. Ronin, you'll see why. They were all guided inside the enormous place. All kinds of machinery in the medical field was the first thing they saw. To the pleasure of Natsuo, who looked at everything in wonder, they continued walking a little until they were received by David Shield. His graying brown hair and glasses were irrefutable proof of his authenticity. David, they've arrived. I was very happy. I'm sorry I couldn't announce my visit. You know I had to keep my arrival a secret. Endeavor. I understand perfectly, David. Thanks for coming. David, well, as you can see, now we have everything ready to work comfortably. Izuku, are you ready? Ronin, yes, Professor. David, okay, but I don't think I've introduced myself. Approaching Ru, nice to meet you, David Shield. Ray Todoroki, it's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Shield. This is my son Natsuo. David, nice to meet you, young man. I see you're delighted with all this. Are you also an inventor? Natsuo, no, doctor, that's why I love this. So many machines for human care. I'm honestly impressed. David, thanks. Miss Yayorozu, it's a pleasure to be with someone from the Yayorozu family. Yayorozu, no, it's not necessary, Professor. I know my father is a shareholder, but so much formality is not necessary. After all, his daughter and I are friends. Melissa, that's right, Dad, she helped along with Izuku the day of the attack on the island. David, thank you very much, Miss, really, as a scientist and human being. Ronin, Professor, what will you do now? David, that's true. Well, the first thing I'll ask you is to please take off your shirt, sling and jacket. I need you to have your torso bare. Ray, Professor Shield, I am infinitely grateful for what you have done for Izuku. David, don't worry, honestly I owe him. He's a great guy and the best hero prospect we could find. We saw him at the festival. His indomitable spirit and his unbreakable principles gave him victory in his fight. Ronin, I would say it was my desire to kill them, but everyone has their own thoughts. The freckled boy started to laugh a little until Melissa grabbed his cheek. Melissa, what did I tell you about the fire? Ronin, release me. Melissa, you are irresponsible. The blonde began to pull him towards the cheek stretcher. Yayorozu, seeing this, got upset and subtly removed the blonde's hand from her crush. Melissa, what? Yayorozu, your methods are a little very abrupt. Melissa, I gave him the prosthesis. Yayorozu, but he lost it in battle. It would have been worse if he lost it because he was an idiot. Even if he was one, it would have been worse. Melissa, Yayorozu, what are you doing here? Yayorozu, I was training with Izuku when they brought us. The blonde frowned slightly. Since when did she and Izuku get together to train? Wasn't the freckled boy supposed to hate his entire class? David, okay, that's enough. Melissa, you better go get the new arm. Melissa, annoyed, yes. The girl turned around and walked inside, while Yayorozu helped the boy to lie down. Ronin, thanks for that, princess. Yayorozu, shut up. How do you feel now? Ronin, nervous to be honest. Yayorozu, calm down, you'll see that everything will be fine. David, you're here, daughter, how nice. Okay, Izuku, here I have your new arm. Ronin, let me sit down and ready. David, you broke the other one, you still have part of your elbow. From what I saw, it was due to the pressure you exerted while sustaining your attack and by force, right? Ronin, something like that. David, well, that gave me some ideas to achieve this one. For the first time, this one has a torsion joint in the shoulder. This is for better mobility, more natural, organic. It has it in the shoulder and elbow. It allows a greater angle in addition to a spring effect that makes your blows more lethal. It also has an opening system to let your energy pass. You will remember that both are connected to you in some way. That allowed you to use your quirk on it with some ease, even though you know that the price was high since it was not made to withstand so much power. I also have to say that this one is harder than the other. It is more resistant, but it is also much stronger and lighter. You will feel the same weight in both arms. Ronin, I'll say goodbye to my old arm, right? Or well, what's left of it? David, yes, you already know what the process is like. How are your wounds healing? Ronin, a bit slow right now, that part is still recovering. David, okay, that will make our work a little easier. Melissa, local anesthesia? Or would you prefer no anesthesia? Ronin, take that face off, you're not scary. Melissa, without anesthesia then. Ronin, sigh, okay. The freckled man lay back down on the bed and was immediately held by the ankles, torso, neck, shoulder, elbow, and wrist. Ronin, don't you think this is a bit excessive? David, it will hurt. Ronin, I know. The freckled boy took a device that he put in his mouth, and so the surgery began. The freckled boy was suffering and there was no doubt about it. He clenched his fist in pain. Yayorozu wanted to help him, but there was no way. It would interrupt everything, and that is the last thing she wanted to do. They had to see him get up once more. After a few hours they succeeded. The surgery came to an end, but unfortunately for Yayorozu, David ended up sedating the boy. David, I had to, so that his body would go into a state of rest, and he could fit his prosthesis with the living skin. Yayorozu, but will it be too much? Ray, we have to go. We'll take you home and you'll visit him early tomorrow, okay? Yayorozu, yeah, I guess. The last time they saw me with him they misinterpreted everything. They almost kicked me out of UA, but he stood up for me. Ray, calm down. Tell your parents that you will visit a friend in the hospital. You don't necessarily have to say who it is. Yayorozu, that's not bad. Endeavor, technically you're not lying. You're coming to see a friend. I'll tell Shoto that Izuku stayed at the hospital. Tomorrow, Ray, and I will go for you near your house. Ray, Momo, give me your number so I can call you. Yayorozu, sure, here it is. Endeavor, Natsuo, you will stay here to monitor Izuku's condition, understood? Natsuo, yes, father, I already told the hospital that I won't be able to go tomorrow. David, thank you for your trust, Endeavor. Endeavor, thanks for helping him, and you can also call me Genji. That's my civilian name. The redhead and the brunette shook hands, and with that was the farewell. The Todoroki couple left the place along with the younger Yayorozu, leaving the two scientists and the doctor alone. David, boy, did you give Izuku any medicine? Natsuo, yes, it wasn't much, an anti-inflammatory and painkillers for the pain. David, okay, I have an idea to help you heal your wounds quickly. It's based on a system I invented on an island, but I need your support. David, of course. The brown-haired boy smiled and got to work with his daughter and the white-haired boy. They worked most of the night until they had it ready. On the other hand, Shoto asked his parents about the whereabouts of his best friend, and they had no qualms or doubts in telling him that he was in the hospital. That's why Natsuo went. His arm had been broken for too long to be treated, and they would take him to get checked. The bicolor, although not very convinced, accepted this. The next day Ray and Endeavor went to drop Eri off at school accompanied by Shoto. Fuyumi, as she is a teacher, has to leave early. Endeavor, enough already. Todoroki, who? Endeavor, Izuku, your brother just sent me a message. He needed some medicine and a proper rest. The medicine for the current body treatment is very good. It makes you recover your strength immediately. It's almost like having Recovery Girl. Todoroki, is it coming out today? Endeavor, yes, he can use his arm now. He'll be here this afternoon if all goes well. Son, can I ask you to take care of the house? Your mother's coming with me. The two-tone hesitated a little but gave up seconds later. Todoroki, yes, she has made a change in him, she trusts him. Rei, thanks Shoto, today you will make dinner, Soba will be very calm. Todoroki, yes, I know how to cook. Rei, I don't doubt it, but I said it in case you wanted something quick and easy. Todoroki, send him my regards. Endeavor, sure son. The couple left their son at home and then went through the jet. They waited for her a little far from the mansion so that her parents would not see who came for their daughter. Rei called her and the girl after a few minutes came out meeting the couple. Rei ready? Yayorozu, yes. Endeavor, get in, you have to go fast, it's a bit far from here. So the three left. Endeavor advanced in silence while the two women talked in the back about trivial things like school, the brunette's victory, but she didn't know that Rei's objective was not only to get to know her better. The woman waited patiently until she saw her confident enough, and then attacked. Rei, can I ask you something, Momo? Yayorozu, sure, whatever. Rei, tell me since when? Yayorozu, since when what? The woman sharpened her gaze and, smiling wickedly, formulated her question better. Rei, since when do you like izuku? The girl was drinking water when Rei asked this. Obviously the question took her by surprise. The girl began to cough with difficulty. Yayorozu, excuse me? Rei, you heard me. Since when do you like izuku? Yayorozu, but you're wrong. Izuku isn't I don't. Rei, you can't fool a mother, you know? It's a nice feeling. I just want to know since when. The girl turned redder than she knew she could get. She wanted to look away, gain confidence, and dare to lie, but she couldn't. After a few minutes she gave up. She breathed in and out with a sigh of defeat and took a breath of courage. Yayorozu, I don't know when exactly. For a while it was just admiration. It was amazing to see him keep getting up despite what happened. How his missing arm didn't matter, he compensated for it, trained and came back. But after a while I felt comfortable with him, more than usual. When he was away I felt weird, as if something was missing. By his side my heart beat and made me nervous. Sometimes I didn't know what to say that wouldn't sound stupid, hee. Maybe it sounds ridiculous, but what I can tell you with all certainty is that it was at the end of the sports festival when I admitted it, when I saw that way of being so characteristic of him. His way of fighting that beyond revenge was for what was right. That's when I really knew I fell in love with a superhero. Rei looked at Yayorozu with curiosity. The brunette was completely red. A part of Shoto's mother knew that she would admit it, but the other didn't. She thought that she would evade the subject, that she would lie, and although the part that thought she would tell the truth if she expected it. The truth is that she didn't expect an answer of that type. After a while of processing it, the woman smiled and caressed the girl's hair. Rei, Izuku is not an impossible man. It is true that he has his character, and is most of the time stupid or insensitive, but well, I think so. Yayorozu, what if? Rei, haven't you noticed? Yayorozu, what about? Rei, that you? Endeavor, here we are. The man parked and everyone got out. Rei just smiled and got out. Yayorozu followed her with her eyes, wondering what the bicolor's mother wanted to tell her. Everyone went inside without problems and arrived at the place from the previous day, where they were surprised because they saw the freckled boy in a kind of cylindrical chamber filled with some liquid. The boy had a breathing apparatus and several cables connected. His body was almost naked. He had nothing but shorts. His long hair was floating in the greenish liquid. Outside there was a device that said his signs. David, good thing you've arrived. Endeavor, what is that? David, something that I invented myself. It is not yet patented and technically Izuku is being tested, but I can say that it works, or that is what he created. Endeavor, that doesn't answer my question. Natsuo, it's a cocktail of medicine, or at least part of it. The other is made so that his body releases tension, made so that he adapts to the prosthesis, and so that he recovers. His body needed some things, vitamins and such. Maybe he could generate them on his own, but being so hurt he needed help. This is all he needed. He just has to adapt everything. Endeavor, I see. David, the camera checks your heart rate, so it can alert us of any abnormality, and it is pressurized so that no virus or bacteria infects the liquid or the patient. Ray, and was it necessary to leave it in short? Natsuo, yes, it's like chemotherapy. In fact, several treatments require the patient to rest and preferably with only something that covers the private parts. David, you were really helpful, Natsuo. Natsuo, thank you for giving me the opportunity and for letting me work with you at least once. David, with what you just said, maybe I'll even hire you, haha, but oh well. Ray, then it's fine. David, yes, it's just a matter of waking up. Yaoyorozu, okay. Ray, we'll go get something to eat. Professor, do you want to come? You've been working hard, let us do this for you. David, I don't want to cause any inconvenience. Endeavor, no, I'm sure neither you nor your daughter have eaten, much less Natsuo. Ray, besides, Izuku will surely be very hungry when he gets out. Come on, don't be shy, you too, Natsuo. Natsuo, of course I'll go. The white-haired man took off his lab coat and gloves and then accompanied his parents. The teacher had no choice and, seeing himself grateful, decided to accept. David, wait, Melissa, dear. You're in charge. I need someone to check the signs and know when to turn off the machine. I'll get you something to eat. Ray, Momo, you can stay. We'll bring you something to keep you company. Yaoyorozu, yes. Thank you very much. The elders left and the brunette brought a chair. She knew that the white-haired girl was not referring to keeping Melissa company but to Izuku. Melissa, entering they already left, at least Dad knows what I like. Did you stay to Yaoyorozu? Yaoyorozu, company you know. Melissa, thank you. Yaoyorozu, it's nothing. Melissa, and how have you been? How's everything going with Todoroki? Yaoyorozu, I've been fine, thank you, but what does he have to do with it? Melissa, I mean, how is your relationship? Yaoyorozu, relationship? Melissa, weren't you guys, dating? Yaoyorozu, no. Why does everyone think that? Melissa, well, I saw you two together on island, and considering you both come from one of Japan's most powerful families, I thought. Yaoyorozu, just because of that? Melissa, well, Mina had told me that he had helped you with your insecurity problem and well, I thought that Yaoyorozu, everyone thought the same, well, they thought I liked it and all, although since they stopped talking to me they haven't said it to me anymore. Melissa, they stopped talking to you? Why? Yaoyorozu, for him pointing at Izuku. Melissa, Izuku? Yaoyorozu, nobody likes him at UA. They think he's a traitor, or well, they thought, but since some of our group started hanging out with him things got tense, and they stopped talking to us, no exceptions. Melissa analyzed, staring at the brunette. Melissa, tell me something, Momo. Yaoyorozu, what? Melissa, do you hate him for that? Yaoyorozu, no, of course not. He is a bit idiotic at times, but he gave me the push I needed to move forward, and although he always says he had nothing to do with it, I feel like if it weren't for him I would still be asking myself what to do without knowing if it was good or not. Melissa, wow, you've changed, hee. Yaoyorozu, yes, I think so. Melissa, and tell me, if you don't like Todoroki, then is there someone special? Yaoyorozu blushed slightly but quickly controlled herself. She wasn't going to go around blurting out her secret as if it were nothing. The blonde would forgive her but hide the truth a little. Yaoyorozu, yes, why would I lie to you, hee. Melissa, really? Hee, who would have thought? Yaoyorozu, yes, it may sound a bit childish, but I realized it recently. Melissa, it's not stupid, I've never fallen in love or felt anything like that towards someone. My only reference to this is from the love novels I read in my free time, but I feel like it has to be something special or unique, right? Yaoyorozu, I'll be honest with you, yes, and he's someone unique, just like you said, special and one of a kind. Melissa, and who is it? I mean, the reason you're talking about that person like that is because they really did something to you. The brunette looked at the blonde amused. It was obvious that she would tell her, but she wouldn't say her name. After all, it's not something that can be said as if nothing. The girl decided to keep a little truth again. Yaoyorozu, he's a strange person, hee. It's still incredible that he's also a wretch, and he's also very brutal, but I know he's kind. I've seen him. The blonde looked at Momo, carefully analyzing her words. Soon her mind began to work 1,000 miles an hour, analyzing, tying up loose ends. Finally 2 names came to mind. By logic and the information that the brunette gave her, she discarded one. The other was there, but she didn't know whether to say it or not. The blonde was considering her options. If she said the name that appeared in her mind, she could lose her friend, or she could blush her and make her deny it, which would be like telling the truth in a way. There was also the version that she would accept it with complete certainty. The blonde looked at Yayorozu, and she in turn did the same with a slight smile. Melissa, are we thinking of the same person? Yayorozu, I forgot you're a genius. Melissa, so? But before she could say anything, they heard the freckled boy's vital signs start to accelerate. When they looked up, they saw how the boy was moving. They didn't know because they stopped paying attention since their conversation became interesting, but the freckled boy started to move. His eyes squeezed shut, his right hand was completely closed. His knuckles were white. Izuku's interior, core of one for all. Nana, so you're innocent now. Ronin, it seems so. First wielder, you've mastered one for all 100% and the 6th wielder's whips. That's good and amazing. Boy, you have a good omen, you know. Ronin, I don't think it's that big a deal. Funky, you also beat the League of Stupid All-for-One followers. Ronin, I only have one goal, kill Shigaraki and All-for-One. After that everything will be over. First bearer, if you can use another motivation besides revenge, that would be great. Ronin, it's not revenge. If I leave them alive, nothing will change. They will escape and kill again. It's a cycle that repeats itself and repeats itself. I don't want that. No more. I will finish them off. First carrier, who would have thought it? Well, I guess they asked for it. For now you have to wake up. You are fully recovered. Ronin, that's good news except for the flame that's there. The freckled man pointed towards a light flame that was forming. He recognized the figure perfectly, and it caused him some discomfort. Nana, I know, but there's no other way. He was your ancestor. Ronin, yes. Funky, don't complain, boy. The day you have your daughters-in-law and you have already passed one for all, you will be here with him. Ronin, he has to die to be in the flame, then I will prevent him from dying as much as I can. Nana, you see, you have to wake up. Funky, aggressive and willing to get the job done. I like this guy. Nana, don't sing victory, Funky. Out there is someone who is soft, isn't there, Izuku? Ronin, I'm leaving now. When you need anything, you can talk to me. The freckled man disappeared in a green flame, while the bearers only saw him. Nana, yes, she is definitely special. Outside world. Yayorozu, what's up? Melissa, I don't know. Suddenly his signs rose. He is very agitated. Yayorozu, just look at him. He looks like he's going to jump out of there. Melissa, we have to get it out. Yayorozu, do it now, then get him out of there. Melissa, but the process may not be complete. Yayorozu, how come maybe not, don't you know? Melissa, I didn't know anything about this. It's a prototype of my father. Yayorozu, no matter what you know, you have to get him out of there now. At that moment David's shield entered the place, and seeing the state of the freckled man, he approached at full speed. David, what happened? Melissa, I don't know. Suddenly her signs started to be like that. They rose for no apparent reason. David, we have to get it out now. Endeavor, what's going on? David, I don't know, but I'll find out. Genji uses your quirk and attacks the camera at my signal. Ray, I don't think that's necessary. David, but why not? Ray just pointed. When he turned around, everyone could see the freckled boy shake violently and then open his eyes. He grabbed the cables and pulled them from his body. Seeing himself with more mobility, he began to hit the glass hard, making small cracks, but soon these became bigger, letting out some liquid. The boy prepared to give one more hit. David, everyone take cover. The freckled boy hit the wall, and the whole camera broke into pieces. The liquid spilled all over the place, but the boy got out, took a few small steps. The greenish liquid covered his face. David, young Midoriya Izuku, are you okay? Ronin, liquidating the liquid from the face. Sure, no fart. The freckled man took out the breathing apparatus and tore it off his face. Ronin, damn, I couldn't speak properly. I think I swallowed some of that green stuff. It tastes like sour lemon. Yayorozu and Mizuku? Ronin, hello Momo, what's up? Yayorozu, you have a... Ronin, a what? Ray, glass stuck in the shoulder. The freckled man turned around and there was indeed a large piece stuck in his shoulder. Ronin, oh look, let's see, about to take it. Yayorozu, don't even think about it. The freckled man grabbed it and ripped it off with a single pull. The piece was followed by a line of blood that fell to the ground. The shoulder began to bleed. Izuku let go of the piece. Yayorozu was about to scold him but saw how the wound began to close. No time passed and the arm was as good as new, without any wounds. Ronin, really, now healed like before. This is what I call healing. David, how does your arm feel? Ronin, it feels strange, it's kind of weird. David, you'll get used to it. Ronin, he just needs to finish mating with me. David, yes, in the meantime, can you do something? Ronin, if I can do anything, just watch. The freckled man stood on his hands and then pushed himself up using only his fingertips, then only 2 fingers. The action was a bit difficult, but to everyone's surprise, he raised his right hand, holding himself only with the prosthesis. Everyone looked at him in amazement. He pushed himself up and managed to stand up. Ronin, the spring effect is very good, Professor. David, I knew it. It will help a lot with your hits. Try to get used to it more, but for now I need you to use your quirk. Ronin, stop it. David, I made the prosthesis so it could withstand the pressure of your strength. I want to see if it's possible. Ronin, okay. The freckled man began to exert force. The green rays began to come out at full speed, the muscles tensed, the hair stood on end and stood up with force. The rays ran through his entire body except for the prosthesis. Ronin, come on, once it worked, it'll work again, come on. The freckled boy pushed with all his being. He had to do it again. Then he felt how the plates of the prosthesis opened a little. The boy worried. He thought he had broken it, but then he saw how the rays filtered through these small openings, managing to cover his new arm. Ronin, thinking, one for all, 100%. The freckled man raised a curtain of air, but when they turned around, everyone saw the boy's quirk in all its splendor. Even his gaze had become more serious. Ronin, I call this evolution. Endeavor, incredible. Ronin, and more is missing. David, go beyond your limits. The freckled boy just smiled. His fists began to heat up. Soon they began to smoke, and in a blink of an eye they were covered in fire. Inside the boy's arms, lines began to move and black whips also came out. The prosthesis let the whips out through the slits from where the one for all rays came out. The freckled boy crossed his arms in an X and opened them, letting out all his power. His hair covered one of his eyes, but you could see how the boy was smiling. Ronin, to 'tis I call real power. Ray, let me know if the royal power wants something to eat. We brought pizza. Ronin, I'll get a slice. Yayorozu, throwing her pants at him, first put on some clothes, will you? The freckled boy had forgotten that he only had shorts, so he quickly put on his pants. David handed him a t-shirt, and he put it on. The boy, more confident, went for the slice, but Ray stopped him. Ray, shoes, young man. Endeavor, listen. The freckled boy went to sit down and Melissa handed him her sneakers, which he quickly put on. Now he went for his slice of pizza. Then David did more tests of all kinds: comfort, strength, resistance, pressure, etc. Finally the boy put on his normal clothes completely. Yayorozu tied his hair again, and they said goodbye to the Shield family. Endeavor, thanks for everything, David. David, it's nothing. It's a pleasure to work together, and well, Izuku owed you this. Ronin, don't say that, you don't owe me anything. Rather, I don't know how to pay for everything that has been done for my teacher. Melissa, I'll miss you, Izuku, but you better not break the prosthesis so he comes to see you. Ronin, I don't promise anything, to be honest. David, see you, Izuku. Mrs. Ray, it was a pleasure meeting you. Natsuo, thank you for everything. Maybe we'll work together again openly in front of the cameras. Natsuo, it was a pleasure. Professors, I hope the same. Melissa, Hey Momo. Yayorozu, what's wrong? Melissa, good luck. The brunette just smiled and nodded, thanking her friend for the advice. Endeavor, time to go home. Yayorozu will take you back to the mansion, okay? Yayorozu, thank you, bowing. Melissa, before I forget, Izuku catches. The blonde threw a spray can at him, which Izuku took without difficulty. Ronin, I didn't bring you a gift. Melissa, it's more durable, you won't have to worry much now. Ronin, thank you. Everyone left while Melissa and David each took out a broom to start sweeping. They would have to leave and not leave a trace of anything soon. In the car, Izuku looked at his new arm. It was identical to the old one. Only this one had a light layer of something spongy around the muscle areas. The lines were visible because of the green color. It felt strange, but he would get used to it. Suddenly Yayorozu took out the can that Melissa had given her. Yayorozu, extend your arm. Ronin, why? Yayorozu, opening the window, I'm going to make you look normal. Ronin, right, thanks Momo. The freckled man extended his arm and the brunette applied the substance from the can carefully until it covered everything. There was no metal mark at all, it looked natural. Yayorozu, ready. Ronin, it looks great, you'll be the one to apply it now. The brunette just smiled, but at that moment Endeavor stopped. Endeavor, ready Yayorozu, we're here. Yayorozu, thank you very much for everything, bowing, see you later Izuku. Ronin, ha ha ha, of course. Bye Momo. The boys waved goodbye. Endeavor waited for the girl to enter the mansion to verify that nothing bad would happen to her, and after that they went to their house where they were welcomed by the rest of the Todoroki watching a movie. Eri was already asleep. Shoto and Fuyumi were about to fall when the noise woke them up. Endeavor, we're here. Todoroki, it took them a long time. Ronin, they put me in a vat of drugs to make me recover. Do you know how weird that is? Forget it, you don't know. Fuyui, but how are you? Ronin, better than ever, raising his arms. Todoroki discreetly grabbed a knife and cut it on his right arm. The cut once again healed. Ronin, it doesn't even hurt anymore. Endeavor, they are light wounds. Todoroki, hey Izuku? Ronin, what's up? Todoroki, your arm, is it really your arm? The freckled man was surprised by this, but smiling he raised his covered prosthesis. Ronin, but of course it's my dumb arm, what else could it be? Todoroki, it took you a long time to heal. Ronin, I was destroyed, not so literally, but I was very damaged, and with my healing almost at a null state, how did you want me to heal quickly? The bicolor looked hesitant. Izuku just approached and extended his arm. Ronin, I'll feel like Jesus doing this, but hey, go ahead, see it's me. The hesitant bicolor did what his friend said. He didn't notice anything strange. There were no hardnesses other than what should be there. Shoto let him go. Todoroki, you're a careless jerk, you know that? Ronin, I know, you're not the first to tell me that. Endeavor, well, go to sleep everyone, tomorrow will be a new day. Ronin, wow, that sounds exciting, carrying Eri. The freckled man put the girl to bed and then went to his bed, covered himself but took out his left hand, looked at his palm and then closed his fist. Ronin, what a life I have! The boy finally closed his eyes, ready to sleep. A few days passed. Izuku tried his best to get used to his arm. It wasn't that hard anymore. Rei, for her part, also helped him. The meditations that Edge Shot had taught him worked very well. After a last week of vacation, the freckled boy was ready for whatever life had in store for him. The next morning, Shoto and Izuku were ready, both in their Yui uniform. Izuku had his hair tied up because Yayorozu had reminded him to. Rei, ready? Todoroki, it's kind of weird coming back after what happened. Ronin, shut up, you're not the one he's going to want to interview as soon as he sets foot outside, it's stupid. Rei, okay, but go now, it will be late for you, hugging both of them, I'm proud of both of you. Todoroki, thanks Mom. Ronin, thank you Rei. Rei, Izuku, good luck, you'll see that everything will turn out better, you are better, you just have to prove it. The woman gave a motherly hug to the boy, who now couldn't help but shed a tear but quickly wiped it away. Rei, you know you can come stay here or see Eri whenever you want, right? Ronin, yes Rei, thank you very much. Rei, And if you need to talk, you can also come and talk to me. Remember, between crazy people we understand each other, son. The freckled boy smiled and shed one last tear. The two boys left and headed to UA, but Izuku looked back one last time at the Todoroki house and was surprised when he saw how next to Rei was the figure of his mother. The freckled boy opened his eyes in surprise, but then, "Mom, now that Dad is dead, what will we do?" "To be honest, I don't know, Izuku, but I do know one thing. I'll never stop being by your side, do you understand? You'll always have me, my son, no matter what happens." "Okay, Mom, thanks." Izuku shed a few tears while smiling. "Ronin, thanks, Mom." Chapter 24. How is life treating you? Nizu, young Midoriya, young Todoroki, nice to see you again. Todoroki, I say the same, Director. Ronin, I don't feel comfortable being here. Nizu, I know and I understand, at least your arm is recovered. Ronin, I know, but by the way, when will you bring my things back? I don't want to carry the uniform around all day. Nizu, don't worry, they'll bring them today. When classes are over, you'll find them in your room. Ronin, oh well, is there anything else to say? Nizu, I don't think so, you can go to class. Todoroki bowed and left. Izuku for his part bowed his head in respect, turned around and walked, but Nizu caught his attention. Nizu, young Midoriya. Ronin, yes? Nizu, welcome back. Ronin, thank you. The freckled and the two-colored one left the office and headed to the High Alliance, where they met Yayorozu, who had just arrived. Yayorozu, good morning, guys. Todoroki, good morning, Yayorozu. Ronin, what are you doing here so early? Don't tell me you were kicked out of your house before? Yayorozu, no, I wanted to come alone, so I left early. Ronin, from your elegant walk and your hair, I can bet that they brought you in the same way. Yayorozu, with a sigh of defeat, yeah, people in my house don't sleep or something? But anyway, ready to go back? Todoroki, honestly yes, I'm curious how things will be from now on. Ronin, to be honest, I don't care. I just hope I don't have to hit someone today. It would be a waste of strength. Yayorozu, it's good that they come animated. I thought you would come with Tsuyu. Todoroki. Todoroki, I told him we could come together, but he said no, that he was doing something. Ronin, he was giving you a gift, right? That's why he couldn't come. Todoroki, no. Ronin, how easy you are to read. If he did things the same, he would have come because he knows he has his knight Shoto to help him. On the other hand, if it is a gift for you, it is obvious that he would not come because he does not want you to see it, or that you suspect what it is about, and more considering the fact that you suspect everything. Todoroki, that's not true. Ronin, you thought I was All Might's illegitimate son just because our quirks look alike, and now you thought my arm wasn't my arm. Yayorozu, he really? Todoroki, don't encourage him, will you? Yayorozu, sorry, I just find it funny that you thought that. Todoroki, I'm going to my room. The bicolor left, leaving both boys alone. Ronin, crybaby. Yayorozu, tell me you didn't do it just to push him away. Ronin, it wasn't the primary objective. Yayorozu, how do you feel? Ronin, well, it's good to stop pretending that I have a broken arm. Other than that, like before, it's a little difficult for me to do some movements, but it's because I still haven't adapted. I have to do everything carefully. It's like wanting to run when I can't even walk. Yayorozu, did you just say baby? Ronin, no, I needed something to give you an idea of what it's like. Yayorozu, I see, just give it some time. Something will come to you once you get to know you. Ronin, thanks, now I think I'll go to my room. I don't have anything there, but I have to see if everything is still in its place. Yayorozu, sure, see you later, Izuku. Ronin, see you in class, Momo, see you later. The brunette said goodbye and also went to her room. After a few minutes, the freckled boy was at the door of Class A. The boy now had leather gloves with his fingers uncovered. The boy was the first to arrive. He opened the door and sat in his place by the window. As the minutes passed, his classmates arrived, but they all had something in common, and that is that they avoided all kinds of contact with the green-haired boy. They felt ashamed. The only ones who greeted him were Shoji, Ojiro, Tokoemi, and Shinso. Shinso, Midoriya. Ronin, what's up? Shinso, how does freedom taste? Ronin, honestly better than I imagined. I thought they would be bucking around all the time, but I think they calmed down a lot. Shinso, you can't declare victory, we're in class, wait until they finish. Ronin, in that case, remind me to go to my room at full speed. Shinsho done but. The purple-haired boy couldn't finish speaking because the boy stood up and went to sit next to Yaoyorozu, who was a little surprised but also thanked him because he was the one who interrupted Jiro, who was determined to bother the brunette. Ronin, thanks for waiting for me, Momo, and thanks for the place. Jiro, that's my chair. Yaoyorozu, it's nothing, Izuku, but what about your things? Ronin, Shinso is taking care of them for me, let me go get them. The freckled man extended his arm and the black whips shot out, grabbed the backpack and returned. Ronin ready. Jiro, but well, I guess we'll talk later, okay? Ronin, Jiro? Oh, you're there, sorry I didn't see you, did you need something? Jiro, and no, well, we'll see each other later, Yaoyorozu. The purple-haired girl walked away and sat somewhere else. Yaoyorozu, thanks I guess. Ronin, you can't say no? Yaoyorozu, you know this is uncomfortable for both you and me, don't judge me. Ronin, I don't, just be tougher. Yaoyorozu, has no one talked to you? Ronin, no, well you know except for them, but I don't care about the others. As long as they stay quiet, everything is good. Yaoyorozu, Ida and Uraraka haven't arrived yet. Ronin, you don't want me to tell you where I think they are? Yaoyorozu, I don't think so. Ronin, why not? Because he's the polite class president? Are you forgetting that bastard, along with Uraraka, saw me and Hatsumi's faces? The freckled boy made some exaggerated movements when saying these words, making Yaoyorozu giggle. On the other side of the room, Shoji and others watched this with curiosity. Shoji, do you think something will happen today? Tokoyami, what do you mean? Ojiro, do you think they want to fight him? Shoji, I wouldn't be surprised to be honest. Shinso, I don't think they want to fight, I guess they're too embarrassed to even look at him. Shoji, but I don't know, I feel like something will happen today. Ojiro, maybe that's because of Bakugo. Shinso, I don't think he'd dare unless he wants to stop walking for a while. Shoji, well, since he came back it's not very strange to see Midoriya fight, maybe they do fight. Tokoyami, you are wrong about something, and that is that remember the times he fought, it was not because he wanted to but because he had to. Class B challenged him, and we don't even mention it. Although there were times when he fought on his own like in the bank, we cannot deny that he is someone who prefers to avoid fighting. Todoroki, I don't like fighting because I know I'm going to win. Shinso, you're absolutely right about that. Tokoyami, he who has spent his entire life fighting finds peace in chanting. War is not always something to enjoy. Shoji, I guess that might suit him. Todoroki, he's also calm. Shinso, rather she calms him down. Shoji, when Bakugo attacked her he almost didn't count her. Todoroki, he couldn't give revenge at the festival, but he looked brutal in training. Shoji, why at the festival? Todoroki, Bakugo pretended to trip to shoot the pillar where she was going to land, so Izuku ran back at full speed for her. He was willing to sacrifice his place and his participation in the festival. Ojiro, it seems strange to me that they are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Todoroki, I thought they were. Shinso, you always suspect everything. Shoji, but they really think they. Ojiro, maybe it depends on both of us, we can't speculate. Todoroki, from Yaoyorozu to Uraraka. Shinso, maybe that's why you don't dare, have you thought about it? Todoroki, yes, but I don't think it's a topic he likes to talk about. Shoji, no one would like to talk about that if they think about it. Todoroki, well, I'm sure they'll end up together, they'll just need a push, I guess. Ojiro, I feel like we're like Hagakure and Mina, ha ha ha. Todoroki, right, Tsuyu has arrived, I'll go with her, see you later. Shoji, love is curious. Tokoyami, an illusion, a reflection of thought, chemicals in the body but inspiration of brave and heroes. Shinso, that's deep, taking out his phone. Ah, okay, yeah, sure, leaving? Okay, bye. The purple-haired boy hung up the phone and put it away. His companions looked at him with curiosity. Shinso, what? Tokoemi, may we ask who it was? Your voice is usually subdued and… Shoji, you sounded more animated than usual. Shinso, it was Hatsune from the support department. We were friends when I was in general courses and we distanced ourselves a bit, but we're talking again now. Shoji, maybe it's none of my business, but wasn't she Ida's girlfriend? Shinso, yes, now you understand, right? Ojiro, I'm surprised. Tokoemi, where there's someone happy, there's always someone hurting. Shinso, she didn't deserve what he did to her. Ojiro, good luck with that, I'll go with Hagakure. Shoji, well, we're alone now. Tokoemi, and the teacher doesn't arrive. Shinso, I don't think I have anything to do here, so. Shoji, do you know how to play cards? The purple-haired man stood still at this. Shinso, how much money do you want to lose? Back with the freckled man and the brunette, they were quiet, although they sent each other notes, written imperceptibly. Yaoyorozu pushed them with a pencil and Izuku with a whip that he took out of his pinky finger. Ronin. It's taken too long, don't you think? Yaoyorozu. I know, but we have to wait. Ronin. Have you noticed? Neither Ida nor Uraraka have arrived. I think my prediction is correct. Yaoyorozu. Don't get your hopes up, Mina and Bakugo haven't arrived either. Ronin. Wanna bet? Yaoyorozu. Don't start, Izuku. Ronin. That's right, you still owe me the food. The boys were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't see when a redhead with shark teeth stood next to Izuku. Kirishima, Midoriya? The freckled man wrote on the paper, and because he was so distracted he didn't pay attention to the boy. Kirishima, Midoriya? Again nothing. The redhead thought that she was ignoring him, so he gave up. He had screwed up. Slowly he turned around ready to leave. Yaoyorozu noticed this and said to Izuku. Yaoyorozu, Izuku. Ronin, what's wrong, Momo? Yaoyorozu, turn around. The freckled man listened and turned around, seeing the redhead with his head down. Then he remembered. May it be a good fight. Traitor or whatever, thanks, Midoriya. Ronin just sighed and stood up. Ronin, hey Kirishima. The redhead stopped walking. He thought the boy would make fun of him. Kirishima, what's wrong? Ronin, did you lose something, or why were you standing next to me just now? The boy couldn't take it anymore. He just burst into tears. He turned to look at the boy with teary eyes. Izuku was somewhat intrigued. Kirishima, sorry. Ronin, what are you? Kirishima, I didn't know what to think. The tests were hard, but I saw you fight. I fought by your side. I saw your ideals and I knew that you weren't capable of betraying us, but everyone turned against you. I couldn't avoid it. I would lose all my friends. I don't want to be alone. Not again, but then they attacked you. They didn't care that you begged for help. Your screams don't let me sleep because I know that I could have helped you, but I was weak and that's why I'm sorry. Everyone looked at Kirishima in surprise. Bakugo was entering when the redhead with shark teeth shouted the last thing. He was surprised. Izuku was too. He remembered how the boy's life was before UA understood his reasons. I don't want to be weak again. If I am, then I can't be the hero I aspire to be. Kirishima, I didn't act like a man or a hero. What kind of hero turns his back on his friend just for acceptance? The redhead had finally exploded. His fury, his sadness, and his disappointment in himself made him say all this. Izuku turned to see Momo, who just nodded, agreeing with him. Izuku breathed. After all, the same thing happened to her. Ronin, hey Kirishima. The redhead thought he was going to hit him. He prepared himself. He didn't activate his quirk. He knew he deserved it, but nothing. He was never hit. Instinctively, he opened his eyes. He found the greenhead's fist a few centimeters away from him. Kirishima, it's this, that. Ronin, you're going to leave me with my fist extended all day, or you're going to crash it, shark. Kirishima, boo, but I. Ronin, so? I know someone else who went through the same thing. You didn't doubt me. You should have asked before hitting maybe, but I understand you being with me doesn't guarantee you'll have thousands of friends. Kirishima will stop talking to you, but I know better than anyone what loneliness is and. The freckled boy couldn't speak because the redhead hugged him. The boy felt how Kirishima wet the shoulder of his jacket with his tears. Kirishima, I'm really sorry, Midoriya. Ronin, hey, I already told you that everything is fine, calm down, this is not very manly. Well, you can cry, but let me go. The redhead released the boy and wiped his tears with a smile. Kirishima, how ridiculous I am, I'm crying. Ronin, I already told you that it's not bad to cry. Tears are liberating, hee, so how about starting from scratch? The freckled man stretched out his fist. Kirishima didn't take long and returned the gesture. Ronin, and now go sit down, Shark, I don't think it will take long for Sensei to arrive. The redhead just smiled. Kirishima, wretch, I'll see you later, Ronin. The freckled man sat down again. Yaoyorozu took his hand. Yaoyorozu, look, it seems that there are feelings. Ronin, I know, I cry like Magdalena, but I don't judge him. Yaoyorozu, I wasn't talking about Kirishima. Ronin, so? Yaoyorozu, about you. The brunette smiled and squeezed his hand a little tighter, making Izuku smile. Ronin, yes, I have feelings, I just don't want to show them. A certain brunette was entering when she saw how the girl was holding her ex's hand. She immediately felt a pang in her chest, as if something hurt so hard that she almost shed a tear. After a few minutes Aizawa arrived, who, although he seemed normal at a certain point, could not help but tremble a little in sadness when he said Izuku's name when attendance was taken. The boy did not take it seriously and continued working. They had some practices where he could see the progress of his friends. Izuku enjoyed the fight against Shoji and Kirishima. They were good rivals, their movements said it, but it was until the end of classes that everything went to hell, as Ronin had said. Yaoyorozu, do you want to go eat or will you do your homework first? Ronin, Momo, it hasn't been long since we went to True Your Quirk and it's where, what do you think? Yaoyorozu, honestly, I'd rather eat something first. Ronin, Sue, sounds like something good, okay, let's go get something to eat, what are you going to prepare? Yaoyorozu, standing up from the chair, what do you fancy? Ronin, if we leave like this, you'll cook. Katsudon? Yaoyorozu, something quick. Izuku, we have homework, remember? Ronin, so why are you asking? Standing up and taking both of their things with the black whips. Yaoyorozu, we'll come up with something. Ronin, let it be quick to prepare so we can take it to the room. Yaoyorozu, why do you want to take it to your room? The freckled one just made his head forward. Yaoyorozu, you can't be more specific. Looking up W? In front of the girl were Bakugo, Ida and Uraraka blocking the exit. The rest of the class was also surrounding them. Yaoyorozu, oh. Ronin, move or I'll move you. But no one paid attention. Minato was trembling, but he didn't move either way. Ronin, I won't ask a second time. Ida, we need to talk. Ronin, relationship problems? Sorry, last time I had one, he cheated on me. Ask someone else, with more experience. Tsuyu, Midoriya, Kero. Shoji, we don't want any trouble, let us pass and we won't do anything behind Izuku. His other friends were quick to stand next to the boy, Todoroki and Ojiro next to Momo, Shinso and Kirishima next to Izuku. Behind them were Shoji and Tokoyami. Tokoyami, a fight doesn't do anyone any good, but it's up to you to decide how you want to end today. Bakugo, this is none of your business, stupid dove. Dark shadow came out from behind the bird boy, taking him by the shoulders. The shadow looked intimidating without a doubt. Ronin, violence is not necessary. Besides, we already went through this and the result was not favorable for you. Ida, I am Techless president, and you have to listen to me. Ronin, Momo is the vice president, and if I don't listen to her, what makes you think I'll listen to you? At that moment Bakugo approached and hit Deku in the chin. Yaoyorozu thought he could create quickly to give them the victory. Bakugo, I don't give a shit who you think you are, you'll stay here and listen, do you understand? Ronin, spitting, I'll kill you if you touch me again. Looking up. Bakugo, idiot, tie it up or loose, you're going to preparing an explosion. Ida, calm down. Bakugo, listen, we don't want things to end like this, please. Midoriya, Izuku friend, leave us. Ronin, I'm not your disgusting friend. Uraraka, Izuku honey please. The brunette approached and took the boy's hand. She thought that if she could evoke those feelings in the boy she would have a chance to calm him down. Big mistake. Yaoyorozu saw this and quickly created a taser, but before he could use it. Ronin, sigh okay. Ada, victorious Midoriya we wanted. Ronin, interrupting, where do you want it? Ida, we wanted you to, what did you say? The freckled boy hit the blue-haired boy hard in the stomach and then another in the face. The boy passed between him and Bakugo, whom he pushed with his black whip to the back of the classroom. His friends also passed. Yaoyorozu walked next to Uraraka, colliding her shoulder with hers hard. The brunette leaned on the table and a strong shock ran through her body. She raised her hand to see the taser that Yaoyorozu had created right there. Outside the classroom, Izuku had said goodbye to his classmates. They would go to train and then do homework. Izuku walked and then the door to class B opened. Ronin, great, there's no way to start my week more shitty. Kendo, Midoriya, although your methods are somewhat drastic and uncivilized when it comes to fighting, we in Class B wanted to. Ronin, interrupting and walking in the middle of everyone, how interesting. Kendo, ahem, through this we. Ronin, so have you thought about what to make for lunch? Yaoyorozu, I was thinking about okonomiyaki, but I don't know how to make the batter. Ronin, I'll take care of that. Monoma angrily took the freckled man by the shoulder. Monoma, hey, idiot, the president is talking to you. Ronin, turning to see the boy, I'll kill you if you touch me again. The freckled man turned around to continue talking to the brunette, but again the blonde grabbed him, although now when he turned around Monoma received a blow to the nose that knocked him down. Ronin, I told you. Kendo, Monoma. Checking his pulse, that's good, he's just fainted. Ronin, I wanted to put my nose in his brain. Either his head is very hard or there simply isn't a brain in there. The freckled boy left. Kendo didn't know what to do, but soon he enlarged his hand and carried the annoying boy to take him to his respective room. Yaoyorozu, you didn't really hit him, did you? Because, kitty, you would have broken his nose. Ronin, if there is no significant damage then they can't accuse me. I'm not stupid, Momo. Yaoyorozu, and Ida? Ronin, it'll be fine, Stain left it worse. Yaoyorozu, oh Izuku. Ronin, hey, it could have been worse. If Garu had been found, even my then self wouldn't have been able to save him. Yaoyorozu, who is that Garu? Ronin, the hero hunter, also known as the Garu monster, he's a dangerous guy. Yaoyorozu, wait a minute, did you say, he? Is he still alive? Ronin, ha ha ha, yes, the bastard is still alive, locked up for all I know, but alive after all, bad grass never dies, I guess. Yaoyorozu, what will happen if he gets released? Ronin, I will fight him. Yaoyorozu, are you crazy? Izuku, that would be your biggest stupidity. Ronin, the second biggest stupidity, the first was trusting them. Yaoyorozu, whatever, you can't just go and fight a full-fledged villain. Ronin, yes I can, although maybe you mean that I shouldn't, but admit it, it would be fun, or at least I considered it even exciting. Yaoyorozu, watching you get beaten up. Ronin, we don't know if he will do it, maybe I will give it to him, don't you think? Yaoyorozu, let's hope we never have to find out, shall we? Come on, you have to help me with the food. Ronin, boring. Yaoyorozu, Ord? I'm worried about you, you big idiot. Do you know how I'd feel if you died? Do you have any idea? Ronin, but I can't die. Yaoyorozu, you don't know that. What if the fight disables your healing factor and gives you the final blow? Is that a good way to say goodbye? Ronin, that won't happen, thinking, Garu isn't such a bastard as to attack from behind. Yaoyorozu, are you sure about that? The freckled man wanted to say yes, but how would he do it if she didn't know the hunter trained him? Izuku remained silent. Yaoyorozu, I thought so, make the dough, I'll prepare whatever is needed. That moment was of total silence for both, the brunette clearly upset and the freckled man with the limitation of not being able to tell her what had happened in Tartarus. Finishing preparing for both they left, but Yaoyorozu was not guided to Izuku's room but the other way around. Now it was she who led the freckled man to her room. Ronin, I thought I should. Yaoyorozu, you stay, I brought you, it wasn't a mistake. Ronin, okay, leaving his plate. If you're going to say something, say it now. Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry. Ronin, okay, before you scold me wait, what? Yaoyorozu, sorry Izuku. Ronin, that's not what I expected. Yaoyorozu, I know you like to fight, to prove you're not weak and all, but do you understand how I'd feel if you lost? Even worse if you died? Ronin, but Momo. Yaoyorozu, I know, you're the best hand-to-hand fighter in UA, but forget it, go out and finish that monster whenever you want. The freckled boy didn't like this at all. He breathed and gathered his courage to then hug the girl carefully. Ronin, first of all, I can't just go out like that because I haven't eaten, and secondly the fact that he's locked up is something I found out a while ago. He could have already died or be somewhere, there are several options. Besides, I'm not stupid enough to just jump into a fight like that. Yaoyorozu, it took a lot to get you out of the hell you were in so you could go and get into another one. Ronin, I know, but that's why I won't fight yet. What do you think about eating instead? It'll get cold and won't taste good. Yaoyorozu, yes, I guess so. Ronin, what do you suppose? Come on, I'm not one for sitting on beds, but I don't have many options. Yaoyorozu, you slept in a bed when you lived with Todoroki. Ronin, I didn't have many options either. I wasn't going to despise the help they gave me, plus sitting down this is too soft. The freckled man sank a little into the bed, apparently it was too soft. Yaoyorozu, really? But for me it's perfect. Ronin, what kind of person would sleep comfortably in a bed like this? Yaoyorozu, I guess like you say, a princess hee. Ronin, okay, now you like what I'm telling you, right? Yaoyorozu, don't be a crybaby and eat. They both began to eat. Yaoyorozu discovered that the boy was an avid reader. Apparently that habit had not died. It was enough for Yaoyorozu to drop a small copy of a book for Izuku to recognize it. Yaoyorozu, doubting this, questioned her friend about the ending. A serious mistake because the boy, showing that he did know, gave her the password of what seemed like a sad ending. Yaoyorozu regretted asking because it was a book that she had not read yet and that had caught her attention. Yaoyorozu, thanks, now I don't know whether to read it or leave it there. Ronin, first of all, it was your fault for asking me about that specific book. You could have taken out another one that you had already read, maybe you had better luck, genius. And secondly, you should read it. The story is very good. Yaoyorozu, don't even think about telling me. Ronin, the beginning is sad, they basically threw him out like a dog without giving him a chance at anything. Yaoyorozu, wait, I read that part. Ronin, haha, you see, as the words progress the chapters get better, I swear. Yaoyorozu, you won't say anything, right? Ronin, the protagonist is killed at the end. Yaoyorozu, Izuku. Annoyed. Ronin, haha, why do you start? Believe me or not, it's your decision. If you want to hit me for spoiling it or thank me for not doing it, you'll have to read. Yaoyorozu, now I don't know if what you said is true. Ronin, that's what it's all about, princess. If you want to find out the truth, then go and find it yourself. Yaoyorozu, was that advice? Ronin, you know. Yaoyorozu, sometimes I can't tell you apart anymore, I guess that's your best quality. Ronin, one of my best qualities, yes. Yaoyorozu, are you done? Ronin, yes, I must admit that it doesn't taste as bad as I imagined. I can even distinguish the flavor, ha ha ha, you don't cook that badly. Yaoyorozu, well, you're back to being that hateful person you always were. Ronin, yes, I think so. Did he take the dishes for me? Yaoyorozu, I'll accompany you. I want to know what else you've read. Ronin, it's not a very long list, or so I think. I really don't know. Yaoyorozu, come, let's hope you don't have to see anyone on the way. Ronin, if you say it, then it will happen, damn it. The boys walked out and arrived at the kitchen where they put their dishes in order. Izuku stayed serving some water for both of them. Yaoyorozu was in the dining room watching a little television until someone interrupted her. Yaoyorozu, oh, it's your Uraraka. Uraraka, we need to talk. Chapter 25, Don't Screw It Up. Uraraka, we need to talk. Yaoyorozu, you and I have nothing to talk about. The girl was about to turn around, but Uraraka grabbed her wrist. Uraraka, what did you do to him? Yayorozu, what are you saying? Uraraka, what did you do to my Deku-kun? Yayorozu, really? What did you do to him? Uraraka, I know Izuku much better than you. I know that he is someone kind, tender and cute. The way he treated my Ikunya Bakugo is not something he would do. Yayorozu, what are you talking about? Uraraka, you spend too much time with him. What did you say? What crap did you fill his head with? Yayorozu, are you really listening to me? Are you really asking me these things? What did you do to him? How did your Ikuin treat him and you still defend him? Uraraka, listen to me carefully, Yayorozu. Yayorozu, no, you listen to me, Ochako Uraraka. I didn't do anything wrong to him, I only supported him. I'm not leaving him alone like you did because unlike you, I will try hard to make him forget you and be happy. Uraraka, he won't be happy if I continue. Yayozu, you're right about that, he won't be happy, especially if you keep bothering him. The brunette was upset, she was tempted to throw something at her or just hit her but… Ronin, am I interrupting something? The freckled man was leaning on the door frame that led to the kitchen. Uraraka, Deku-kun. Ronin, if you just came to insult me then thank you, but you can go now. Uraraka, I wanted. Ronin, in fact I'm inviting you and I suggest that every time you see me you get the hell out. The freckled man waved his hands in a gesture for the brunette to leave. He just lowered his head but looked angrily at Yayorozu. Uraraka, whispering, stay away from him. Ronin, did you say something? Uraraka, Mina was looking for Yayorozu. I just came to say that. The chestnut turned around and left. Izuku walked towards Yayorozu. Ronin, hey these. Yayorozu, let's get out of here. The green-haired boy nodded and they both went to the girl's room. They talked for a while until at night Izuku remembered something. Ronin, damn, that's true. Yayorozu, what? Ronin, they'll bring my things after school. I'll see if they're all still there. No wonder I wore my school uniform all day. Yayorozu, you're too absent-minded. Ronin, well I also have or had to be with you or you could have gone out to kill Uraraka. Yayorozu, what a bad opinion you have of me, Izuku. Ronin, an angry woman is dangerous and I know it well, but well I'll leave you, I have to see that, see you tomorrow Momo. Yayorozu, see you tomorrow Izuku. The freckled boy left the room and ran to his own. Upon entering he could see that everything was in order. He checked his secret corner and saw that everything was still in order. With the help of his whips he arranged some things while folding his clothes. Everything was easier with his whips. He made his bed and did a quick sweep. On the other hand, the brunette was in her room lying down reading the book that Izuku may have spoiled for her until some noises at her door interrupted her. Yayorozu, who could it be now? Looking at her watch, it's already time. The brunette was already in her pajamas, so she got up and put on a light jacket. As she approached she could hear voices on the other side and they knocked again. The girl was now puzzled. She was about to say that she was opening up but now she made out the voices. See you girls, I don't think it's a good idea to come kero. Hagakure, I agree with Tsuyu, it's not a good idea, especially considering what happened this morning. Mina, nonsense, she's our faithful friend and I'm sure she'll want to talk to us. Jiro, Momo is my best friend, she's probably about to open it. We'll tell her to give us permission to talk to Midoriya. Mina, exactly, and since Midoriya and she are best friends, this will interest her a lot. You told her we were coming, right Uraraka? Uraraka, no, you didn't tell me, I just told her you were looking for her. Mina, details. Moving her hands down you'll see how he'll open up to us right away. Tsuyu, if you say so, though I still think it's a bad idea Kero. The pink-haired girl turned a deaf ear and knocked on the door again, but no one opened it. Mina, Yamamoto, we are your friends, we all came, here are Tsuyu, Hagakure, Uraraka and your best friend Jiro, please open for us. The door didn't open, the light went out. Mina, maybe he fell asleep. Jiro, I'll tell you. The purple-haired girl connected her jack ortho and heard absolutely nothing. A dull echo was what was on the other side. Jiro, I can't not hear anything. Mina, how strange. Tsuyu, Kero, I told you it was a bad idea. The dangerous insistent knocked again with more force, but again there was no response. They waited a while longer but realized the obvious: she would not open the door to them. Mina, well, we'll try tomorrow in class. Jiro, we have to talk to her when she's not with Midoriya. Mina, true. Tsuyu, why don't we leave him alone? Kero. Mina, isn't it obvious? She's our friend, we don't abandon our friends. Tsuyu, Kero, that can be debatable, you know? Mina, that's why we're doing all this, so we can get all our friends back and be a united family again. The Pink Skin's plan had obvious flaws, but it seemed that only Tsuyu could see them. The girls went to each other's rooms. Yayorozu, seeing herself free, was able to remove the device from the door. It was an invention of Hatsum, a sound inhibitor. She never thought it would work so well. But then she remembered what they said about talking to her tomorrow. The girl took out her phone and looked for the phone number of a person who could help her. Yayorozu. Tomorrow don't leave my side, I'll explain on the way. The next morning Yayorozu was getting ready when she heard noises at her door. Arming herself with her trusty steel rod, she approached the door. She was about to open it and knock when Ronin, from the other side, before you tried to hit me for something I didn't even do, I remind you that it was you who woke me up so that I wouldn't leave you alone. Yayorozu, Izuku? Ronin, no, I'm the pizza delivery guy from Kamino. I already brought your order. Yayorozu, opening the door, you don't have to be sarcastic with me. Ronin, yes, I think I should, but what's wrong? Why do I have to come for you? Yayorozu, I already told you, I'll explain on the way. Didn't you see Jiro when you came? Ronin, I came for you not to surf, because I would see her? Yayorozu, I'll tell you on the way. Ronin, will that be the phrase of the day? Yayorozu, let's go, we'll be late. Ronin, calm down, we're on good time. Yayorozu, that's what you say. Ronin, I'm not saying it, the clock is, you see? The freckled man pointed to his watch. They really had plenty of time. Ronin, see? Calm down, let's go. The brunette nodded and took her things to leave with the green-haired man. On the way, the girl told him what had happened with the girls the night before and her plan to catch her alone to talk to her. Izuku just laughed out loud. Ronin, are they really so stupid as to believe that you would open the door for them? Yayorozu, well. Ronin, you're right, I better not ask. But then they want you to be alone so they can do something. Yayorozu, apparently. Ronin, let's see if they have patience. That day passed and Yayorozu spent time with Izuku and his friends. The brunette felt a little out of place when she was with them, but it only took Shinso to bring Hatsum so that she felt more comfortable, and she achieved it. Pink-haired and brunette talked a little, and that was enough to become good friends. Although the inventor would take refuge more in books about mechanics, tools, inventions and inventors, she was able to make a good duo with Yayorozu. It was only enough for Momo to mention Isaac Asimov so that Hatsum would not feel lost. Science fiction books were something that they both shared. From there Yayorozu mentioned the well-known reading of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, and Hatsum's eyes lit up. From there they went on to other readings such as The Invisible Man, also to other authors such as Jules Verne. Hatsum and Yayorozu agreed on something because their favorite book in the car was From Earth to Luna. Both were fascinated by all of that, Hatsum for the technical issue and Yayorozu for the story itself. Momo understood that Hatsum was not strange, her taste simply could not get along with anyone's. Izuku saw this and felt happy. He knew that he and she made a good team, but he also admitted that the brunette needed friends, and the fact that the girls made such a good duo made him think that now she would be happier. For their part, the rest of the girls looked tense, even annoyed. They could not find the girl alone because now she was not only with Izuku. Both the brunette and the green-haired man were calm because even Almight and Midnight no longer did anything to talk to the freckled man, and that calmed Izuku because he could study comfortably. Nobody tried to talk to him even in training because having more team options he was not always with Yayorozu, so Aizawa could not scold them. But the truth is that despite not always working as a team, they were always together. Little by little he began to make them nervous. Although it never hindered their performance, it did make both of them feel strange, and even more so Izuku, who did not want to accept his feelings. Insert accidentally in love. Izuku trained hard while Yaoyorozu counterbalanced with her creation for the freckled one. Yaoyorozu, it's good that you don't forget to take off your hair tie. Ronin, I prefer to live. Yaoyorozu exaggerated. The boys fought among themselves. Izuku enjoyed many of these encounters because he could see the great progress that the girl had, although now he had to turn his gaze sometimes since some of her movements highlighted the brunette's qualities involuntarily. Izuku looked back, avoiding seeing more, but this was because Yaoyorozu hit him hard. Yaoyorozu, if you stay distracted it will be easier to win you over. Ronin, if you can't even achieve something with my 5 senses, what makes you think that being distracted will be different? The girl was not exempt from these nerves, and some weekends or even during the week she would find the boy in a t-shirt. This in the mornings when she saw him coming out of his room, and sometimes when he finished training Izuku was totally sweaty. Ronin, did you lose something? Stretching. Yaoyorozu, nothing, just can I steal some water from you? Ronin, how strange you are, grab it, it's in the backpack in the corner. The brunette quickly went to quench her thirst and hopefully the heat she felt on her cheeks. Both boys felt comfortable when they were with each other. When they separated they felt strange, as if they were missing something. Izuku never returned the stool that Yaoyorozu had given him. He didn't think it was fair. Now he remembered tying his hair every day, but although these feelings were there, the boy hid them. Inwardly he said it was impossible. That's why he got upset. He took out his fury and frustration when he fought against the rest of Class A. On several occasions the brunette or her friends had to stop fights because of how destructive they were, or because the rival couldn't take it anymore. Izuku's favorite punching bag were Kaminari and Mineta, who didn't react in time, and this caused Izuku to attack them fiercely. Kaminari after a while finally managed to make his long-awaited electricity sword, but he was no match for Izuku's black whips, much less for his Muramasa, who crossed Kaminari's defense without problems, although these attitudes made the brunette worry about Izuku. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong with you? Ronin, nothing. Yaoyorozu, Izuku tied Mineta with your whips and whipped him against the ground like a racket. Ronin, you have to admit, that was really fun, come on, admit it. Yaoyorozu, you've been like this for a while now. Ronin, believe me, it's nothing. The freckled boy quickly walked away. What could he say? How could he justify his problems? A few days passed until Friday. The boy was in the kitchen, making pancakes while he thought about how to get away from those feelings, or even cure them. Ronin, there's a way, maybe if I make her hate me, or if I hit her hard enough. No, I'm not that unlucky. Doing that would be lowering myself to Bakugo's level, damn. The freckled man was thinking so deeply that. Yaoyorozu, smells good. Izuku entering the kitchen. Ronin, surprised, how did you know I was here? Yaoyorozu, you are the only person in the High Alliance. Ronin, I can't be the only one if you're here, you know? Yaoyorozu, well, the only person who is in the kitchen except me. Ronin, clever girl, but we can't be the only ones. What about all the other bunch of idiots? Yaoyorozu, they went out, Mina's idea. Ronin, and our friends? Yaoyorozu, Kirishima trains with Shoji and Ojiro, Tokoemi, Shinso and Todoroki are studying. Ronin, it's a little scary how you know all that. Yaoyorozu, they told us, don't you remember? Ronin, really? Yaoyorozu, yes. Izuku, are you sure you're okay? Ronin, yeah, it's just that I've been a bit distracted, don't worry. Yaoyorozu, don't tell me to be calm when that happens to you. Ronin, look, I'm almost done with this first round, do you want one? Yaoyorozu, you won't bribe me with food and you know it. Ronin, if I can, maybe you mean that I shouldn't, you see, then I'll tell you that I have, okay? The brunette wanted to get the answer out of him. She was worried about the boy, but she was also hungry. The hotcakes smelled too good. Yaoyorozu, okay, but will you tell me that you understand? Ronin, take it for granted. The freckled boy served the brunette, while he prepared some more for himself. He knew that both ate a lot. After a while he started to turn them over with a jump. He raised the pan upwards, turning it over. Yaoyorozu looked at this with curiosity that later turned into admiration. The boy was amused. Ronin, this is going to be the last one, ready? Yayorozu, yes. Ronin, 1-2 now. The freckled man threw the dessert upwards with force, but this time it was too much. The hot cake got stuck to the ceiling. Ronin, ah shit. Yayorozu, Izuku, are you okay? Ronin, I do, he pointing at the hot cake, I don't think so. Yayorozu, I'll help you get it down. Ronin, I'm not going to eat it anymore, I'd better prepare another one. The boy made a little bit of the dough again since he had already finished it, and made a new one, only this time he didn't turn it over. The boy took the pan off the stove to put his dessert on the plate with the rest, but at that moment the stuck hot cake fell right on his head. The other part fell on the floor. Yayorozu laughed at this. Yayorozu, Izuku, are you okay now? Isn't it too hot? Ronin, I should have taken it off before doing this. Yayorozu, wait, let me help you. The girl got up from her chair and took the piece of muffin off her head. Yayorozu, well, this still looks edible. Ronin, profit. Yayorozu, but I'm not hungry, throwing it. The boy left the pan on the stove and started to pick up the part that had fallen on the floor, not knowing that the girl would do the same. They both butted heads, but Yayorozu, who was not standing well, fell. Izuku tried to hold her with his black whip, pulling her towards him. The brunette held onto his neck, and because of this, they both stared at each other. Yayorozu, Izuku. Ronin, Momo. The freckled man was in an internal struggle. He wanted to let go of the brunette and say that it was all an accident, but the other part wanted to hold on, be brave and kiss her, stay with her as if his sanity depended on it. From his perspective, Yayorozu had the same conflict. Women are not stupid, we know when a man likes us. His mother's words were on his mind, but there was a problem, and that was that Yayorozu didn't know how to distinguish that, or at least not with Izuku. She wanted to kiss him, but what if she lost her best friend? Screw it. They both thought they were going to risk it. They had everything against them, but also everything in their favor. After all, fortune always favors the brave. They were both slowly getting closer. The space between them was getting shorter. A few more seconds and... Todoroki, hey, what smells so good? The bicolor boy entered unexpectedly, meeting both boys, each one in his chair eating quietly. Ronin, I made hotcakes, but you see how much I eat. I can make more if you want. Todoroki, no, it smells nice, but you already turned off and washed everything. Better one day tell the others and we'll come. Ronin, you guys buy the ingredients. Todoroki, Shoji can't, he lost his money to Shinso. Ronin, playing cards? Todoroki, hey ya wait, how do you know that? Ronin, Detective Shoto magic. The bicolor looked at the green-haired boy with intrigue, and after a while he left, leaving the two prospective heroes alone. As if they were criminals almost discovered in flagranti, they breathed a sigh of relief a couple of minutes after Todoroki left. They laughed a little, but the truth is that both were completely red. They wouldn't make fun of each other because they knew the other was the same. Shortly before Todoroki arrived. To hell with it all, they both thought. If they were going to risk it, they would do it with gusto. The coin was tossed. Heads was fine, tails was losing their best friend. They were finally close to kissing. Then it happened. When they were just a few inches away from finally joining their lips, Izuku's super hearing alerted him. Something was coming. The boy let go of Yayorozu, who fell heavily to the ground. Yayorozu, ouch! What the hell is wrong with you, Izuku? Ronin, someone is coming. Yayorozu didn't need to hear more. She stood up and quickly returned to her place, as did Izuku. They both started eating, but in Yayorozu's case she was nervous. Izuku, on the other hand, was grateful to his best friend. In time. Yayorozu, and... Ronin, so what? Yayorozu, let's not talk about what just happened. Ronin, I'm done, thanks. Freckled boy stood up, cleaned his plate and threw it in the sink, breaking it. Momo was a little startled, but she saw her partner's face. She saw that cold, annoyed look again, the resentment. The past was still with him. Yayorozu, Izuku, if you want to talk, well, you know that. Ronin, I'm going to my room. Yayorozu, it's wait, Izuku. Ronin, I said I'm going to my room. The freckled boy didn't scream, but he did raise his voice and slammed the glass against the table. He went to his room at a military pace. Yaoyorozu stared at the glass. Cracks could be seen where Izuku was holding it. Also, when he slammed it, he cracked the bottom. She knew he was upset. Ronin, yeah, sure, what do you think you were going to do? Kiss her? Be her boyfriend? In your bucking life, Izuku, of course, as if I had a chance. Nana, leaving one for all and you don't think there's a chance? Ronin, first of all, you're a ghost, you can't lecture me. Second of all, no, there isn't one. She deserves someone like Todoroki, someone sophisticated, not a. Nana, what is Izuku? Ronin, someone like me. Todoroki is someone kind, calm. Me, I hit people tirelessly. I don't regret what I am, but she deserves a better future. Nana, a better future? Izuku, destiny doesn't exist. Nothing is set in stone. Everyone writes their own story. The future is the one you want for yourself, and if you want her to be in it, then go ahead and. Izuku, thanks, but don't bother Nana seriously. Nana, I just want to help. Izuku, you help but not help in this. Nana, nobody deserves to be alone. Izuku, maybe I'm the exception, nothing good will happen by my side. Nana, he'll have you. Ronin, go back to the core and stop bothering us. He woman sighed sadly, stroked Izuku's hair maternally and re-entered the core of One for All. Ronin, my damn life is bad, I don't want anyone else to bear that burden. The freckled boy lay down and covered himself. It was not night yet, but he did not care, he just wanted to sleep. Yaoyorozu simply finished eating and went to her room. She felt sad and silly. Yaoyorozu, of course, yes, I'm going to kiss him. He'll surely accept me and we'll live happily. Damn, Momo, remember, he told you. Not everything is a love story. Damn. He brunette hit the wall using little force. She was sad, annoyed with him for shutting down, but more annoyed with herself for what she tried to do. What did she want to do? What was going through her mind when she tried to kiss him? Fix her problems? She had barely gotten out of her own way to try to fix someone else's. The rest of the class arrived late at night, all with a bright smile except for Bakugo obviously. Mina was the most animated, then followed Jiro, who whistled animatedly Highway Star. She knew she had a chance to get her best friend back. Mineta and Kaminari were smiling because they knew that if Izuku forgave them they wouldn't have to pay him anything. Bakugo, although he didn't share the same emotion as everyone else, he smiled devilishly because even though he hated him, he knew that if he treated Izuku like a normal person during what they had planned, if he treated him like when they were children before discovering his quirks, there was a chance that he would trust him and everyone once again, and if that happened he could treat him like the weak piece of shit he always thought he was. Ida was a curious case because although he smiled, he knew that Mina's plan was not fallible. He even considered it silly, it had flaws, holes in her strategy. Instead he had his own plan. He had planned it in his free time with his brother. Not even Uraraka knew this. Ida smiled because he knew that he would succeed. He would get his best friend back and feel better about himself. And finally Uraraka the brunette had a radiant smile. She knew the plan was good, but she had her own plan and objective. It would sound selfish, but she didn't care if they failed. She would get back the one she considered the love of her life once and for all. She would get back her tender broccoli. The boys planned everything perfectly. They discussed it among themselves. They divided their tasks equally, and once everyone knew what to do and what the other one did, they went to sleep. They finally knew what to do. Tomorrow they would gain the friendship of the one who always helped them. They would finally get the forgiveness of the hero who never betrayed them. The next day, Ronin stood up with some calmness. The boy rubbed his eyes and stood up. Ronin, Saturday, bless you, there are no classes today. I don't have to see those idiots by force. What could go wrong today? The boy calmly left his room. Besides being the weekend, it was also the day that Nizi gave him his share of the money for the diamond arm that he had torn off that villain. Ronin, and when I thought my day couldn't get any better, well, off to Nizi's office. Yaoyorozu, okay. The freckled boy was a little startled. There was something strange, and it was that Momo was the only person who didn't alert his predatory sense. When they fought, yes, obviously her attacks were dangerous, but when they were living together there was nothing. Everyone made him tense, even his friends. Why not her? Ronin, where did you come from? Yaoyorozu, we are in the common room. Izuku, I came from preparing a light breakfast. I got up early. It is rare on the weekend. Ronin, I wouldn't be surprised. You got up before everyone else to avoid them. I think this is what you would call normal. Your body is getting used to it. Yaoyorozu, too bad these were my days off. Ronin, don't complain, seize the day. Yaoyorozu, I guess so. Weren't you going with the director? Ronin, yes. Yaoyorozu, and what are you waiting for? Ronin, go away. The freckled boy still felt somewhat uncomfortable with the brunette after what happened yesterday. Yaoyorozu also felt strange and couldn't hide it. After a while in total silence the brunette decided to speak. Yaoyorozu, well, it seems like neither of them will move. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go with the director? Ronin, and there goes my quiet morning. Yaoyorozu, we have nothing else to do. I've already finished breakfast, and you don't seem very busy. Come on, let's go. Ronin, don't make noise, you'll wake them up, and if you woke up wanting to bother them then they will too. Yaoyorozu, I don't know if you offended me or flattered me. Ronin, I let you stay here, didn't I? It would have been easier to wrap you up and get you out. Yaoyorozu, you have a strange way of making me feel good. Ronin, works for you and me, don't complain too much, princess. Yaoyorozu, it's been a while since you called me like that. Ronin, I forgot, let's go. The freckled boy put on his serious face again and walked to the outskirts of the dorms. Yaoyorozu followed him. Although Izuku was ahead, he seemed to have the intention of leaving her behind. Yaoyorozu, you know we're both coming, right Izuku? Ronin, the faster we get there, the faster we get out. Yaoyorozu, you really need it urgently. Ronin, the faster I get out of there the faster I'll get rid of you. Think of it as a win-win. You come with me and I get what I want. Everyone's happy. The freckled boy looked back at the front and continued walking. Momo got upset and created a ball which she threw back to the boy. Ronin, what the hell? Yaoyorozu, stop acting like an idiot, will you? Ronin, think what you want, I don't care. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, you are an idiotic rabbit. Ronin, first of all, I don't like being called an idiot, and secondly, being called a rabbit even less, so either you come or you leave, just like Uraraka. Yaoyorozu, oh no, you're not comparing me to her. Ronin, then stop bucking around and get moving already. Yaoyorozu, you're a. Ronin, then stay. Yaoyorozu, go to hell, you man. Ronin, whatever you say, princess. The freckled boy started walking quite annoyed. He was not going to stop at all. On the other hand, Yaoyorozu was standing in the courtyard. She was trembling with anger. She had her fists closed. Her body was tense but her face shed some tears. Yaoyorozu, damn, this is what I got for wanting to solve everything, I damn. The girl was too tense. She wanted to help the boy but it seemed that he had put up a barrier so that this would not happen. Yaoyorozu was tense. How could she help him when he would not even let her? Defeated and sad, the girl went to her room. On the other hand, Izuku walked quite annoyed both with the brunette and with himself. Ronin, who does he think he is? Did he forget what happened yesterday? Can he really walk around so calmly after that? It's just nonsense. I know he only wants to help, but don't mess with me. That's why I didn't want that crap from him again. It only hinders me. The freckled man collected his share of the money quickly. Apparently Nizu was somewhat busy, and although Izuku offered to help, Nizu calmly denied this. Nizu, it's your day off, kid, go and enjoy it. Ronin, well, it's not like I have anything else to do all day. Nizu, really, thanks, son, but I'm fine. Ronin, well, you're the boss, sir. The freckled boy left, but on the way to the dorms he could see how his friends were sitting in the courtyard playing cards. Izuku decided that it was better to be with them than to return to the High Alliance. Ronin, how much more money do you want to lose, Shoji? Shoji, that was luck, now I'm playing for real. Ojiro, besides, he doesn't have any money anymore. Shinso, are you coming in? Ronin, I just got paid so I think so. The boy had seen too many movies. He knew they had to keep a calm face. He sat down with his friends and they started playing. Shinso was good. His lack of expression was what made him win, but he didn't have Izuku's senses, who used predatory sense. The boy knew which card was the good and the bad one. It was cheating, but if they didn't know, then he wouldn't care. Also, leaning on his face without showing any expression was how things started to get under his control. Quickly, a winning streak started for the freckled one. Shinso, smiling, if I didn't know you, I'd say you were cheating. Ronin, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were trying to use your quirk on me to make me tell you whether or not I cheated. Shinso, smart kid. Ronin, in the same way that I know that Shoji uses his quirk, creating some imperceptible ears to hear what cards we need or if we curse for a wrong card, and you, Shinso, use your face lacking expressions so that no one knows what game you have. Shinso, admit it, it's a good skill. Ronin, you're not safe, Tokoemi. Just like Shinso, you use your lack of expression to win, but you also make Dark Shadow spy on us and see our cards. Tokoemi, do you really think I would do something so low? At that moment, Deku raised his hand and a powerful sphere of fire was formed. Everyone felt the heat, but Dark Shadow screamed in fear, returning to Tokoemi. Tokoemi, I hate you. Ronin, Kirishima and Ojiro are the only ones who play fair. Kirishima, ha! Take that. Ojiro, well, I don't know whether to feel relieved that I'm honest or upset that my money was stolen by trickery. Ronin, on the other hand, I only used Shinso's technique so that no one would see my expressions. Shinso, beginner's luck. Ronin, are you sure about that? Raising an eyebrow, do you want to try your luck? Shoji, I'll pass, I have to save what little money is left of my money. Ojiro, me too. Kirishima, retreating isn't manly, but surely one of the two will use their quirk and I don't play with that. Tokoemi, I promised Kanoko I would take her out to eat, I'll pass, let it be fair play. Shinso, I'll squeeze every last yen out of you. Ronin, with problems right now you were able to get some coins from me. Both became serious and started the game. The hours passed and both continued playing. Izuku used his predatory sense as much as he could, but sometimes he let himself win so that the boy would not suspect. Shinso began to trust, thinking that he had already overcome the freckled one. Shinso, ready? It's the last round. Ronin, winner takes all. Shinso, I'll see what I can buy with your money. Ronin, win first, talk later. They both began to pass letter after letter until the moment of truth arrived. Ronin, shoot, cowboy. Shinso, you dug your own grave, Ronin. The purple-haired boy displayed his game. The famous straight flush was what he triumphantly drew, and with a smile, Shinso Hitoshi. Everyone was impressed. Shoji was internally grateful that he hadn't played like Tokoemi. Kirishima had an excited smile, and Ojiro looked at Izuku with curiosity since the freckled boy still showed no emotion. Shinso, sorry old man, but I taking the money one, it was a good. Ronin, interrupting, it was a good deck, Shinso, I admit it, but don't you think it's rude to take something that isn't yours yet? Shinso, he's mine, mate, admit it, I already won. Ronin, you haven't seen my cards yet. Shinso, okay, take it out, but there's no way, there's only one game bigger than this and. Ronin, and curiously, it won't look like this one. The freckled man displayed his game. The royal flush unfolded before Shinso's eyes, who was surprised. Ronin, I win. Shinso, what the hell? Shoji, I get a royal flush. Tokoemi, the only thing that beats Shinso's game. Ronin, it was fun, you know? Gathering everything with his whips, but you know what they say, too much of something is bad, see you, Shinso. The freckled man put away his money while Shinso looked at him seriously. Shinso, hey Midoriya. Ronin, what's going on? Shinso, let's play again another time and I'll beat you. Ronin, tell me how much money you want to lose and I'll be happy to do it. Shoji, this got interesting. Tokoemi, you'll be poor, you know that? Shoji, against those two? Probably, but admit it would be exciting. Tokoemi, yes, I think so. The purple-haired boy stood up next to his other classmates. Kirishima picked up the cards and put them away. The boys looked at Izuku and then smiled. They said goodbye to him. They all went towards the dorms. Izuku stood looking at the landscape for a bit. After a while he also went towards the dorms. The boys had already gotten on. Izuku was about to press the button to call the elevator when he saw how it was going down. He knew he hadn't pressed the button yet, so he stretched out his hand ready to call his sword with his telekinesis, and opened the other hand ready to take out his whips. The boy was ready for the fight when he saw how the doors opened, revealing the figure of the brunette with a ponytail who was surprised to see Izuku. "Ronin, what are you doing?" "Yayorozu, what exactly are you doing? You look like you're ready to fight." "Ronin, I thought it would be like that. I was about to go up. What do you need?" The girl breathed and put on a serene face. "Yayorozu, sorry." "Ronin, what?" "Yayorozu, you heard me, sorry Izuku. I shouldn't have called you an idiot. Well, you behaved like one, but it wasn't right." "Ronin, look, you surprised me. I guess you're right. I behaved like one. I feel the same. It's just that with what happened yesterday Yayorozu, now you want to talk about yesterday?" "Ronin, well, I shouldn't have let you go like that. I could have hurt you. I'm sorry." "Yayorozu, well, I didn't mean." "Ronin, and besides apologizing for what you could have done up there, why did you come down?" "Yayorozu, why did I go down?" "Right. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go up." "Ronin, why not?" "Yayorozu, you have to see it to understand." The freckled man took the brunette by the hand and left. "Ronin, if this is a joke." "Yayorozu, it's not. Now let me go. You won't carry me as a keychain." "Ronin, I know. Now hold on tight." "Yayorozu, what about?" The freckled man wrapped his whips around her waist and raised his hand. "Yayorozu, throw it at the ceiling." "Ronin, done?" The freckled man threw his whip, and when he grabbed it, they both went up quickly. "Ronin, if it's a joke, I'll let you go." "Yayorozu, when have I ever joked with you?" "Ronin, okay, arcade, what did you want me to see?" "Yayorozu, look carefully, you'll see why." The freckled boy carefully peeked out. Yayorozu wasn't lying, they were doing something. The boy saw how they arranged balloons, cleaned, arranged the table with chairs. Mina, with the help of Sato, brought an amplifier with a music player. "Ronin, what are you doing?" "Yayorozu, I don't know. I think that's why they wanted me to talk to them." "Ronin, now I regret not letting you. Let it be known that it was your idea." "Yayorozu, and what would I know?" At that moment Izuku received a message from Shoji. "Shoji. Izuku, don't go up." "Ronin. What are you doing?" "Shoji. They are decorating." "Ronin. I know, but why?" "Shoji. Wait, how do you already know?" "Ronin. Look out the window." The huge boy listened but looked in the wrong direction. Izuku quickly sent a new message. "Ronin. To the other window, the one that faces the outskirts of the High Alliance." Now Shoji turned in the right direction and found Izuku discreetly waving. "Shoji. What are you doing out there?" "Ronin. Sunbathing for sure. Everyone go to my room in 10 minutes, try to get information." "Shoji. Okay." The freckled boy put away his phone and went up to the roof with Yayorozu. "Yayorozu, what's going on? Did you find out anything?" "Ronin, I don't know. Shoji and the others will be in my room in 10 minutes. I hope they find out something." "Yayorozu, Todoroki might know." "Ronin, yes, but let's hope they tell the truth." "Yayorozu, well then what are we going to do now?" "Ronin, what about?" "Yayorozu, how do we get to your room in 10 minutes without having to go to the recreation room?" The freckled boy just raised his eyebrow in amusement. Yayorozu understood that it had been a bad idea to ask. And boy it was. Izuku grabbed her waist again with his whips and threw herself down. The girl had to keep her mouth shut so as not to scream and obviously attract attention. Izuku, amused, made some quick turns until they landed on her balcony. "Ronin ready, and with 2 minutes to spare." "Yayorozu, that was." "Ronin, what did you think of the ride?" "Yayorozu, it was amazing, though I'll never do it again." "Ronin, ha ha ha, you can't even stand anything." "Yayorozu, well maybe yes, but at least let me know, fool." "Ronin, okay, I understand, now get out of here." "Yayorozu, what? But why? I'm your friend too." "Ronin, I'm not saying that, princess." Go out and get to the elevator. Pretend you're leaving. They won't be long in coming. Yaoyorozu, right, I understand. The brunette left the room and went to the elevator. The girl pretended to leave with a serious and elegant face. She met the boys. Yaoyorozu, they took a while. Shoji, they wouldn't let us out. Shinso, I had to brainwash Mina. Todoroki, where is it? Yaoyorozu, I guess in his room. I was going out to look for him when I got a message from him saying we had to meet in his room. Did you find out anything? Ojiro, let's go. The boys went to the green-haired boy's room, whom they found exercising. Ronin, glad you're here, come in. I don't have a refrigerator to offer you something to drink, but come in. Todoroki, this is still just as empty. Ronin, shut up. Shoji, how did you find out what they were doing? Ronin, it was a hunch. They hadn't done anything in a while. It seemed very strange to me. I preferred to peek. Stealth is my thing. I knew they would take advantage of the fact that it was the weekend to make a move. But anyway, what did they find out? Ojiro, not much to be honest. Kirishima, Mina just told me it was a surprise party. Ronin, it's not anyone's birthday. Why would they have a surprise party? Tokoemi, how do you know it's not someone's birthday? Ronin, I know each of your birthdays. Shoji, so you have a plan to defeat us. Todoroki, and you also know our birthdays? Ronin, don't expect a gift from me, teapot, but if. Kirishima, ha ha ha, man, I have trouble remembering Mina's. Ronin, I have them written down. The only thing I remember by heart is the month. I know that some share a month on a different day, except for mine, whose birthday is the same day as Mirio. Yaoyorozu, hee, that's funny. Ronin, anyway, what else do you know? Shinso, that's it. Damn, I should have asked Mina when I brainwashed her. Ronin, never mind, I guess it's just a party and that's it, or at least I want to believe that's what I'm saying. Yaoyorozu, let's hope so. Ronin, I don't know about you, but I'm hungry and I think it wouldn't be a bad idea. Shinso, do you trust them? Ronin, I trust they won't do anything stupid. Todoroki, so you didn't say anything, so I think you're right. Kirishima, Mina doesn't either, I say we go eat. The redhead showed a smile with his sharp shark teeth. Everyone nodded and left the greenhead's room, who was looking outside. Yaoyorozu, are you afraid of your decisions? Ronin, I'm afraid everything will go to hell. Yaoyorozu, you have nothing to worry about. Even if something happens, we will support you. Ronin, I just hope they don't want to start a fight. Yaoyorozu, why? Ronin, because it will be a fight they will not win. Yaoyorozu smiled and left Izuku's room. A few minutes later someone knocked. Ronin opened it, realizing it was Todoroki. Ronin, what's up? Todoroki, I just wanted to say 2 things. 1, don't get too confident, you know you always have to be ready for anything. Ronin, and what if I'm not? Todoroki, and 2, you were right, he gave me a gift. Ronin, ha! I told you, you lack talent, Detective Shoto. Todoroki, screw you, sighing anyway, I'll see you in a while. The freckled man smiled and waved goodbye, gesturing for her to leave. A few minutes passed and noise could already be heard in the recreation room, Mina's favorite music at full volume. Some of Izuku's friends were already there. Todoroki was with Tsuyu, Shoji and Ojiro were drinking in a part of the large room. Shinso and Tokoemi were playing chess while they waited. Kirishima was dancing with Mina. Jiro was in charge of the music. The doors opened, revealing Yaoyorozu, who was pretty. She had some not very elegant shoes, with a low heel, black tights. She wore a short-sleeved and long blouse/dress that reached centimeters above the knees, tied with a light brown belt. Her hair was tied, but this time it did not fall in points but in some light curls that made her look incredible. Kaminari and Minato were stunned with what they saw, but finally Izuku arrived, and with the look he had, he took away any intention that both of them had with the brunette. The boy had jeans black, his military boots, a wine-colored shirt, and his aviator jacket. His hair was tied. Ronin, well, at least it looks like a party and not a shooting gallery against me. Mina, Midori, you're here. Come in, feel free to help yourself to whatever you like. Izuku simply ignored her but went to the table where he found a table with several onigiri. Uraraka, approaching, I made them myself. I knew you'd like them, remember? I also made your favorites. Ronin, you made them? Uraraka, proud, that's right, they're from Ronin, then I'll have some takoyakis. The boy made his way and served himself the dish. He was about to leave with his friends. Ida, happy and taking him by the shoulder, I'm glad you could come, friend. Ronin simply removed his hand and wiped his shoulder to walk towards Kirishima, who had separated from Mina. Ronin, what a party, don't you think? Kirishima, well, we didn't know they would do this. We still have to see what their real objective is. Ronin, we'll find out. Bakugo, hey Namao Mito Izuku. The blonde had to treat him as a friend. He knew he was the target. He couldn't insult him, but it was very difficult for him. The blonde took a couple of glass bottles with soda and was about to give them to him, but someone got ahead of him. Kirishima, hey, by the way, I'll buy you a drink. The redhead took out 2 bottles and gave one to Izuku. Kirishima, health. Ronin, cheers. The freckled man put 2 fingers together and took out his black whip in the shape of a lockpick. He put it on the bottle cap and applied a little force to pull it out cleanly. Kirishima, surprise, gosh, that was amazing, ha ha ha. I didn't know you could do that. Ronin, it's a talent I generate on my own. I can shape my whips into these things. Kirishima, damn, that's talent. I wish I could do the same. Ronin, and who says you can't? Have you ever tried using your quirk on just one part of your body? Kirishima, in just one part? Ronin, yes, just like when I was in 1st grade. I only used my full power in one part. That's why I broke my bones. Now I let it flow through my whole body and it's easier to resist. The freckled man raised his hand and his black rays appeared. Izuku waved his hand, turning them off, but he could see how one flew out and crashed into the wall, leaving a very small black mark. Ronin, interesting. Kirishima, what? Ronin, a nothing, hee hee, why don't you try it? Kiribati, I have nothing to lose, I guess. The redhead breathed and activated his quirk but remained calm. Soon his body returned to normal except for his hand, which was between its hard and normal form. Izuku watched this with curiosity. Ronin, that's curious. Even touching the hand it feels like normal meat, although the hardness it shows is impressive. I guess it's a matter of practice. Kirishima, great, this feels weird. Ronin, don't worry, you'll get used to it over time. Now try taking the lid off. The redhead didn't try to do it carefully. He put 2 fingers together and lifted them, hitting the bottle and breaking the neck. The liquid began to spill quickly. Ronin, a glass. Kirishima, here. The freckled man poured the liquid and left the bottle to the side, took another one from the table and passed it to him. Ronin, second try, try to do it like I did. Kirishima, I had to try, right? Ha! The redhead took it with his thumb and applying it out opened it. Ronin, ha! I knew it, you see, it's just a matter of practicing using your quirk in specific spaces a little more and that's it. It could even help you a lot in combat. Kirishima, why? Ronin, when you use your unbreakable form you become stronger but slower, and also after using it you lose the ability to use your quirk. If you manage to master this you could use it only on your fists to hit and pass it to your arms to cover yourself. Kirishima, that's true, haha, I hadn't thought about it like that, thanks Izubro. Ronin clashed fists with the redhead before Bakugo's gaze, who angrily grabbed the bottle by the neck and threw it forcefully at Kirishima. Ronin saw this, and with his whips he managed to catch it before it hit. Ronin, thanks Bakugo, but I'm not thirsty. Hey Mineta. Mineta, are you talking to me? Ronin, hold this. The green-haired man threw the bottle at the goblin, who took it, and copying the freckled man's movement, took a sphere from his head and stuck it to the bottle cap. Kaminari, what was that? Mineta, did you see? He likes me. I didn't even have to talk to him. Ha ha ha, goodbye debts, hello protected by the most dangerous student in. The dwarf opened the bottle, which was almost exploding from the gas that had accumulated with Bakugo's and Izuku's throw, staining his face. Kaminari, I don't think so yet. Mineta, you shut up. While this happened, Izuku laughed a little with Kirishima until Shoji joined in. Shoji, I'm glad you could come. Ronin, free food, what more could I ask for? Shoji, not being bothered is a good option. Yaoyorozu, Shoji is right. Ronin, they haven't done it yet except for Bakugo, but you know what they say, a barking dog. Yaoyorozu, no fighting. Ronin, promise. The freckled boy heard a door open. It was the elevator. He quickly turned his gaze to find Hatsune. The inventor wore jeans along with red tennis shoes. She had a purple blouse. She wore gloves like Izuku's and had a red bow on her head. Definitely nobody expected that visit. Ida politely approached his ex-girlfriend. Ida, Mei, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Mei simply ignored him and continued walking. Uraraka thought that the pink-haired girl would talk to her since she considered her best friend after Tsuyu, but nothing. The girl walked on, then a voice was heard. Yaoyorozu, Mei, it's good that you came. Hatsune, Momo. Haha, how could I not come? I know I don't have an invitation, but… Shinso, don't be exaggerated, I invited you. Shoji, any other guests we should expect? The door opened again. Tokoyami, actually. A bowler had appeared. Everyone had to look down except for Mineta, who looked up. Komori Kinoko was there. The girl looked up and found the bird boy. Her eyes shone and she ran with him. Komori, Fumikage. Tokoyami, you make a lot of noise, Komori. Ronin, what an odd pair. Komori, carnivorous plant, looking at Izuku seriously. Ronin, mushroom girl. Tokoyami, you guys already know. Ronin, when I came back and fought against Class B, she helped me. Tokoyami, really? Ronin, he took care of Manga and Ibara. With Manga he knocked him out, he made Ibara faint. Komori, smiling, I couldn't allow an entire class to pounce on a single person. Ronin, obviously I can beat them without any problem, but it was a help that I appreciated. Komori, after the fight I looked for him, I apologized, I told him the truth, I never doubted him. They called him a monster, but a monster wouldn't save his friends or the school he loves. Tokoyami, you're amazing, Komori. Sorry again, Midoriya, if I couldn't see that truth in you before. Ronin, of course, I just had to fight for you to see that I never did it, but without hard feelings, little bird. Shinso, couples reunited at last. Todoroki, Tsuyu doesn't want to come when I'm here, you know. Ronin, I already told you it's okay. I don't want you to shut down. If you want to talk to the others, go ahead. I'm the one who's angry. Yaoyorozu, enough Izuku, come on, we have to eat some before they run out. Ronin, the onigiri's were made by Uraraka. Yaoyorozu, the good thing is that there is more food, right? Ronin, ha ha ha, that's the good stuff. The brunette was determined to do something. She made the decision consensually. She knew since the day before, but seeing Uraraka's actions, that either she did something or she would lose that special aggressive green-haired boy. The girl saw the bar and then remembered something she learned during her time at the Yaoyorozu mansion. She thought it was nonsense, that she would never use it. The girl took a deep breath and swallowed. She was determined. Yaoyorozu, if you don't come, I have something to do. Todoroki, you whistling feels the silent judgment. Izuku. Ronin, will you shut up, watermelon popsicle? I'll get you one in a minute, Momo. Yaoyorozu, okay. Shoji, keeping a lady waiting, is that a pickup tip? Ronin, I'll go for a walk. The freckled boy turned around but found the rest of Class A. It seemed like they were waiting for him. Ronin, I'd better go catch up with her. Shinso, when you want to lose your money in cards. Ronin, I'll put him in the claw game. You couldn't even take 3,000 yen from me. The freckled man made a small bow to his friends. Ronin, I'm leaving. I'll see you guys later. Mei, excuse me. Hatsune, Izuku bowling slightly. Ronin, dwarf mushroom. Komori, carnivorous plant sticking out the tongue. The freckled boy just smiled and went to the bar where he could see Yaoyorozu mixing the inside of some bottles. Izuku approached. Yaoyorozu knew she only had one chance. The girl tried to make a seductive face, but because of that carelessness she poured the liquid on the bar. The girl wanted to clean it but poured it from another bottle. Izuku just smiled. deciding to play along. Insert Foo Fighters' Best of You in an instrumental version. Ronin, what did a beautiful lady like you do to end up in this dump? Yayorozu, they treated me very badly. Ronin, you choose men badly, girl. Yayorozu, he's not that bad. He gets angry sometimes, but deep down he's kind. I don't know anyone no man like him. All my friends are fighters, but he spends his life avoiding them because he knows he's going to win. Ronin, it sounds great. The green-haired man was no fool. He knew where all this was heading. He couldn't allow it. It had started as a game, but it was already crossing the lines he had set. His rules were overturned by those beautiful onyx eyes. Yayorozu, and even if he doesn't show it, I know he's also a big nerd. Ronin, what are you? Yayorozu, girls like it he tell me something and be honest with me. I avoid it or I follow my heart. This was going too far. Izuku wanted to walk away, tell him no and even leave Yue, but his heart told him to stay and his legs wouldn't react. Ronin, yes, follow your heart, or I don't know, what was it, what did it do that caused you so much damage? Yayorozu, nothing at all, but never say never. The brunette just smiled defiantly. Ronin, what do you think you're doing? You're crazy, you know that? Yayorozu, I follow my heart. The freckled man was about to complain when the brunette simply winked at him and left. Yayorozu, it won't get you drunk, it's a mixture they taught me at home, 0 alcohol but it does have flavor. If you were drunk you'd be a disaster, think about it carefully, Izuku. Ronin stared at the red liquid, took it and smelled it. His sense of smell told him that the brunette was telling the truth, no alcohol. The freckled man was doubtful of his actions, again that damn internal struggle. I avoid it or I follow my heart. Todoroki, he's cute. Ronin, what? What's cute? Todoroki, you and Yayorozu. Ronin, if you want revenge for what I said, let me tell you it won't work. Todoroki, relax, they are not committing a crime. In fact, since you came back and I don't blame you, she understands that they abandoned her, they left her alone, she became closed off. Her insecurity complex returned, but with you I see her calm. Ronin, you don't know what it feels like to be like me. Todoroki, no, maybe not, but I do know this, you are someone strong, don't lose her, or you'll regret it, she's worth it, you both should be happy. Ronin, I know, thinking, but you should have been the one to make her happy. The freckled boy looked at his best friend. On the other side, Yayorozu talked with Komori and Hatsum. Hatsum, and you already told him? Yayorozu, haha, no, but I think he already realized. Hatsum, don't waste any more time, Momo. Yayorozu, but what if he says no? Komori, what's going on? What did I miss? Yayorozu, don't even think about telling Mei. Hatsum, she's nervous because Momo. Yayorozu, our star of the sports festival. Unbeknownst to her, Uraraka was behind them, listening to their conversation. She wanted to know. The intrigue was taking its toll on her, but suddenly something happened, or someone else. Mina, quite happy and obviously drunk, let's all toast. Yayorozu turned her gaze to her friends, as did Izuku. Everyone else knew something was wrong. If Mina told the plan, everything would go to hell. Hagakure, nervous, but why do you want to toast Mina? Mina, because it's genius, because of this party. Because we managed to save ourselves from the villains at the festival. Ronin, thinking, save us? Mina, because we're still here. The excited and nervous crowd toasted, hoping Mina would shut up, but Mina, and the main objective. Everyone was going to shut her up now. She was about to throw everything to the Mina, we got our Midori back, Chan. Everyone remained silent, totally alarmed and tense. Ronin, Midori-chan? Mina, Izuku Midoriya, you're an honorary member of Class A again. We got our best friend, strongest member, and bodyguard back. Isn't that great? Yayorozu was tense, so that's why they did everything, why Ida gave them permission, why they hadn't tried anything since they came back. Yayorozu, but Mina didn't see Izuku as someone else or as a partner, she saw him as him. Ronin, so I'm the bodyguard? Hooray! Now I'm happy, my life is full and filled with joy. Sarcastically, wait a second. Whose bodyguard exactly? Number 1, I'm not an object. Number 2, you're supposed to be heroes. You don't need protection. And bucking important. Number 3, with a deep voice, I'm nobody's dog, much less yours. Mina, you're ours. Ronin, I'm none of your business. Did you think just because you did this I'd forget the kicks? The burns? The explosions and electricity? The hatred? I'm not a stupid kid, so stop with the sentimental bullshit. Ida, Izuku, please understand. Ronin, no, you're the ones who don't understand, but it's time you did. I didn't expect you to always thank me, but in what bucking head does it fit to believe that I would betray you when I risked my life for Eri when you guys didn't move a damn finger? When no matter what I went out to look for Bakugo because he was my best friend, I risked my life and Todoroki's for Ida when we saved him from Stain. When it was the camp, I could list all the things I've done in front of your eyes and you still thought the videos were true. Tell me, what the hell were you thinking? You wanted me gone so much that you believed that crap? Mina, now less drunk from the shock. Izuku understands that. Ronin, understand what? That your intentions are good? Well, maybe they are, but listen carefully. I never expect anything from you, and yet you still manage to disappoint me. The freckled boy was serious. He had a face between angry and totally stressed. The boy was about to leave when someone bumped into his chest. Uraraka, Izuku, please understand that it wasn't our fault. We were manipulated. We are the victims. Crying. Ronin, really? Uraraka, I've never lied to you. Ronin, were they brainwashed? Were they psychically controlled? Uraraka, well, no, but… Ronin, so if they were fully capable of thinking and using their free will, why didn't they think it was a trap? Uraraka, Izuku, please wake up. The brunette slapped Izuku, who didn't even bother to dodge it. Yaoyorozu was about to throw herself at his round face, but… Ronin, wake up. Uraraka, I don't know what Yaoyorozu did to you, but you have to wake up. The cute and tender Izuku I know wouldn't do this. My Izuku, my boyfriend, wouldn't do any of this. He loved us all. Ronin, you Izuku? Since when am I a unique object of value? Am I a collectible? Uraraka, and no but. Ronin, then don't say I'm yours. Now yes, maybe you're right. The Izuku you knew wouldn't do any of this, but guess what? Approaching his face, I'm not him. Do you remember that moment? That day? You hit me, you made me float to get hit, you kicked me in the back of the head, and in the end you kissed Ida and hugged him when I wasn't even unconscious. Does it bother you who I am? What I am? Guess you all created me a bunch of hypocritical idiots, and you know what? I'm grateful to you for that. Uraraka walked away a few steps. Was he really not that cute green-haired boy she had met? Ronin, and by the way, you say you'd never lie to me? That you love me? But that's debatable, isn't it? How long have you seen my face? Wasn't that lying? Uraraka finally lowered her face. Ronin, I thought so. The freckled man headed for the exit. Ronin, good party. Too bad you don't know how to drink. You know what they say, babies and drunks always tell the truth. The freckled boy left, really annoyed. He knew that staying there was starting a fight, and no, it wasn't time to fight. Meanwhile, in the arcade, everyone was tense. What had just happened? Had his plan failed? Bakugo, damn Mina! The blonde threw the bottle on the floor, took another one and started drinking. Ida, they knew this would happen. Ochako, are you okay? Uraraka, I won't rest Ikun, I'll bring our Izuku back. Yaoyorozu couldn't stand it now. She said goodbye to her friends and went towards the exit but collided with Uraraka, pushing her away. The girl saw that Izuku had left his drink. She took it and quickly prepared another one for herself. She took a tray where she put food except for the orange iris and left in the direction of Izuku's room. Yaoyorozu, good evening, room service? Ronin, I'm not in the mood. Momo. Yaoyorozu, I know, me neither, but here we are. You left your drink there. I prepared it especially for you, you know, genius. Ronin, I just want to be left alone. Yaoyorozu, loneliness is something empty. If you think you'll find peace there, you won't achieve it. Ronin, you don't know that. Yaoyorozu, sometimes what we want isn't what we truly desire. Ronin, nice phrase, who's it? Yaoyorozu, mine Izuku understands. Ronin, understand what? Momo, you've never been through what I've been through. You understand that I just want to be left alone. I want to be alone. Yaoyorozu, loneliness is not a good thing. Ronin, you don't know that. Yaoyorozu, when I was a child my parents gave me everything, they spent a lot of time away and wanted to make it up to me. I don't blame them, but they did me more harm than good. I grew up spoiled. At home there was a rule, everything I asked for had to be given to me. There were some people who tried to change this, but I made them get fired because of me. Many people lost their jobs, until I finally got one. Nobody wanted to spend time with me, the rich, intelligent but spoiled girl. They left me alone, and only then did I understand that loneliness is that, but it is also cold. A void that traps you and sinks you deeper and deeper. Ronin, I didn't know. Yaoyorozu, and I don't judge you, but tell me, do you still think you are the only monster here? The green-haired man looked at his friend with a serious face. Ronin, I get the point, but why are you here? Yaoyorozu, I'll be honest with you. Izuku knew, or at least suspected, what she was about to say. He didn't want to. He didn't want that for her. Ronin, Momo, don't say it. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, you me. Ronin, I. Ronin / Yaoyorozu. Like / you like. Yaoyorozu, wait, what? Ronin, I already knew it. Yaoyorozu, boo, but I boo, okay, but how? Ronin, because that's the same way I feel about you. The freckled man was forceful in his words. The brunette took a while to process it. Yaoyorozu, it's wait, you just said that I. Ronin, yes, I like you. The brunette was happy. A happiness was growing inside her. May was right, but. Ronin, but we can't be together. Happiness was now fading. Am I really hearing right now? Yaoyorozu, wait, what? Izuku, you know very well what you are. Ronin, yes, I said that despite what I feel, you and I can't be together. Our relationship shouldn't be more than that of friends because. Yaoyorozu, are you crazy? So you know what you just did to me? Ronin, Momo understands that no. Yaoyorozu, you can't say you like me and then say we can't be together. Ronin, actually I can, maybe you mean no. Yaoyorozu, this is where you shut your mouth. I'm speaking, understood? Izuku Midoriya, you are the weirdest person I know. You act like an idiot most of the time. You are a brute when fighting, and yet you behaved well with me. If you didn't want me to like you, then why? Ronin, and you think I wanted it? I didn't plan any of this. Momo understands that I didn't want to. Since I was in Tartaros, I imposed rules on myself, and the most important one was to never fall in love again. Yaoyorozu, then why? Ronin, I don't know. Okay? I have no idea, I just know that one day you started brightening my days. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, please understand that. Ronin, you're not the one who doesn't understand because you didn't live what I did. You don't know what it's like, what it feels like for your girlfriend to cheat on you with your best friend, and you're willing to sacrifice your happiness for hers. Understand that. Yaoyorozu, shut up, are you comparing me to her? To Uraraka? Listen to me, you big idiot rabbit. If there's one thing women hate, it's being compared, and believe me, if you compare me to her, I'm going to get mad because I'm not Uraraka. I won't cheat on you or be like her because, unlike that shorty, I do love you. Ronin, it's not that I compare you, I'm just afraid. Yaoyorozu, fear? Ronin, I can't, understand that I can't give you what you want. Yaoyorozu, and what exactly do I want? Ronin, a normal life, and understand that I can't. Something like Tsuyu and Todoroki, but no. I'm not a respected hero. I don't fly off into the sunset, and I didn't stay with the girl. Understand that I won't be able to give you the luxuries that he could. Maybe it would have been better if he and you had stayed together. Yaoyorozu speaking the countenance. The boy needed a hand. Now he needed someone to help him. Yaoyorozu, Izuku. Ronin, girls like you don't stay with guys like me. Yaoyorozu, girls like me? Ronin, smart, beautiful. Momo understands. Everyone loves you, respects you. You are someone who is far from me. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I don't know why you have such a low opinion of yourself, but do you understand what social class is? Respect? Authority? To me, Those are just titles my family carries. My whole life they treated me like I was fragile, like the mere air could break me. I never had friends before I came to UA, and when you came back, you treated me like everyone else. Well, you understand. I stopped caring about you, and even though you made jokes, you were never different with me. Even with you, I was able to let loose a little, get out of the good girl role I was trapped in like a prisoner. You showed me that who I am isn't bad. Ronin, Momo, please understand, I don't want to hurt you, you deserve a normal life and you won't have a good future with me. Yaoyorozu, but why hurt? You know you're hurting me more right now, right? The future understands that it's not written down. We make our own path, and the one I want to build has you in its plans. The girl approached Ronin and touched his face. He moved his cheeks, feeling the skin of the brunette's hand. His skin, even on her hands, was soft. Ronin, I'm a monster. Yaoyorozu, a monster wouldn't save his friends, or at least me. Izuku moved away a few centimeters. He went towards his sword. Yaoyorozu thought that there was no way, that he was determined to reject her. The girl lowered her head and turned around, ready to leave. Ronin, buck the future. The freckled man turned around and used his black whips towards the girl's waist, who stopped in surprise. The freckled man quickly pulled it, and the girl got tangled in the whip. He quickly grabbed her and kissed her. The whip disappeared. Yaoyorozu was surprised, but then happily returned the kiss until the lack of oxygen made them separate. Ronin, that was something new. Yaoyorozu, all things considered, it's my first kiss. Ronin, if you're telling me it wasn't unique, then I'll have to try harder. Yaoyorozu, to be honest, yes it was. Ronin, well, there goes my plan to kiss you hanging upside down. Yaoyorozu, hee hee, silly. Ronin, I told you, you won't have a good future with me. Yaoyorozu, at the festival I hit Uraraka for what she did to you. I went a little too far, but I won. Ronin, I was saying it. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I'll be honest with you, I really like you a lot. I know that saying that I love you is a big step, that love isn't something so easy, but I'm willing to find out if you're by my side. Ronin, it doesn't seem like I have anywhere else to go, princess. They both sat down to eat on the floor while smiling. Yaoyorozu, you need a bed, you know? Ronin, it's not like I need it urgently, hee hee. Yaoyorozu leaned on her lover's shoulder. Ronin, so? Yaoyorozu, yes? Ronin, I'm your boyfriend now. Yaoyorozu, yes, I think so. Ronin, and you're my girlfriend. Yaoyorozu, where are you going? Ronin, do we have to give each other cutesy nicknames? Like my sweetheart or honey? Yaoyorozu, no need. I mean, you're right that things aren't looking too good right now. I think we should keep this hidden for a while, so. Ronin, what do you think about code names? Yaoyorozu, hee hee, I don't think it's necessary. Ronin, I could tell you my sweet booger. Yaoyorozu, tell me that again and you'll have to sleep outside the dorms. The freckled man smiled and stroked his girlfriend's hair. Ronin, it's supposed to be my room, you know? Yaoyorozu, yes, but I can get a role to take you out as long as I want, believe me, the director will laugh at that. Ronin, traitorous rat. The boy hugged Momo. Ronin, and I didn't want to repeat this. Yaoyorozu, don't be a crybaby, you really like it. Ronin, hee hee, I think I'll agree with you this time. They both gave each other a short kiss. Izuku turned on the television. The noise outside was still heard, but they no longer cared because now they were together, and nothing would separate them.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.